Ohayo gozaimasu! Hey now, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Happy Sunday or Monday if you're in Japan. Also, happy Easter and happy Passover. Today, I'm joined by everyone's favorite, the man who single-handedly saved that pilot in Iran, Adam Friended.
Oh yeah. I know that was a difficult job, but I had to get in there and do it for America. Of
Thank
course.
you. Thank you.
Of
Amazing.
course.
Wonderful. Yes. But that was great news, actually. That was going on this whole time while I was not paying attention to the news. Is this insane drama, this Black Hawk Down controversy where a pilot is being hunted through the mountains of Iran, and fortunately, they were able to rescue him.
Yes. A great story. Can't wait for the movie. Black Hawk Down, the sequel.
Yes.
I wonder if they could do that. Make it a sequel. Get Josh
Yeah.
Hartnett in there and
There you go.
really just
There you
do it
go.
up. So
So,
any big announcements today? How's
I can't think of
Mhm. Oh
anything.
yeah, you were gonna start a manosphere channel.
Well, that's how it works. You get married, and then you start a manosphere channel where you talk about how bad women are, right?
Oh, what? What
Isn't that
marriage?
the move?
What do you
Isn't that the move?
I was serious. I thought you were talking about starting a manosphere channel.
Oh no, no.
You're not? You're
I
putting that
guess the
idea on ice?
I mean I guess what you're referring to is that yes, I am engaged.
Oh, what?
That's right,
What?
everybody. That's right, everybody.
Wow.
I proposed to Sammy G in
Wow.
Japan,
Wow.
dressed up. I don't know, you can bring up the picture. I don't know if you have it here.
Mm-hmm.
I
CS
could send it
Paffy is
to
going to be very jealous.
you.
I think that's
I
that's two for the Sitch and Adams show, isn't it? That's like
That's
two.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
But
Here, I'll
Vanessa
send it.
and Puff
Hmm.
are two of our mods that have gotten together. I hope they're still together. I mean, they're both mods. When they come to us and say, "Oh, you have to unmod the other one," we're gonna be like, "Uh oh,"
Oh,
right?
that we know. That we know. Yeah,
But
exactly.
Sammy G's
Exactly.
a mod too. I mean, if Sammy G loses her mod, that's a huge signal,
Who gets
right?
the chat and the divorce? That's the real question.
Oh my god, it's the death of the show, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
But no, I sent you the pictures. So there you go. And me and Sammy in total weeb fashion.
Hmm.
Okay. We dressed up as our favorite Japanese people, and I proposed.
This I've had this tweet pinned in the chat for like the last 4 hours. So,
Oh, okay, okay.
but
Good,
I'll
good,
bring the
good, good.
pictures up just so
All right.
other
Just so
people can
anyone
see
that
'em.
doesn't follow
If
me
you
in X
wanna
can see the
If you
pictures,
want to
yes.
pull, well, I had them pinned. They don't have to follow you on X to be able to see the pictures.
So I'm
But
saying.
if you want to pull your phone out of your pocket right now, I know 90% of our audience is just
You can
listening.
see a face reveal of me
Don't tease
proposing to
them.
Sammy.
Look, you never lie to the audience. Okay. It's pretty cute though, the way that because obviously Sammy G has drawn Sitch in here,
Yes, she
drawn
did.
his
Yeah.
avatar in to preserve she wants to keep him all to herself. She's like,
This is
nah,
true.
we don't need a face reveal here. I want to keep you to myself. I don't need a bunch of these other whores in chat
That's
chasing
right.
after my man.
That's right. She just knows that if I did the face reveal, it would just be the
Oh yeah.
floodgates would be open.
I know it'd be terrible. It would be.
Both the women and the men would be coming after me.
Yes, yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
obviously. Obviously.
I've been propositioned by more men in our chat than women, which is pretty sad to be honest with you. But I guess that's the way the internet rolls, right?
Hmm.
Look
Hmm.
at this. You got yourself a little geisha girl. And you
Yeah,
wore your
exactly.
dress. I got to give it to you. You wore
It's
your
not a
dress to the big
dress.
event.
It's not a dress. It's a kimono slash
Now, if you're
hakama.
if two lesbians get married, that's a gay marriage.
It's a hakama. How dare you? How dare you, sir? Okay.
Okay. I got to sully your big day a little bit. Come
Well,
on.
no,
I can't let you get too big for your britches here.
it's funny because like so actually since then I've actually dressed up a second time to take pictures because
Oh
this
my
was in
God.
Tokyo
You got a
and
smooch
then
out of her.
and yes, exactly, of course. Well, I'd hope you get a smooch after you propose, but
Right.
and the second time recently we're in Kyoto and we dress up again, and the first time we go to this place is so funny. It like we find this place where you can kind of like rent kimonos, and the guy will come around and take pictures, and it looks like so, I don't know what the word, like it looks so low
Angelic.
quality.
Oh, low
No, no,
qual.
no, no. Like we go to, it's like an
Kitsch.
apartment, like everything. First of all, like so many things in Japan are like in these tiny little buildings. So we go to this like apartment complex. Okay. And there's a sign. It's like, please be quiet when you're in the hallway. Cause like everyone else in the building is like just lives there. And then on the third floor, there's like this kimono rental shop. You're like, okay, this is a little weird. And you go inside and it's so funny. It's like all like it's just like chaos. Everyone's like cramped in this tiny room. There's like kimonos everywhere. There's people getting dressed everywhere because they just take walk-ins. There's a bunch of other people. And like, first of all, no one's there. No one's there that's even Japanese. They're all like Vietnamese. They're
What?
like,
What?
you're
They're
like,
not even.
no, they're not even Japanese.
Oh my
So,
God.
so I'm looking around. I'm like,
It's all
okay, this is,
Filipino in here.
yeah, exactly. So I'm looking around. I'm like, okay, this is like not the authentic experience. But it turns out those people were like amazing because first of all, it was not very expensive, which is
Mhm.
amazing. They had a photographer who was like one of the best photographers like you've ever had in your life. He's hilarious. He was like telling like when he like tell Sammy to pose, he'd like put on like an effeminate voice and like act like like act like a woman. He was so funny. And he took these great pictures. And it was even amazing because they like the outfit I'm wearing, they just pulled it over my normal clothes. Like there's just like these like weird like kind of like pants you like pull up over your normal pants,
Mhm.
and they just put this like jacket over me, and I'm like super comfortable, right? So I'm like, oh, this is great. This is easy. So when we go to Kyoto, I think it's going to be the same thing, right? When I go dress in a kimono.
They
No, this
pull
time
your pants down.
they're like, this is serious. First of all, it's like way more expensive. And they're like, this is serious business. You're gonna have to like actually wear like a kimono the proper way. So I have to like get undressed behind a screen. Yeah, I have to put like these like little white undergarments on. They pull on like three different layers of clothing and they tie the belt on. It's like so tight. I'm like can't breathe. I can't walk. I actually do feel like I'm wearing a dress because you're like your range of movement on your legs is like 50% your normal stride. And I'm sitting here like, okay, there's no way, there's no fucking way that in ancient Japan, guys who had to like draw swords and shit were wearing this outfit.
Right.
Because you can't fucking move. I
Because
was
you
like, what is
die.
this?
You die.
Yes, exactly, exactly.
Uh,
And it's but so anyway, and it was like super fucking hot because 3 layers, but whatever. I went through it all just so that we could have some amazing pictures. Okay, because
right.
that's really what it's all about.
That's cool. That's cool. Now, and you
Anyways,
pop the question in these?
this is I popped the question in the more comfortable outfit. So
Okay. And so did you pop the question on April 1st? Because I noticed you posted this on April 1st, which was not cool. Definitely not cool.
no, I popped the question. It was either the 31st or 30th. It was like a day
Okay.
or two
Okay.
before then.
Don't
It was
ask
I wanted
your significant other to get married on April Fool's Day. Okay. Just, it's not a
mhm.
good, it's not a good way to go, right?
Listen, it was funny because some people were wondering, they're like, oh,
I
Sitch posted this
know.
on April 1st. Is it like a joke? Even though some very smart people realized, well, it's actually April 2nd in Japan when I posted it.
Ah, okay. Okay.
So it was a double reverse April Fool's because you only thought it was April Fool's, but it wasn't.
You got around it. Well,
Mhm.
look, I'm
And by
so
the way, that
happy
was,
for you. I am so
thank you, thank you.
ecstatic that you guys are getting hitched. That's great.
That's right. Everyone, my stalker won, okay? My stalker won the shipping
And
wars.
look, I think you should stop calling her your stalker too. I think if you, I think it, that's not a good way to step into matrimonial bliss. Okay. I did see the
Once,
second tweet that you tweeted about you. In
yes.
this tweet, you mentioned her as your stalker, which I thought was like, I was a little, come on. But then your second tweet, what did the second tweet say? Read the second
Uh,
tweet for us, because that's the
This
good
would
one.
never have happened if not for all of you supporting me and my channel for years. Thank you all for helping bring Sammy G into my life.
Yep, there you go.
And as Sammy
Ah,
says, Sammy says this, and it's true. I have to be nice to Trump because
mhm.
if it was not for Donald Trump, she never would have found my channel. We never would have gotten married.
Oh my
So
God.
it's Donald Trump that brought us together.
Oh, Trump is driving me a little bit crazy here. It's
And
interesting that this comes up, the April Fool's thing comes up in this whole marriage proposal thing, right? Because
yes,
if you remember on Liberation Day, when he brought out the big sign with all the tariffs, he didn't want to do it on April 1st because that would be, bad mojo. He's
Right.
superstitious. He didn't want to do it. He's like, I'm going to do it on April 2nd, right? So
Hmm.
Liberation Day was on April 2nd. Now, this year, what happened on April 1st? April 1st, April Fool's Day, the day that
Hmm.
Donald Trump is completely superstitious about. What did he do?
What did he do?
He came out and gave his big address about Iran. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is that not?
That's
That's just like,
hilarious.
when I say flailing, I mean flailing. Holy shit.
Flailing so bad, he's April 1sting it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, why? I mean, why? If he's so superstitious, he doesn't want to do the tariffs on April 1st. Why would you come out and give this big address to the nation about Iran on April 1st?
Times of the
Why?
essence, Adam. Sometimes you just gotta go.
Why? Why? Oh, it makes absolutely no sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so did you watch the big address?
I watched part of it and watched the whole
Okay.
thing.
There was
Like,
absolutely nothing new to it. It was like
that's why,
all
yeah,
all
yeah.
of his greatest hits.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what
So
it seemed like. So I just kind of gave up.
a lot of people were super disappointed about it.
I will say one last thing about the
Hmm.
regarding superstition. So after I proposed me and Sammy, if you go to like a shrine in Japan, they have these tubes you shake, and a little stick will pop out with a number. I think I said this last week,
Hmm.
and it
Chopstick?
will. It
Little
looks like a little
chopsticks?
chapstick. A little chapstick with a number will pop out, and you have to open a drawer, and you pull out the drawer that corresponds to the number, and you get a fortune. And me and Sammy, after I proposed, we shook the little thing, and we pulled out a fortune, and we got the number one best fortune possible.
Okay. What was it?
Top. It's like you're gonna have an amazing, wonderful life together with all your fortunes and all your wishes coming true.
That's great.
So there you go.
One of my pet peeves is when the fortune cookie gives you some sort of affirmation,
Oh
like
yes,
love is
yes.
beautiful. And you're like,
That's
that
not a
doesn't tell
fortune.
me fucking shit.
Yeah, exactly,
At least give
exactly.
me some lotto numbers or something.
Right, right.
Jesus, what a ripoff. I'm not eating this cookie. This cookie's fucking cursed.
Okay, anyway, enough about me. Maybe we'll talk more about Japan later at the end of the stream.
Yeah, yeah,
Let's
exactly.
get
Skip
into
forward
what's
to this
going
point in
on.
this.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't care about my personal life
Nobody
whatsoever,
cares about your personal life.
nobody
Come on. They
cares.
care about
Exactly.
Hasan Piker, Hamas Piker.
Yes.
They want
This
to
is
know
kind
what's
of
going on in Hamas's life.
well, it's kind of interesting to me that like in the like during all this sort of like
Oh my
stuff with
God.
Iran,
Okay, we have to talk about it just for another minute here. Because J Mac
what?
came in here. Mac Daddy J Mac came in here with a
Oh,
$500 super
oh
chat.
my God. Thank you so much.
Congratulating you.
Thank you so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for the
He's so proud of you. You're finally becoming
$500.
an adult.
Look at this. J-Mac says, my big boy finally got it. There couldn't be a
uh,
better pair, such as Sammy. I wish nothing but good fortune and blessing to you guys. You brought so much joy to others. It's only fair some gets brought to you. Now I got to get started on making the perfect wedding gift. Congratulations, you guys. Well, thank you. That's
yeah,
very
and
generous
thank
of you.
you. Thank you. That's super nice of you, J Mac.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. No, it's interesting that with like all this Iran stuff blowing up, like all of a sudden, like this conversation with Hassan is now reaching new heights of the mainstream finally talking and acknowledge. Like it's weird. There's like these waves where the mainstream will talk about Hassan and he'll like disappear for like a month or two, then it comes back. It's like no one can fucking decide in the mainstream. Like, are we going to accept Hassan? Are we not going to accept Hassan? Are we going to say he's a fucking piece of shit or not? No one can decide. So it's like the will they, won't they keeps happening. And we had
Well,
the
last
biggest
time we
will.
talked about it, it was the New York Times actually did a
Yes.
decent job of calling him out. They had that one
Yes.
podcast with the New York Times reporter that really got some of his incendiary stuff in front of the public. So I don't know
And
how many people
he,
saw it, but
right, right.
good on
And
them for
he,
doing it.
and that guy, actually, we should look up his name too, because he
Yeah,
does
he's
pretty
pretty
good
good.
interviews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
I
seen
even
him
know.
do a number of things now.
Hmm. Um, okay.
Well, we
Let's
don't have
see.
to bring the show to a
No, I just
thing.
wanted to
We'll
find the
just
guy's name.
I know, but who cares?
Ross Dothat is his name. Yes,
Okay.
6 months ago. It had 134,000 views, so nothing to
That's
scoff
not
at. But
bad. Yeah.
yeah,
A
but
song gets that in a day.
so it is interesting because even though he's on New York Times, works for New York Times, and he does a podcast for New York Times, he is on the right,
Hmm.
and so I think that's why he is more aware of how shitty Hassan is. And if you watch our stream about this, because we watched that interview, he he directly tells Hassan that like you're hiding your power level when you have
Yep.
these conversations in
It's
public.
great.
Yes. So this was interesting too, because now we have this kind of like schizophrenic CNN because Hassan is mentioned on CNN in a segment by Jake Tapper who's calling him out, which we're going to watch. And then after that, Hassan is invited onto CNN by some guy who is covering him positively. So they can't decide. They're all over the place. I guess it speaks well, at least for CNN's journalistic
Hmm.
independence, right? They have two different reporters on CNN back to back have the complete opposite opinion on someone.
Are they back to back or are these segments
I
days
think they
apart?
were the same. They were the same day, or one was the following day. So
Hmm.
they're pretty close to each other.
Interesting.
Okay, here,
Fascinating.
here we go. Let's jump into this.
Our politics lead now. Now, Hasan Piker might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hasan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it. We totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit.
The ultra Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
It's Hasan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas.
Let's see. He says, as a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state, and the real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue.
Wow. Incendiary.
Okay.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs, unquote.
True.
Yeah.
All those
very
things are true. 100% true.
We need more Democrats like that.
Yes.
Hasan Piker just recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive three-way Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the three candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker will join him for two rallies.
Now, I don't know why or when this picture was taken. You have a picture of Hassan wearing an Obama shirt, where Hassan does not like Obama anymore. Maybe he did sometime in the past, but now Hassan is very clearly anti-Obama.
Yeah. It's Politicon, ancient history.
This whole conversation about like, oh, should the Democrats try to lean into Hassan and use him? It's so fucking stupid. It's a combination of two factors. You have literally the most disingenuous lying pieces of shit on the internet who know that Hassan is a socialist, know that Hassan constantly says that he hates Democrats. Like every show is like how much he hates Democrats and how much he hates liberals. He said a billion times, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
He
So
thinks
like
liberals are Nazis.
and it's so disgusting that all these fucking socialists, they're such it's like lying is like built into the DNA of being a socialist because all they do is they'll be like, oh, Hassan is just a moderate person. Oh, they're just against Hassan because he doesn't like Israel and the Israel lobby controls the Democratic Party. It's like, why would the Democrats support someone or try to help elevate someone who fucking wants to destroy them and hates their guts? It makes no fucking sense.
They believe all of their political adversaries lie, so that gives them free reign to lie like crazy.
Exactly. And that's always the rationalization, justification. And then the other thing, so that's one element, it's just that all these people are liars. And the second element is this is, I think, the biggest problem. When you're in a leadership position, one of your biggest problems is getting accurate information. This is kind of what allowed Putin to make the huge mistake now. Well, it's been a huge mistake, but is it now really apparent that it's a huge mistake of invading Ukraine? Was that he has bad information. Obviously he's a dictator, so the people around him tell him what he wants to hear,
Yeah,
right? Who's
so
going to tell
they're
him the
gonna
hard
live
truth?
another day, obviously.
Exactly. Right, right. So when he says like, oh, how would the invasion of Ukraine look? And they're like, oh, it'll take like 2 weeks.
Splendid.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it'll be in and out, no problem, right? People, it's so funny. People are complaining like, oh my God, this is going to be the forever war with Trump and Iran, right? It's like, okay, look at Ukraine and Russia. What are you, year 4 now? Year
Yeah,
5?
totally.
I don't know. It's been so long, and now I don't know if you know this is crazy. Russia actually has control of less land in Ukraine now than they did like a month or two into the war.
Oh
So
wow,
yeah,
they're
they're really
taking
getting pushed back.
taking Ukraine's taking some extra land, huh?
Oh
A little
yeah,
extra. That's
they've
my
taken.
rule. If you invade, you could lose 10% of your
There
country.
you go.
Remember?
There you go. That's a good rule. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, NATO should enforce, or the UN should enforce that.
And then you combine that with it was kind of funny. There were people in Moscow, Russians in Moscow complaining because they turned the internet off, which is never a good sign.
Really? In
Yes.
Moscow, they turn the internet off?
Yes. And there were
Wowzers.
some like
Trouble.
Russian influencers and TikTokers that were complaining about it, and they're like, "Oh, we don't have internet. It's so horrible." So it's like it was some women, Russian,
Hmm.
TikTokers or something. It's like, oh, aren't like they're fine with all these men in the country dying and like the country invading another country. They're like, "Oh, I don't have internet now." Um, but then also he's like fired a bunch of people, and I think a lot of people in leadership have disappeared mysteriously. So not good things happening in Russia at the moment.
Yeah,
But
crazy.
the point is, it's very difficult for people in leadership to get information that is accurate. This is part of why you get a lot of problems with politicians like Hillary Clinton, where they just follow the polls too strongly because they're always trying to like figure out what they should be doing. They need information to kind of base their decisions off of. This is part of why I think Trump got as far as he did, is that not always, but I think very often he has good intuitions about where the public is. And that's kind of why I think he was able to sort of focus his campaigning on specific issues like immigration and tariffs and all these other things that intuitively worked with the Republican base at the time that he was talking about them.
He poll tests at the rallies. He doesn't have a good intuitive sense. He throws lines out and listens to the crowd. So he's basically
Um,
A/B testing.
that is true, but I do think he does. You do
He has
have to
he has
have
intuition in the fact that he knows what lines to throw out. That's for sure.
right,
Yeah.
right,
He
yeah, and the
knows what
way
to
to,
A/B test.
but he also knows how to package them
Yeah.
as well, how to frame these things to an audience. Um, So I think the big problem with the Democrats right now is that they have all these boomers or even Xer politicians or older millennial politicians who they rely so heavily on their staff. So much of what controls a politician is their staff. It's funny, it's kind of like back in the day with royalties and kings. It's like, oh, if you're friends with or you ingratiate yourself with like their servants or their advisors, that's like really the way to get power. And it's kind of the same way now. You have to kind of ingratiate yourself with their staff to get power. And so much of their staff are like these fucking terminally
Millennials,
online, yeah,
Gen
terminally online
X, or Gen
millennials,
Z rather.
yeah, older Gen Z, Bernie bro retards who are very extreme or do like Hassan. and they're just fucking lying to the people above them. Oh yeah, Hassan's just like a moderate Democrat. Oh, he's just a little too far. He's just a They always say he's just a progressive. Oh, he's a social democrat. He's a progressive. He's just like a normal left. All these people attacking him. It's just because he doesn't like Israel. That's all it is, everybody. Just because he doesn't like Israel.
This is what all the staffers are saying to their
Yes.
geezerly old Congress people.
Yes, and they don't know. They just assume their staffers telling them the truth. It's, oh, okay, I guess it's true.
Yeah, yeah.
I sent you this kind of interesting polling here. So there's this Harvard poll, and it was asking people their net favorability on certain people. And they had Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Theo Von, Charlie Kirk, Andrew Tate, and Hasan Piker. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so out of the Hasan Piker thing, 57% of respondents said they'd never even heard of him.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
There you go. So the majority of people don't know Hasan Piker. 16% said they don't have enough information to even form an opinion about him, which I don't know how that's different than never. I guess it's you've heard of him, but you don't really have enough information, right?
They should lead with he zaps his dog. That's the
Yes.
leading information that you should give people.
Yes.
That you're introducing to Hasan Piker for the first time.
Now, of the people that have heard of him, he only had a 7% favorability rating. He had a 14% unfavorability rating. So of the people that heard him, double that amount did not like him. So the whole idea that if you're some like Democrat and you're like, oh, we need Hasan Piker to get out that youth vote that never ever fucking comes out no matter what, even though you always keep complaining and whining and crying about it and trying to dictate your campaign to get these stupid fucking kids out that will never come out to vote because they're lazy pieces of shit or they don't care or they have very far extreme issues so they never want to vote for one of the two main parties anyway. Yeah, just keep trying to get these dumb kids so you never ever actually win an election.
Theo Von is more favorable than unfavorable. Holy, he's killing it. Is this with Democrats?
It's not separated by party.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah. So Theo Von was 19% favorable, 15% unfavorable, so it's kind of close. Though still 42% never heard of him. Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense, right?
These are all podcasters. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Theo Von, Charlie Kirk, Andrew Tate, Hasan Piker, Alex Cooper.
Joe Rogan, obviously, Joe Rogan only has 22% never heard of, so obviously the biggest name on the list there.
Donald Trump. Let's see. Never heard of. 3%. Who the fuck?
Who are those three? Who are those people?
Yeah, where the fuck do you live? What rock do you live under?
Yes. Jeez. Crazy. It's got to be 3% like trolls, right? It's not possible.
It's got to be, yes, of course. Donald Trump. Never heard of him.
No, there's three groups of people that respond that way. There's the trolls.
Mm-hmm.
There's the people that hate Trump so much they pretend they've never heard of him, right?
They wish, yeah. That's their dream.
Then there's like that handful of women that they always find them when they do those street interviews, and they're like, "Can you name who the president is?"
They're like,
"What? Obama?" You're like, okay, maybe like 20 years ago. Me too.
Oh, that's so funny.
In April,
because it's true.
His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state. Our Donnie O'Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
You have become
oh, look, it's the fucking CNN.
Oh, that guy. The guy who wants to suck his dick so bad.
Yes. We covered this too. This was like a year ago where he totally just did this ridiculous puff piece on Hasan. And he had like this weird framing like, oh, like because last election, the Democrats had a problem with males. There's a huge, like, especially in the younger demographic, they had a huge drop off in males. Now, the most obvious thing on the planet to anyone that has half a brain cell is because the Democratic Party, especially the younger Democratic Party, was so hyper feminist and so hyper anti-male that obviously males are not going to vote for Democrats.
Yeah,
as
for like
long as
10
that's
years. All they've done
right.
is beat up on males. You're all toxic.
Exactly.
You have toxic masculinity.
So then
You're
you
all
have
fucking
these
future rapists.
exactly there you go. And then so then you have these fucking retards like the CNN Hobbit,
Mhm.
who again is either lying or is just being lied to by a staff, who comes on, they're like, oh yes, Hasan is the Messiah, he's the key. All the young men are gonna want to look up to Hasan because he looks like a bro and he works out. I don't know if you know this, but like if you lift weights, that means other guys instantly like you. Yeah, this is the way to attract men to the Democrat Party. Yeah.
Hasan Piker paints his fingernails. I just, for me, that's like, yeah, that's a big red flag, right?
He paints his fingernails and he wears all this like luxury brand clothing.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
Constantly.
big time metrosexual, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So yeah, I
Sammy
don't
just
think
said
he's going to
ugly
be
as shit in
winning.
the background too.
I don't think anybody is going to be winning over the young males.
No. And listen, the majority of Hassan's audience are women and gay men. Like, let's be real.
Makes sense. It does.
Yeah.
This Hobbit guy's gay for him.
True.
He probably let him touch it just so he keeps doing all these puff pieces on him.
Hassan did.
Look, we watched that one where he was just, oh my God, looking into his eyes like he wanted to run away with him.
He was like, Hassan, let me see how you work out and pump the iron. Ooh, let me touch your muscles. Oh, this is going to really attract the straight males to the Democratic Party. Is watching a little hobbit boy touch a himbo's muscles. Oh, yes.
This is,
oh, yeah. Wear
this
your
is not
shorts with
far
your
off.
sandals and your long socks and your hairy legs exposed. You look like a fucking disgusting, 80s hobo. Yes, thank you. It's really going to get the straight man on board.
That's a pretty accurate representation of that video too.
Yes.
It's so cringe.
Yes. He's like, Hassan, touch my Lucky Charms.
Exactly. Come jump in my rainbow.
Exactly. Exactly.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and...
Here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Hassan dressed like a flasher?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Did he have to let him touch it before this segment? Is that why he's so uncomfortable? He's like, well, I just let you touch my dong.
If you're just listening, Hassan is wearing this like brown trench coat that's buttoned up. He's completely unshaved, so he's like looks really unkempt. He's wearing this like baseball cap.
Like he's trying not to be seen. He doesn't want his parole officer to catch him.
He 100% looks like a fucking flasher or someone who's like hiding from the police for doing some crime.
Yeah.
He looks super uncomfortable too.
He's going full graybeard here too. Wow.
He is.
Hassan's getting old. Every
time Hasan sees that Asman has beaten him in the view count, he grows another gray hair. Yes.
So true. So true. He's getting old right before our eyes.
Exactly.
Notice he didn't mention a party there. You notice he said, I don't want conservatives to win. I don't want fascists to win. Who do you leave out?
Republicans.
No, liberals. He always on his live said he doesn't want liberals to win. Why didn't he say that to the CNN audience? I don't want liberals to win either.
He's not going to say that.
Liberals suck. That's his mantra.
I mean, he's even said, he said if Gavin Newsom wins the primary, he would vote for third party. It's hard to imagine what Democrat, mainstream Democrat, if they won, would Hasan actually support anyway?
None. He can't. His audience wouldn't let him. What are you talking about?
Well, the problem is too, first of all, he doesn't want Democrats because he's an accelerationist. So he wants more Republicans to win, or more. He wants more people he can paint as fascists, I should say, to win, so that he can push for more and more extreme people to sort of push back to win, to fight. That's kind of how the accelerationism works. So, and then that's number one. Then number two, because the internet left is like so hyperfixated on one and only one issue, Israel. Okay. That's like everything has to come back to Israel. There's no way he could support any sort of Democrat who's not, who has any sort of softness on Israel, which, like most Democrats are going to be in favor of Israel, at least existing as a country.
Supporting Israel, yeah.
Right. And that's a bridge way too
Zionist.
far for Hassan's audience. So he can't, because if he were to support some Democrat who supports Israel's right to exist, he would get just annihilated by his audience.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all a bunch of crazies.
And the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours, but at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified October 7th, and on and on and on. What does his...
I feel like that's really, like, you should kind of hone in on the justifying
Yes.
October 7th.
Yes.
That's like kind of like the great, that's like most people be like, what? Wait a minute, hold on.
Play the
Jake Tapper,
compilation of
please.
him denying all the rapes. That would fucking kill him on CNN. They should play that.
Play that clip. Play the clip of him supporting the Houthis kidnapping random Taiwanese, Vietnamese sailors and holding them hostage for a year.
Yes. Play bits of the interview of him interviewing the Houthi pirate pulling his knife out.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Mainstream America would lose their minds.
Joking about how the kidnapped hostages are forced to do drugs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and Hasan just laughing about it. Oh, do you like One Piece?
Do you guys
I'm a
have
journalist.
Have you ever eaten at a Burger King? I know you're like a backwards hellscape, so you obviously don't have fast food places.
Right.
influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today? And I guess, is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think it's despite those comments a little bit. I mean, back to your first question, what it says about the party. I think Dr. Abdullah Sayed is looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling. And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hasan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking.
And also, shame on Jake Tapper for not bringing up, obviously, the most egregious thing, which is that Hasan shocks his dog.
I know. He's got the dog in the thing there.
Come on, Jake Tapper. How could you miss such an easy layup? This guy commits animal abuse on stream.
Yes. These guys are so out of it, too. Going to Hasan to tap into the manosphere? What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
What are you fucking talking about?
Yes. We're thinking that it's kind of like Hasan is to the Democratic Party, he's the Morpheus. Not the Morpheus, the Morbius of the situation, which is, remember, like, Morbius comes out, it's horrible, no one watches it, then everyone starts memeing on it. So the movie,
and they think it's popular.
Yeah, it's so popular. Look at all these Morbius memes. We should bring it back to theaters, everybody. And all the memesters on the internet are like, yeah, you should definitely bring it back to theaters.
Yeah, exactly.
You should spend millions of dollars bringing it back to theaters. And then they do, and nobody fucking watches the movie because nobody cares. Nobody wants to watch the movie. It's a fucking internet meme, retards.
I know, they just don't get it. They don't understand internet culture at all.
It's the same way with Hasan. Now, these people are not going to fucking come out to vote. You're crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
As much as I don't like Destiny, okay, sextony, sexpestiny, right? Like, obviously, like, yeah, Epstiny, a person of very low moral character, right? At the very, like, even someone of such a low moral character as Destiny, at least he actually like had people go to people's houses and sign them up to vote, like actually do something in the world. Can you
Right.
imagine Hassan actually doing something like spending the time to go out and like knock on people's doors to get them to vote and stuff?
Hell no.
Of
Yeah.
course not. He's too busy counting money and buying luxury goods while he talks about how he's a fucking socialist who wants to tear down hierarchies.
Yeah. He's definitely in it for himself. And he hates liberals. So why would he go work
Yes.
for the liberals? His audience would never let him live it down.
No,
That's why
non
them leaving that out, that he hates liberals. I mean, why is this even a segment?
yeah. It's well, you'll see. This is my big problem with sort of the way all this is being framed.
To you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul al-Sayed to have him come into the States. An obvious risk, but he is grasping for votes in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary, and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there. And I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan, in Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with American Men project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, polled Hasan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is. And then his favorable rating, he's -9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hasan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, "We're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side." Donny O'Sullivan asked Piker to respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic. He quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially a Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, for whatever that means. Here is Piker's response.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah. There's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out in places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism. These are the tropes they use. And then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub-Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to, and is the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media. And, you know, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways when really his impact is just as harmful as any out and out anti-Semite. Just he's got a different name and he comes from a different wing of politics.
It's interesting. Political.
I really, this I think where is like the big failing for when the mainstream tries to criticize Hassan a lot, is there is this kind of fixation on like, oh, he doesn't like Jews, which I think is the complete wrong way to attack the situation. When it's, as you were saying, they really, the media on the left needs to not be so fucking pussy. And they need to actually be like, listen, I know that the Republicans have been complaining about socialists this is what they'd say to the boomers. The Republicans have been complaining about people on the left being socialists for your entire life. They've cried wolf about socialists your entire life, so you don't like process. If someone says someone's a socialist, like the boomer left will not believe them because they've heard that so long.
Yeah, it's the same with the right on the racist charges. It's the exact same situation. Yeah.
Exactly. But the whole point, the moral of the boy who cried wolf is that the wolf will eventually show up at the end.
And nobody cares.
Right. Yeah, no one believes
and he eats the whole village.
Exactly. Or all the sheep, I should say.
He eats all the kids.
Okay, eats everybody, right. And that's what Jake Tapper and all these other mainstream outlets need to actually press. It's like, no, he is a legit socialist who hates liberals. If you're trying to convince liberals and the mainstream left and Democrats to not support him, you have to be like, well, he hates liberals. And here's a bunch of clips of him talking about how much he fucking hates liberals. Here's a bunch of clips of him saying liberals suck, that they're really fascist, blah, 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 which there's compilations of that exist. We've played them before. It's not like this is hard information to get. If you really want to have the mainstream left turn on him, say, this guy fucking doesn't like the mainstream left. He hates the mainstream left.
They're doing a pretty good job of painting him as a Nazi, though. I mean, that's something I wasn't expecting. That's a pretty good move. That's like the only move the left has. It's like, you're a Nazi, you're a racist. That's their go-to move. That's all they know how to do.
But that's the problem. Is that, well, maybe it's just me. I feel like people are kind of tired of it. Now, maybe that's me. Maybe that's my own bias. But maybe people are not tired of it. Maybe it is effective.
Not on the left. On the left, they're like, "Oh, a new Nazi. Oh yeah, I love this song. Look, it's the Nazi. We're finding a new Nazi."
Right.
So this will probably work with the CNN audience. I don't know why CNN did not upload this to their YouTube channel, because this video would get a bunch of views. This video would go crazy. Might even go viral.
Isn't that a little suspicious?
Yeah, what's going on?
That is interesting.
They have this hard-hitting segment, and somebody else uploads it to their YouTube channel.
Clip channel had to upload it instead of actually CNN uploading it.
Yeah. What dumbasses? What fucking dumbasses?
Or Hasan simps, whoever controls the YouTube. That's the problem.
Oh, you're right. The people behind the scenes. These guys are definitely not Hasan simps. These guys are hitting him with both barrels here.
No, but that whoever runs CNN's YouTube channel has got to be some young.
It's Fight Club. It's Fight Club. The secret guy behind. Oh yeah,
it is.
I'll upload this immediately.
It's socialist. It's socialist Fight Club. It's the deep state. Okay, you have the media deep state, the CNN deep state. Are these fucking youngish millennials or Zoomer, interns or whoever? They're like, you're young, you understand technology. You run a YouTube channel.
Is this a good video to upload to our YouTube channel? No, that's a terrible video. That won't get any views.
No, we can't talk about Hasan on YouTube, even though, that would make complete sense because he's primarily an internet streamer. So you'd think you want content about him to be on the internet. No.
Yeah.
No.
We don't want a bunch of other YouTubers covering it.
No.
That wouldn't be good for our YouTube channel.
No, not at all.
That wouldn't add to our credibility at all.
No.
CNN's credibility is like in the toilet.
Yeah.
So in the toilet.
I bet you they were about to upload this to YouTube, and then the CNN Hobbit, he tripped over a cord.
He stepped in. Yes.
He trips over a cord, and it pulls the plug out. He's like, "Oh, I actually erased the CNN copy of the interview. Whoopsies! Oh, silly me."
Well, they're reacting to his is the interview. There is something on the YouTube channel because we're gonna watch it next, right? The interview with him.
Is that on the CNN channel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hasan Piker's that's a pro Hasan one, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not. Yeah, but the video you have is not even on CNN either.
Oh, it isn't?
No.
Oh wow.
Some other random person.
What? I thought it was on CNN.
The whole thing is strange.
Wow. They're really boycotting Hasan. Well, we all know who runs CNN, right?
Who?
The Zionists.
Oh, the Jews. Okay, I got you.
What? No, Zionists. What are you, anti-Semitic?
Asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president or who might run for president if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing to.
I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan. It's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hasan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart and they would have a spirited debate, as they say in politics.
Oh my God, Josh Shapiro would totally destroy us. That would be amazing.
I wonder, would that, from a political perspective, would it be beneficial for someone like Josh Shapiro to annihilate Hasan in a conversation?
Yes. That would look great to the moderates.
I guess, yeah, you're right.
That's the thing that we wanted to see Kamala Harris do. She just fucking went wet noodle on all the crazies in her party. We kept saying it over and over again. You need to stand up to the crazies in your party. If Josh Shapiro went on and jousted, I don't know if jousting is the right word for this.
You had too much gay undertones stuck in your head here.
Yeah, so we made too many gay jokes, but if he went on and actually duked it out with Hasan over issues, especially over the Israel issue, oh my God, he'd be like a superstar. Moderates would step in like crazy. It would make the Democratic Party not seem like a bunch of fucking crazy people.
It would be amazing. Now, this is like our dream. I think there's single-digit percentage chance that this would ever happen. But if Josh Shapiro went on Hasan, some stream with Hasan, and was like calling him out for supporting Hamas and the Houthis, I agree. I think that would actually
it would be
huge
viral.
News.
Oh, it would be so
viral.
Good.
Yeah, but it's hard for me to imagine that would actually happen.
Why? Oh God. Yes, these people are just not smart enough to know that that's the thing to do. Trump is being advised by his kids. So his kids tell him, oh yeah, you got to go on this podcast. Everyone loves it. And he's like, okay, well, I'll go. Right?
Right.
Josh Shapiro needs someone like that. Maybe his kids are cool and in the know.
Well, as I said, it's whoever's around them who's giving them this information.
Yeah.
Is he going to have someone around him?
Well, if we were close to Josh Shapiro, we would totally tell him this.
Yeah, but
we'd say, get the fuck in there. This is like your viral moment. This is your Jordan Peterson Channel 4 moment right here.
Yeah. The Democrats are seen as weak and pathetic and lame. And a lot of it is, the Democrat strategists will probably only see it as like, well, you need to stand up to Trump, which obviously Democrat voters want that. But they also want to see someone who's not like
this is a win-win, though.
Pussy who's been, kind of cowed by the same people that lost Biden the re-election, or I should say Harris the re-election, all these other people.
Nobody knows who the fuck Hasan Piker is. And out of the people who do know him, most of them, 2/3 of them don't fucking like him. So this is a win-win. A lot of people voted for Trump. A lot of people support Trump. So there is a lot of people on the left that just want people to yell at Trump. But yelling at Hasan Piker, I mean, where's the downside there? Like if you yell at Trump, you're going to lose the people who voted for him and maybe some moderates. If you yell at Hasan Piker, it's all win. Get in there. None of the people who like him are going to vote anyway.
True.
The difference is going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's the difference. I think candidates should be able to.
That is a huge difference. Good to point that out. Yeah.
Go on to podcasts with people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC, but also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor here, the more Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028, they're going to have to confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get it chummy and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being here. Great. What a great time to be in LA to have you both in studio. Really amazing.
Thanks, Jack.
The U.S. Army is.
Wow.
I don't like that so much of it is focused on Israel because I'm pretty sure Israel's net unfavorable in the Democratic Party. So every time you kind of focus it on Israel, I think a lot of people would think, oh, well, the voters don't like Israel, so it's fine to sort of be chummy with Hasan at that point.
Yeah, Israel is not going to be a winning issue in the next election.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like that's the framing. Oh, Hasan bad because Israel. Like it's just that's not the Democrat politicians are not going to make that calculation.
Yeah,
like if that's the way the framing is, so it's got to be like, no, he hates you. He doesn't want Democrats to win. He doesn't want liberals to win an election.
Yeah, he hates liberals. Yeah,
he hates America. He's pro-terrorist. Play the clip of him talking about baby settlers. Play the clip of him talking about drawing people down a pipeline.
So much
to
of the
radical
Democratic base
socialism.
though hates America now. That's
I don't-
so it's sad, but
They
I
hate
feel like it
Trump. I don't
is.
think they hate the concept of America.
Yeah. It's this ideology that we are colonial settlers, that we've foisted
Hasan
our terrible values on the entire world. That's the
But
way they
that's
look at it.
and that's the problem, is because we basically, the left allowed, there needs to be some kind of like awakening or reckoning. The left allowed these radical far left people to come into the conversation and drag them
Dominate
by
it.
the nose, yeah, to these like weird fucking positions, and they're able to subvert essentially the left in America when most, like 90% of people on the left, don't fucking understand what's going on. They don't know that they've been subverted by socialists.
Yeah.
They have no clue.
Yeah. They think
And
equity is the new word for equality.
yes, and you
They don't know
can't,
the difference.
if you don't know what something is and you can't describe it, you can't fight it. And that is
True,
why
yeah.
for so long the leftists sort of use all these word games and everything. They understand this deeply.
Yeah. Yeah. They think CRT is black history, not
Mhm.
discrimination against whites.
Is speaking, let's see. Let me read some super chats here real quick. Vanessa said, "Hey, thanks so much, Vanessa, for $20." Says Adam, are the chat regulars who were banned a couple of shows ago staying banned indefinitely, or is there a chance of a reprieve?
We already fixed that. We already unbanned.
Okay. Look at that.
Look, and if there's other people that need to be unbanned or want to be unbanned, you can just ask. Okay. We're not hardliners around here. Everyone but Ace. Ace cannot be unbanned. Ace is perma-banned.
Oh my.
Banned to the pits of hell.
Okay.
No, but he's banned to Destiny's chat, which is probably where he is right now. So
there you
that's
go.
a better place for him.
Lord Stug, thanks so much for the $20. Says, congratulations, Sitch and Sammy. Unless I've been April Fooled, in which case, good one. Well, thank you, Lord Stug.
That's great.
I appreciate it. It was Sammy's idea
Yeah.
to do that. So
it's a terrible idea.
You know, Sammy's a troll. Okay.
I know, it's great. That's the only reason she likes Trump. It's that troll energy.
It's true. Living in Sucks Walls, temporarily. Thanks so much for the 5. Get the memberships. Thank you so much. Fire Everything for $20 says, congrats, Sitch, my man. So happy for you and Sammy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Night Manager for another $20 says, I'm so glad Sitch and Sammy are living in the dream. Congratulations. On a side note, Streamlabs had a warning saying its terms changed. Are we good to use it? What are this? Well, first of all, thank you. Secondly, I don't even know what that means. What terms changed?
I'm
with
sure it's fine.
Streamlabs?
I'm sure it's okay. They update those things all the time. So
okay. It doesn't say anything like you have to give up your firstborn child to Israel to serve in the IDF or something if you donate to Streamlabs.
If it says that, then we'll stop using it. But
okay. We will? I thought that was the whole reason we were using it.
Oh, yeah.
We're really trying to trick everyone into
exactly right.
supporting Israel, right?
Sitch has been hiding his power level this whole time.
There you go.
You've all been conscripted.
It's true. Sammy G for 48 months. Look at that. 48 months of Orderly Enlightened. Says, I want to thank everyone for the wonderful congratulations messages. You're all wonderful. I'm off to go look at shrines and shop in Kyoto while Sitch streams. He's now spared from going into the girly store hell. LOL.
Oh my God.
Go. Yes, these streams.
She's gonna wait. She's gonna spare you until after the ceremony. That's when you have to go in. But thank goodness there's the smartphone now. You can like be on Twitter the whole time.
That is the only thing. Say, oh my God, it's so nice, right?
It is, yeah.
It's so funny when you walk into a store now. You'll see like 20 guys.
I know, we're all sitting together,
sitting on his benches,
sharing videos, sharing tweets.
Yeah, we're looking at phones.
Look at this. Oh, did you see this?
It's so, because I remember when I was a kid before smartphones, you'd always see there would be like the guys with all the bags and they just sit there, just like miserable, right?
Of course,
just staring off into like fucking
begging
oblivion
for death.
Yes, but now we're like, the phone.
Yes, we're rescued.
Yes. And so the real reason Sam likes this is because now she can go off and make irresponsible spending decisions.
Oh yeah,
there might be some expensive
as long as it's
Pokemon
wedding
kimonos.
related. As long as it's wedding related,
It's
you
not.
can be as irresponsible as humanly possible.
She wants expensive Pokemon kimonos that you can only
Oh,
buy in
okay.
Japan.
So that is not wedding related.
No.
Time to rein it in.
Oh my God, look at this. Sammy G from the $5 says, I better see 2 new PSA Sitch videos this year or I'm throwing the ring.
Yeah, I hearted that one for you.
You bitch, Adam. You bitch.
I
Been
had to
hard
do
that
it.
one. Come on.
I did
Terrible.
4 videos last year. I wasn't even fucking trying. I just did them out of boredom. I can't believe.
Mm,
I can't believe you, Sitch.
okay.
What's so hard about making a video?
It's hard.
Oh my God. Such a baby.
Israel Galindo. Thank you so much for the $50. Says, congratulations, Sitch and Sammy. This is good news. MAGA want to hear about this. LOL. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's right. Trump. I do have to thank Trump. That's the only reason I guess I'm getting married is because of Donald Trump. Look at that.
You should tweet at him.
Yes.
Right now, he's got a lot going on. I'm telling you. I don't know if you've seen his posts lately.
I guess we should read that. It's kind of bizarre. Everyone's talking about it. Equal Shadock, thanks so much for $20. Says if I had a nickel for every time a couple I know goes to Japan and gets engaged, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Congratulations, Sitch and Sammy. May you have a blessed life together. Well, thank you.
Yes.
That's where all the weebs go. PC, thanks so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Says congratulations, Sammy and Sitch. Such great news and wishing you both the best. Sammy, please let us know where we can go to vote on what dress Sitch will wear for the big day. Wow, look at that.
Well, she got him in a dress for the proposal, so it's not out of the question, right?
Yes. Wait a minute. No, stop. I still have to be paid $100,000 to wear the dress. So Sammy wants me to wear the dress. Okay. Just because we're getting married doesn't mean it's suddenly free. That's not how this works. I need a reverse dowry from her father. Okay. To wear the dress. Potentially criminal. Thanks so much for the $10. Look at that, Sean. Friend of the channel says, congrats to Sitch and Sammy. Is free will going to be the gift for all the wedding guests? That is correct. Everyone that attends the wedding gets 1,000 free units of free will. That's right. 1,000.
Wow. That's amazing.
Showing up. So thank you so much. Okay.
Excellent.
So let's see this other. So then after Jay Tapper talked about Hasan whined about it, complained about it. The people at the breaking points whined and complained about it, which I want to watch a little bit of that, just like the first 5 minutes or so, because it's interesting. And then after that, Hasan was on CNN, where I guess they gave him some kind of puff piece interview about his relief trip to Cuba. Hasan's relief trip to Cuba, where he stayed at a 5-star hotel and attended a concert, where that somehow provides relief to the people in Cuba, right?
Not really.
No, you don't think so?
No.
Doesn't give them
Give him
spiritual.
some of his stuff.
Doesn't give them spiritual help. You know, it's weird. He was talking about, oh, we were like bringing them food or supplies or whatever. Why is there no like videos of like Hasan doing that, right? Or doing like there's this program in America even called Habitat for Humanity where people like go and they spend like a day or two and they like help build homes for.
I've seen
people.
that, yeah.
Right.
Can you
I've
imagine
actually done that before.
Hasan with
yes.
his painted fingernails hammering a wall up?
Why isn't there some program like that for the Cubans or something? I guess the answer to the question is there can't be, because then he would have to acknowledge that the Cuban government failed horrifically and is incompetent, which would mean that socialism doesn't work.
Right. Yeah. Proof
So
of
he's
it.
in this weird pickle where he wants to go to Cuba to show support, but he can't actually like help the people there, because then that would show them that the government sucks.
Hasan Piker is one of the biggest social media influencers and political commentators.
Oh, do you have to like, I know you had the volume like cranked up like a billion. Do you need to
I think half of our audience is deaf now.
Okay,
so.
I guess you should probably.
But I fixed it.
Okay, sorry everybody. Is it good now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
In the world with millions of followers online. He just returned from a visit to Cuba, where he saw conditions on the ground firsthand. Hasan Piker, welcome to The Story Is for the first time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Paint us a picture of what it's like on the ground. What'd you see?
When I first landed in Cuba, I was
Okay, I swear to God, Is Hassan's head gets smaller every time we see him? Like, what the fuck is happening? His head keeps shrinking. Every time I see him somewhere, his head gets like a quarter of an inch smaller. Okay.
Yeah, this is insane.
What the fuck is happening?
He's like the guy from Beetlejuice.
He is.
Fucking, this is insanely bad.
He keeps getting smaller and smaller. No, Hassan, where's your head going?
Is he in an oversized suit or something? God, and
Maybe.
the other guy's normal sized head just.
I know. Look at it.
Oh my God, it just makes it look even worse.
I know. I know that the other guy's close
Look,
to the
his
camera,
hand is
but
like
just-
3 times as big as his head. There are no effects. I've done no effects on this shot yet.
Hassan is so, I don't know. Is he wearing like pad? Like I know suit jackets often they have like the padded shoulders too. They kind
Right.
of have like the little like Hassan should never
Did he do
wear
that
anything that makes
deliberately?
his shoulders look even bigger.
Right.
Oh God.
Taken aback by how beautiful everything was. You got the 1950s cars, and it's a tropical island destination. But very quickly thereafter,
You know why they have 1950s cars in Cuba?
Because they haven't imported
You know
any
why
new
they have
cars
that, Hassan?
since 1950. Because
Yeah,
that's when the
'cause they can't
embargo
get new
began.
They can't get new cars. Yeah, that's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. They have these cars. They can't get
Mhm.
cars from 70 years in the future.
as soon as we got into Havana, the main city area where people congregate, I couldn't believe the sights that I was seeing. It was very sad. You had homes that looked like they were bombed out. Our tour guide at the time said that this was somewhat of a product of hurricane season and how difficult it is to like repair these buildings. And I already had known about the rolling blackouts, and I experienced them later in the day. And it was definitely unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Everything's pitch black. There aren't any traffic lights on. Like it's
I mean, it was so terrible. I was at the concert, and like in the middle of the concert, like the power just cut out, and I could no longer, jam to the music. Right? Terrible.
There was a traffic light out. Oh my God, I've never seen that in my entire life.
No,
Never seen a traffic light out.
I was at my 5-star hotel, and I was trying to get an espresso from the espresso machine, and like right as it was like about to fill up at the top, it just cut out because the power went out for like.
Oh yeah.
I didn't get my full little espresso in my tiny little cup while I talked about the plight of the Cuban people.
So sad.
It's so sad.
it's crazy, right? But
Actually, the real thing is that you guys don't know this. I have an inside source, okay, from Drop Site News. I have a mole inside of Drop Site News, inside of Ryan Grimm's walls, okay, who told me that Hassan has a little electric powered air pump that he shoves up his ass, and he uses it to keep his head inflated. And when he was in Cuba, because they didn't have power, yeah, his head deflated. And the thing is, it's like he has to keep it inflated every day, and that's why it looks even smaller now. It's deflated, because of all the time he spent in Cuba.
Terrible.
I was taken aback. I was very sad by all the poverty that I saw, and then I was very angry. It was actually Ben Rhodes who told me that I would get very sad when I first went to
Obama foreign policy advisor.
Former Obama foreign policy advisor Ben Rhodes, who was formative in the previous normalization agreement with Cuba that Barack Obama had orchestrated, and he was right.
The guy's like, you're not even name dropping right, you dumbass. Nobody knows who the fuck that is.
Right, yeah.
You're such a loser.
Right. Now, I'm sure Hassan will not have any anger for the government of Cuba, because obviously, even though, yes, the American government is embargoing them from oil, to act like that's the only problem they've ever had is ridiculous. To act like their own government has not been fucking over the people, and that's why people were fleeing the country in droves for years and years and years and years and years and just decades. He's never going to bring any of that up.
How do you rate this performance? This whole I was sad, and then I was very angry. Are you buying any of this bullshit?
I'm gonna rate it at this. I'm gonna say it is a Oscar-worthy performance because it's a terrible performance that I find unconvincing, but it has the right politics to give it an Oscar.
Oh, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the one battle after another performance.
Exactly.
It was very sad to see, but then it was very angering. It was very anger-inducing because I felt like there was a lot of potential on this island that we were just robbing the people of, and
white people stealing brown people's shit. There he goes. He goes straight to the stereotype.
Of
There he is.
Of course.
It's totally cruel and totally unnecessary. And it was part of the reason why I went to Cuba, because I've heard a lot about Cuban organizing, the Cuban government. I'd read a lot about it.
Sure.
I knew about the island's history of developing sovereignty, but I'd also heard about this blockade, right? And I wanted to figure out exactly how this blockade was harming people directly, and in many ways that are indirect. Because
I like that he's like, I heard about this blockade. Like it's something that people like, it was like people didn't know about it. Like, oh, I just did research and I found out about this horrible blockade that was going on in Cuba. Like not something that everyone knew about, that's constantly being discussed in the news all the time.
Right.
I needed to go. I also like the way I needed to go to Cuba to see how people be affected not having power. Well, I don't know, Hasan. How the like really? You can't figure that one out yourself?
I have to see it for myself.
I needed to see myself from my 5-star hotel and my concert. I needed to see from the concert the hospital next door not have any power. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine, like, you can see Hasan. He's like at a concert. He's got the like the binoculars with the little like the little handle from like the opera house.
Oh yeah, that's totally yeah. He's got one finger up in the air.
Yeah, he's got the little
binoculars.
He's got the little binoculars with the handle, and he's like looking at them like, yes, look at all those people dying at hospital. He's jamming at the music. I must report this back to my audience.
the blockade itself is designed to be invisible. It's a system of sanctions. It's this like bureaucratic nightmare that basically renders it impossible for the island to do regular commerce, just like any other country. Banks can't take out loans from any other banks. And you, as an American citizen, as a matter of fact, have a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do, both on the island or if you wanted to even send money. If you have relatives on the island, it's a very difficult process to like directly send cash payments to your relatives as well. It's totally unnecessary. These rules are so arbitrary, and yet they're so damaging to everyone, to everyday Cuban existence.
What were you most surprised by actually seeing it up close and personal?
I agree. I don't actually agree. Fuck you. I don't agree with anything.
Why are they arbitrary? I thought we were trying to get some sort of regime change or something.
Well, here's the issue. I am empathetic to the plight of the average Cuban citizen whose life is very negatively impacted by all this stuff. Okay, obviously. But, and the big but here, is that it's true that it is dangerous for America to have a country like Cuba that is going to be sympathetic to Iran, that's going to be sympathetic to Cuba, that's just sitting off of our coast. And we don't want a Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0 situation to kind of arise should the war with Cuba come.
Yes.
I'm sorry, the war with China come.
I was surprised by the resilience. I was surprised by the fact that people, in spite of all these struggles, were still surviving. Right? They had a relatively chill attitude about everything, which was somewhat shocking to me because I feel like I'm a much more high intensity person. But I was also really impressed with the accomplishments that they've made in places like biomedical in the biomedical field.
What do you think is at this point the biggest need? Because we hear like the New York Times reporting about the fact that the power goes off in the hospitals and like babies are having to, be hand pumped to keep them alive in certain situations. I mean, what do you think is the greatest need?
It's oil
on the ground.
100%. It's actually totally legal for Cuba to trade with other countries. It's just that America makes it impossible. So what is a necessity is for the grid to come back alive, and for that to happen, they need to have oil. They need to get oil. And I believe there's a Russian tanker that just docked in Havana. As of this morning, if I'm not mistaken, with 730,000 barrels of oil, which will provide much needed respite and will allow the Cuban energy grid to survive. They'll still ration it heavily, but this way medicine can be transported on the island.
I want to give you a chance.
Look at this, totally something for Russia. Russia comes in and saves the day. Oh my God. They're heroes. These Russian people.
Well, and if Hassan was honest, he would think it was strange, or he acknowledged, like, okay, why is it that when there's such a short supply of oil and electricity and everything has to be rationed, why is it that the government, which is an authoritarian dictatorship, so they control every aspect of it, don't get anything twisted, why is it that they would allow a hotel, a five-star hotel, hosting tourists like Hassan to get power while a hospital wouldn't? Like, what does it tell you about the priorities of the government in charge at the moment?
Yeah. They want to gaslight the people more than anything.
Mhm.
So I looked up, and it says the reason it persists today is that it's codified into law. So Congress would have to write a law to reverse this Cuban embargo. It's been codified into law. Supposedly, the law says something to the effect of, if they have, it's focused on democracy and human rights. The U.S. maintains that the embargo will be only lifted if Cuba releases all political prisoners, legalizes political parties, and holds free elections. So evidently, you're not even allowed to have political parties there.
Wow. And so that's what Hassan is against. He's
Yeah.
against having elections. This is the
Evidently.
This is the big thing that America's like asking for in order to get the embargo lifted, is just have elections.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible.
It also says it's being driven by domestic politics, and that Cuban American voters, particularly in Florida, remain a powerful political bloc. Many in this community strongly support the embargo as a way to punish the ruling Communist Party. So the expats in America are like, we want a regime change so we can go home and visit our relatives or repatriate our old stomping grounds.
Right. Right.
So
yeah, but I'm assuming you're reading like the embargo that we've had against Cuba for like decades now, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
it has its historical origins, but this is basically where we're at today. Those are
Right.
the reasons it goes for persisting today.
Because there was in, I think it was the end of January, Trump pushed some executive order out that further put tariffs on countries that were supplying Cuba with oil,
Okay.
which is what kind of is Hassan and all these other people talking about, is like causing the additional situation right now.
The oil blockade.
Yes.
The 2026 oil blockade.
Yes.
Respond to two criticisms of this trip that have gotten widely reported. The New York Times sort of called you out for the fact that you all stayed in a nice hotel that was very luxurious compared to a lot of what the people on the island are dealing with every day. What's your response to the allegations of hypocrisy there?
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting as well. So we went on a humanitarian aid mission with foreign dignitaries, delegates, advocates, activists, journalists, and the like. It was around 200, 300, 400 people. I'm not exactly sure on the number. But
and we
the
gave
American
these starving
government
people a
has
concert.
placed, and this was fascinating to me, we had to get an OFAC clearance from the Treasury Department just to go, right? Yeah. And the American government has actually created these incredible restrictions that only allow American citizens to stay in four hotels on the island. There are thousands of hotels on the island, but we can only stay in 4. And if I don't stay in a hotel, and these are 5-star hotels, according to the American government, if I don't stay in one of those hotels, I could go to prison for 10 years and have to pay a $250,000 fine. Wow. I'm an American citizen. Yeah. It's so totally ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it.
And real quickly, there are a lot of people that are watching this, especially places like South Florida, that feel like the regime is repressive, that it's been a terrible regime, that it's killed people, and that what you're doing is propping them up. What do you say to that?
I just don't want babies to die. I don't want people to suffer. I think that the difference in opinion as far as like how Cuba governs itself is up to the Cuban population. I just want, as an American citizen, to stop putting our hand on the scale in this incredibly violent way, because the results are unbelievably violent. Collective punishment is a war crime after all, and there is no other way to look at what we've done, especially as Trump has like basically said the quiet part out loud and restricted all oil from going into the island. It's impossible to ignore.
Yes, it is. And according to what he's saying, it sounds like this story is not going away anytime soon. Hasan Piker, thank you for sharing your views. Great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
We're trying to smoke out the commies. Come on.
Listen,
what are we going to do?
it's not Hassan's fault that he stayed at a 5-star
Oh, I know.
hotel. Okay.
My hands were tied.
No choice. He had absolutely no choice. He had to stay there. Okay.
Yeah.
And I mean, there was a lot of contention on the internet, people arguing that it was actually the opposite. They're saying that the hotel that Hassan stayed at, he shouldn't be allowed to stay at, actually. It was one of the illegal hotels.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So which one is it? Which one actually is it?
He stayed at an illegal hotel?
Maybe.
The 5-star one was illegal?
Yes. I'm going to
This
say
is-
yes,
this is all
just because I
bullshit.
want Hassan to go to jail.
What did you think of that baby line? Look, he's like, I support Cuba because they're all commies and I want the commies to win. But he's like, no, I want babies not to die. Yes. Unless they're settler babies, then of course they should die.
Then they can die. Yeah, then
Yeah.
it's totally fine for them to die.
That's
of
not
course.
collective punishment. That's
No.
How could
That's
the
fine.
guy who talked about baby settlers even bring up collective punishment?
Well, but that's the thing. Collective punishment for other people is fine, but
Right,
not
yeah.
for
Yeah.
the
Not f-
Cubans. So,
Not for his
It's-
people.
yeah. Well, the Cubans are brown people that are being oppressed by white people, where the Israelis are white people oppressing brown people. So, therefore, by the laws of leftism, they have to be.
I'm kind of
the
fine
bad
with collective punishment for commies, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that makes sense, right?
Yes.
You want to punish them all equally. Here's equality for you.
Well, also, I don't know if you saw, it's very funny. Hassan and some of the other streamers that did their photo op in Cuba, when they went there, they were all wearing like expensive clothing and expensive jewelry and all this other shit. And it's like,
They show it
come
in
on.
the piece. They have him walking around with his $3,000 shirt.
Like when you make the decision, you're like, okay, I'm going to a foreign country where they're experiencing a lot of poverty and there's all these problems with, electricity in people's lives. And you're like packing your bag. You're like, oh yes, let me make sure to bring all my luxury clothes and all my jewelry. I have to look good for the camera. I have to look good for stream when I do all this stuff.
He's just so desperate to be to show off how high status he is, even though he's not high status at all. I mean, you always get these big celebrities who, I mean, they dress down all the time. You don't see Tom Cruise running around in some $5,000 shirt. He's wearing like a t-shirt and jeans because he's like, look, I'm a badass. I don't need to like flaunt it. But Hasan is so desperate. He's like, oh my God, I got to show everyone how wealthy I am. So they know how important I am. I'm an important person.
I mean, that's why these people are such full of shit when it's like, and I respond to someone about this on X because they always go, oh, Hasan is rich. Oh, you saying that socialists have to be poor, but they can't make money. It's like, no, you fucking retards. That's not what anyone's saying. What they're saying is Hasan is making a political and a philosophical argument. And that political and that philosophical argument is capitalism is wrong and should be demolished, and that the hierarchy of status seeking through money and class is also wrong and should be demolished. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the argument that Hasan makes consistently.
Yes. Yeah.
And at the same time, this is a person who goes out and he buys a luxury car. He goes out and he consistently buys luxury clothing, luxury jewelry, luxury glasses frames, and shows them off. The entire point, the literal entire point of luxury brand items is only to signal to everyone else that you have a lot of money.
Yep.
That is the point. That's why when you go to fucking and you walk by and you see one of those Gucci stores or Dolce Gabbana stores, you look at their outfit, their clothing, or the purses they sell. It's just like the logo like a million times because that's the point. It looks like shit.
Costly signaling. That's what they call it.
it's the ugly mount from World of Warcraft, okay? It is just, it doesn't look like shit, but you're signaling to people, look at how high status I am. In the exact, that's why Hassan's such full of shit. In the exact way in which he's claiming he wants to demolish this people clawing over each other to signal status and to gain a hierarchy through money. He is literally buying these luxury goods, which only purpose is to signal status by having lots of money. Okay. That's it. He's a fucking hypocrite. He's a fucking liar. He is the megachurch preacher who's like, you need to, the prosperity gospel guy who's like, you need to give me all your money because that is what God wants. Meanwhile, they're wearing a Rolex and they have a fucking private jet and they have a fucking fancy car and other shit. Well, they're telling you to give them all their money. That is literally what Hasan Piker is.
Yeah, definitely.
And it disgusts me.
Isn't it? Isn't it disgusting?
It is disgusting.
Big old hypocrite.
Porteron, thanks so much for the 50 New Zealand dollars. Thank you so much. Says, congratulations, Sitch and Sammy. Good news in bad times is the best kind of news. Sounds like Adam is going to have to pull a quadruple stream shift to help Sitch pay for the wedding. LOL. S class is best class, and A team reigns. Sue.
Oh, nice. Look at that.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, fortunately for me, it is the bride's family that pays for the wedding, not the groom. So.
Oh, really?
That's Sammy's problem. That's not my problem.
Really? Is that how it works?
That's how, what do you mean? Of course, that's tradition.
Oh, yeah. You buy the ring.
That's right. The man spends all the money on the ring, and then the woman spends all the money on the wedding.
Oh, okay.
So there you go.
Good for you.
Yes.
You have the perfect excuse now. Sammy G doesn't even know what she's done, but she's given you the total opportunity to blow off all of these things that you will have to do in preparation for the wedding, picking out the things that go in the middle of the table, picking out like the color combination, picking out all the bridesmaid dresses. You know, you got to give feedback on all that stuff. But you can say, look, I'm working on a video. I don't have time for this.
Wow,
right now.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
You're like, look, I'm trying to get this video done. Okay.
But but this kind of also incentivized me to not have the video actually ever be done until right before the wedding.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
I'm working on these videos. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, if you're working on the video.
Right. Well, there's a joke from Community, I don't know if you remember, where like two of the characters are going to get married and Annie's like, oh, I have some wedding ideas, and she pulls out a giant binder and she's like, this is just a collection of like ideas I've been collecting through the years in case I ever wanted to have my own wedding. And she's like flips through and it's like 100 different like pages of like all the different, you know, flowers and centerfolds and all these other things you'd have for a wedding. Okay.
Yeah.
That's Sammy. She has like a giant digital document or like a Pinterest page or whatever. She's like saved throughout all the years because this is what women do.
I know. I know
that she wants for like the wedding. So in terms of like planning, I don't have to do anything in terms of
no.
She's already made all those decisions.
No,
okay?
Those decisions, those are all ideas.
No,
those decisions you must give feedback on now. Look, she's probably got 9 different options for centerpieces. Okay.
Oh, I see. And I have to be the decider.
No, you don't. Look, you don't get to decide. You have to look at them all and give feedback. She decides. You don't know how this works. Sitch.
Okay, I do know how this works. I have to look at. She's going to show me the 9 swatches, and I have to look at them. And I have to look at her, and I have to know which one she wants.
Yes, because it's a test. It is a test.
And then I have to say, well, obviously, this is the one we're going to use, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly it. That's exactly how it works.
You have to be ready to give feedback on all of that. You need a copy of that binder. I'm sure you'll be getting one very shortly.
I'm sure.
You need to study that binder.
Okay. There's a couple more Hasan-related clips we're going to watch here.
Okay,
this one, I haven't seen this one. It just popped up in the feed here, so I'm kind of curious. Ro Khanna is on MSNBC. He's asked about this.
What?
Right. I do want to ask, we are in the midst of the midterms. You're someone who's been quite outspoken. You have made several appearances on a show hosted by socialist commentator Hasan Piker. Some of your fellow Democrats, though, have raised...
They call him a socialist.
Whoa.
Making
Whoa,
progress.
my brain just exploded. MSNBC called Hasan a socialist. Holy shit.
I don't know
That's
if that's
crazy.
good or bad, though, because they're thinking their audience is all socialist. So,
I mean, you could be right, but it's good at least that they're saying it. They need to say it. People need to actually say the thing, say the
Yes,
line. All right.
yeah.
Yes. Okay.
True.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
Alarms about his views. Here are two members of a left-leaning think tank. This is how they put it. They wrote, quote, "No left-wing agitator is more influential and extreme than Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. He's referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty, violent pig dog against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream, compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, and said Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state." Now, Hasan Piker says some of his comments have been...
Why do they never bring up the Houthi things? That's so crazy to me. That's like a person who supports terrorist actions against innocent people. That's like one of the most damning things. He supported Houthis kidnapping random fucking people. Why is that never brought up in these conversations?
Yeah.
Is it just me? Tell me, am I crazy, chat? Am I crazy, Adam? To me, that is like one of the most damning things he's ever done, or positions he's ever taken from a moral standpoint.
Is it worse than America deserved 9/11? I think that one's
No, that is
more incendiary.
I agree.
Yeah.
But I mean, they didn't bring it up there, but usually, Jake Tapper brings up. Usually, that is brought up. Is that right?
That's like the tip of the spear there.
That's number one, right? But I would say maybe number two or number three, definitely top five is they always bring up the stupid inbred comment, which I don't think most people care about. That really?
What? This is MSNBC.
Okay.
Yeah, look, come on.
Yes,
Calling
I don't know. Who cares?
racially insensitive names for them. That's the number one, right?
Maybe.
They're like, 9/11. That was a long time ago. But what? You said something racially insensitive.
It's just so crazy to me. Be like, yes, I support terrorist actions against random people who have no connection to a conflict whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Taken out of context, but he largely stands by them. Do you have any regrets about appearing on his show?
None, and I would go again. But I, of course, condemn those comments. I mean, I've described Hamas as a terrorist state, and we need to unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism. But Hasan Piker was at the DNC in 2024, covering Vice President Harris.
They kicked him out. Does he not remember that?
Yeah.
They kicked him out of the DNC.
Mm-hmm. What should the standard of the Democrats be? Should we not go on Theo Vaughn? Should we not go on Sean Ryan? Should we not go on Joe Rogan? Should we just have these purity tests of canceling folks? The lesson of the last election is we've got to be out there. We've got to engage. It's a complex, messy, multiracial democracy. I will defend my views, but the people who are saying don't engage will cost us future elections.
Do you run the risk of legitimizing some of those?
See, but I'm glad the guy on the CNN interview, what he said was so much smarter than what the question this woman was asking, because it wasn't just, yeah, you can go on anyone's show, but are you pushing back against them? Are you arguing with them? Or are you just buddying up to them? And that's really the thing. And Ro Khan, I don't believe he was pushing back in Hasan in the interview that they had, or the conversation they had together.
Oh, I did.
He was just trying to buddy up to his audience.
Yeah.
Views by appearing on his show. How do you answer that?
He's got millions of followers. He'll have millions of followers whether Ro Khanna goes on his show or not. The point is that we should go on and have tough conversations. Actually, I respect Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel says he'll go on, and if he makes it...
It's just so two-sided here, because obviously if anyone on the right went on someone's show that was vaguely anti-Semitic, they would completely blackball him for doing it.
Of course.
If any politician went and talked to Nick Fuentes,
right,
they would never make this argument at all. That's be like,
great point.
You're fucking totally endorsing Nick Fuentes.
If someone went on if JD Vance went on Nick Fuentes' show,
Yeah, it would be a completely
and
different story.
didn't push back on anything and just buddy to his audience, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So Ro Khanna, you're fucking full of shit.
Right.
We have to go. Look, Nick Fuentes has a huge audience. What did you expect me to do? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that?
We've heard all this before. Oh, Nick Fuentes has a big audience. It doesn't matter whether I say he sucks or not.
I know.
We've heard this a million fucking times.
But they push back. Like in those contexts, Ro Khanna would definitely be pushing back. He'd be fucking pushing back hard.
Yes.
Comment that I disagree with, then I will push back right there. So I think the test should be what you say. If someone is going on these programs and not pushing back against anti-Semitism, fine. But, you know, I haven't done the background check on you, Chris, and I'm sure there are no crazy comments.
I have not said anything like that. I can assure you that. Where do you draw the line, Congressman? Would you appear on, for example, a right-leaning show? Alex Jones, for example, who has made controversial comments that have enraged people, hurt people deeply in some instances.
Look, there is obviously a line,
oh, look at this! Look at this! What a fucking weasel piece! Oh, Alex Jones is too far. That's too far. But I mean, Hasan, that's fine. That's totally fine.
This is hilarious.
Jesus Christ.
What a loser.
Probably wouldn't appear on Alex Jones. But the point is, I don't think that.
Now, look, why wouldn't you appear on Alex Jones? The argument for not appearing on Alex Jones is that it's an endorsement.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it not an endorsement of Hasan Piker? You can't make the argument. You got to be consistent about the argument.
Yep.
Line should be with Hasan Piker, who has millions of followers, and largely what his view has been.
Oh my God. Alex Jones is 10 times bigger than Hasan Piker. What the fuck is this guy smoking?
I know.
Has been critical of the blank check that we gave Netanyahu in the war in Gaza. Now, I don't agree with every one of his statements, and it's a judgment call. But here's what I will say, Kristen. The Democratic Party has been too reluctant to get out there, to mix it up, to engage, and we should be on actually doing more of these things. We should have done more.
Because it's a part of their ideology that going on these shows is an endorsement. Why did it develop that way? The right has far more lenience when it comes to interacting with people and not necessarily in that being an endorsement of their views. But the left is like, oh, if you talk to someone, you're completely endorsing everything they've ever said.
It's because the left, during sort of the woke heyday, last 10 years or so.
Yeah, it was part of cancel culture.
Yeah, they had so much cultural power that their method was, we're going to eliminate ideas we don't like from the discourse, which didn't work, obviously, by just shaming anyone from even talking to these people.
And they needed some kind of justification for that. So the justification was this whole, oh, you're endorsing them.
Right.
And that justification has come back to haunt them.
Yes.
Now that they're losing cultural cachet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good. I hope it haunts them long and hard.
Interviews during 2024. You know, Vice President Vance was on like 3 Sunday shows in a row. I was like, where are our folks? We've got to be out engaging in the media, out engaging in podcasts, out engaging in communities, and offering our vision going forward.
But not Alex Jones. Oh, what a putz.
Mm-hmm.
Go, like, if you had the opportunity, you could only do one, Alex Jones or Hasan Piker. Alex Jones is so the obvious pick. That's going to get your message way more out there.
Right. Well,
and it's also going to show that you're not a... What's that?
To what audience, though? It depends on what you're running for.
Yeah, I mean, I don't... As long as he's pushing back on Alex Jones, how does that hurt them with Democrats?
It wouldn't, yeah. But I don't know if it'll gain him anything.
It's going to get... Yeah, see, this is tough because this is where the ideology is. Are Democrats mad at him for going on Alex Jones so it actually hurts him?
Well, it depends. So, like, if the current internet leftists like whoever the politician is, and they go on Alex Jones and they push back, they're all going to be singing him praise. Oh, He's so
Right.
he's so good, right? But if he's like,
But if he's a Zionist,
right? If he's a Zionist or a center left, and they're going, oh, this fucking shill, they're going to be split between this shill gets annihilated by Alex Jones and this shill, how dare he, help platform Alex Jones by being on his platform in the first place.
I guess you're right. It all just depends upon the guy.
Yes, it's all dependent on whether they like you or not. It's all just post hoc rationale at this point.
So lame.
We thank you.
We thank you.
Yes. Okay, that was pretty hilarious. There was a clip I sent you. It's like a 3-minute clip. The Bulwark people arguing about this.
Nice. I'll bring it right up.
Okay.
These Bulwark people are kind of nutty.
Let me read this. This I think is a very, very important post here. This is from a X account. James Clark says, asymmetrical morality is destroying Western civilization. Example, U.S. and Israel bomb Iranian military targets. Iran attacks civilian shipping. U.S. and Israel blamed for economic consequences. Iran barely criticized. You see this over and over again. Quote, oh, the U.S. should have planned for this. Okay, sure. But you're still allowing Iran to attack civilian targets without any sanctions. It's one thing for Iran to respond by attacking military targets, but the moment they attack civilian infrastructure and civilian shipping in the region, the rest of the world should have condemned them and started punishing Iran, but they didn't. Total moral failure. 100% true. And this is, I believe, destroying Western civilization, is that like once people have it in their mind, they just expect, they're like, well, obviously Iran's going to attack civilians. Obviously they're going to do this because they're like the bad guys. It's like this weird cognitive dissonance happens in people's minds where they're just like dismissive of a lot. Like, of course, Iran's going to act that way. They have no agency. They're just like they act like they're just like wild animals. Of course they're going to attack. Right,
vulnerable feelers.
Right.
They're just vulnerable feelers, Sitch.
Like, there's going to be all this harsh criticism of America for accidentally blowing up that school, which there should be harsh criticism of that, obviously, because that's fucking horrible. But then when Iran intentionally targets, a civilian airport or civilian infrastructure, or intentionally targets civilian, cargo ships, it's just like, well, whatever.
What about
Iran.
civilian bridges and power stations?
Yes,
I mean, we're
right.
supposed to hit those on Tuesday.
It's like, well, I think that's stupid if we do that, but it's like retarded, as we talked about. But, I guess we'll talk about that again. But it's just like, oh, it's just no one talks about it. No one brings it. It's just fine. Whatever. It's Iran. What are you supposed to do about it? Okay. Obviously, Iran's going to run, right? They're just the crazy animals. They have no self-control over themselves. They can just do whatever. It's fine.
Yeah. That's bullshit. It is bullshit. Can they? I guess they shot down one of our planes, so they can hit a military. And they did shoot at military bases.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why they're hitting civilian infrastructure is because they want, obviously, to do economic damage. And that's the quickest way to get all those tourists out of Dubai and never go. They don't want them to ever go back again. So, if you're vacationing in Dubai and Iran hits your hotel, you're probably not going to go back again, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, that is the thought process. Yeah, that is the thought process. Yeah.
Kind of be a fool to go back in. But look, I do agree with you. Obviously, we should condemn that. We're just in the fucking craziest timeline ever right now. It's insane.
So, I guess you brought up we should read. There was this very bizarre. Well, I guess it's part of the course, right? The bizarre Donald Trump.
No, this
True
is
Social post.
This is next level bizarre.
Okay.
And look, what's going on here? Well, read it and then we'll talk about what's going on.
Okay,
I'm curious your take.
Trump said, I guess this was today. Sometimes I get confused because in Japan, I'm in the future. So
yeah,
it was on
this
April
deadline
5th,
is like, right? This deadline, I think, is 35 minutes after the market opens on Monday. So
right. Donald Trump said Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There'll be nothing like it. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be Allah. President Donald J. Trump.
So there's the praise be Allah. which you're like,
What?
well, what's it thinking there, right?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming it's supposed to be like sarcasm, obviously, but it just first of all, this is
Is
very
it?
weird. Like that's the only reading that makes sense is he's like, Allah's not going to save you, or Allah's going to watch as you get blown up or something, right? That's the only thing that could theoretically make sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's this is like this. It feels very also not like Donald Trump's tone of voice, doesn't it? Like he has a very distinct way of talking. This seems not
Do you think
like
Iran
that.
hacked his Truth Social?
There's so many people that are like didn't think this was real until they looked it up. Just the open the fucking straight, or you'll be living in crazy bastard be living hell.
It seems
Praise be to
desperate.
Allah.
Every time I see something like this, the word flailing just pops into my mind. This is
Right.
like flailing.
How is, and I mean, we talked about this before.
The Wooster says absolutely based.
Yeah, there you go. But how is, it's not like if someone brings up the topic of like, oh, it's bad for the Iranian people or blah, 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 which is true. But that's not the issue. The issue is, does this help in the process of regime change to do this action? Does this help in that kind of military goals? It's hard to imagine that destroying civilian infrastructure is going to help. If America is destroying civilian infrastructure, how does that help civilians turn against the dictatorship government in their country that has all the weapons and power and all this other stuff?
There are all these reports that they're close to a deal, that they could close a deal on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if Trump is doing this so that when they do close a deal, if they do close a deal, right? Who knows if these reports are accurate? That he can say, "Oh, my tweet was the reason that
my threats were working."
Yeah, my threats were working. I pushed them over the line." So it's some sort of personal victory for him.
Right. No, that's a very likely thought process of what's going on here. It's weird because we keep we're in all this like weird world where the Trump administration keeps saying we're talking to people, we're doing deals. Iranian government keeps saying that they're not. There's multiple factions in the Iranian government. It's not clear who exactly has power at the moment. So who is Trump talking to? Who's part of the Iranian government that's saying that they're not talking to Trump? It's like, who the fuck knows what the fuck's going on at this moment? It could be anything.
This threat has been going on for 2 weeks now. This has been the threat.
Well, I guess this is Tuesday, supposed to be the 10th day, because he's like, I'm going to do it in, 24 hours or 48 hours. And then they kind of pushed that red line back to 10 days. So Tuesday is going to be the 10th day. So I guess we'll find out here.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's
so weird.
It's a stupid threat. Again, it's a stupid threat because if you make a threat that you don't want to go through with, then that's always you never want to be in that position, because then you have to end up going through with it or you look weak.
Trump has managed to wiggle out of these threats over and over and over again. And for some reason, like the big talk of the red line never comes up. Everyone's just like, oh, it's Trump.
Well, I guess
bullshitting.
It did. I mean, that's people started throwing the taco accusation.
At this point, is it? I mean, it came up. We talked about it when the threat was first levied.
Mm-hmm.
But he's backed out of the threat like 6 times now. Right? Do you honestly think this threat is, do you view this as an honest threat now?
I have no fucking clue with Trump. I have no clue.
I think this is just bluster.
Wouldn't it be better to
internet bluster? It's starting to feel like he's a keyboard warrior. Meet me in Dallas at 5 p.m.
He's got to get in a fight. He's like, he's gonna tell the supreme leader's son, who's probably dead or in a coma, like, come fight me 1v1, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I guess you're right. Because he said, like, why don't you it would make more sense to try to go after Karg Island, or the island with the other island that's near the Strait of Hormuz or something. As opposed to doing this. This seems just retarded.
These stationary battleship islands.
Yes.
Oh, I can never remember their names.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Lazar.
It's Porg Island, and that's in the Strait of Hormuz Island. It doesn't matter. No one cares what their names are, Adam. Come on.
Yeah. taking over those islands seems like a good. I don't. Maybe Trump is having trouble making up his mind.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I'm ready for the nightmare to end. It's so sad too, because all the people who have the highest levels of TDS are just they're fucking having a heyday over this.
You don't like that?
They're all like, "Oh my god, I told you.
Right.
I told you he was a madman." Nobody believed us. No one believed us when we said he was a madman. We are getting close to madman territory here, are we not?
I don't know if we're close to mad. I mean, we're close to. I don't say we're close. We're in like seemingly incompetent, like no clear plan what the fuck's supposed to be going on territory.
See, the problem is we don't know if it's madman territory or if it's the madman strategy, and it's cunning, right? It's an intelligent strategy to act like a
It's the
madman.
10D chess, the Donald Trump 10D chess move, of course. Obviously,
You turn on the TDS channels, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we told you so. He's a madman. Obviously, this is insane, right?" But you turn on Fox News, and they're like, "Oh yeah, Trump is doing the madman strategy. Oh, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. Trump is saving us, saving Western civilization."
It's very weird because we're in a situation where it's very clear, or should be very clear, that America has destroyed or diminished Israel's military capacity like insanely, super significantly, right? We destroyed so many of their ships and planes.
Iran's, I think you said Israel. Iran's capacity.
Iran. Yes,
Yeah.
Iran. Yes, America and
Iran.
Israel has destroyed so much of Iran's military capacity, and so like people that are like the Trump supporters are very like, why is everyone saying that like Trump is fumbling here when we've destroyed so much of their military? And it's because there's like this weird situation where, and you've talked about this a lot. It's very clear that Trump is hyper sensitive to economic signals.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it didn't help that right before all this happened, you know, you had the whole thing with the Pam Bondi going, "What about the Dow?" The Dow, right? The defense to the Epstein stuff.
This
was,
is
what
probably
about
why
the
she
Dow?
got fired. Probably
Right.
why she got shit canned.
Yes. And it's interesting because it's like the whole world, it seems like, knows that Trump is so sensitive to these economic signals. Where I think that's very specific to him. Other presidents maybe would be more resistant to that. It's kind of like a weakness that even if Iran gets completely like demolished and diminished, as long as they can keep squeezing the global economy, people are perceiving it through the lens of like Donald Trump is going to cave on that, or he's going to be weak on that, or he's going to lose on that. Maybe some of this also plays in the whole like back to the whole Iran doesn't have any agency, like they're an animal. It's okay for them to not okay, but it's like you assume that they're going to go do horrible things. Maybe it's the same way when like the Western world is so used to these countries that were, being in conflict, the people living in like really bad situations are getting killed or blown up. It's kind of like, well, yeah, obviously those people are going to die. Who cares? How does it affect me? How does it affect the economy right now? Like that's all they care about. So like, oh, well, if it affects the economy negatively, then we must be losing because then it actually affects my life.
Yeah. No. The it's all about the economy. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
But Trump, I think, has this belief that he can manipulate the economy forever.
Right.
But I think that, I mean, he can manipulate the economy to some extent, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's not going to talk down $140 oil. I mean, not if there's an oil shortage, he can't just talk that away, right? That's
right.
Substantive.
Mm-hmm. And I guess we should also talk about the whole Europe thing, the whole Europe situation, which is there's two elements to it. One where I don't blame the European countries and one where I do. Where I don't blame them is, Donald Trump has spent the first year and a half of his presidency shitting all over Europe pretty strongly. And so I don't like it would make sense to me that if you spend the first, part of your presidency attacking Europe, terrifying the shit out of them, threatening to fucking invade Greenland, forcing a lot of European countries to actually do war games to like what happens if fucking America invades Greenland, like doing all this like whether Trump actually goes through with it or not, right? Greenland doesn't know this, Europe doesn't know this. So Trump is like definitely like shitting all over Europe. So because of all that, it makes sense to me that like once America and Israel decide to go to war with Iran without telling Europe, by the way, without involving them, it makes perfect sense to me that they don't want to be involved. They don't want to help militarily. That makes sense to me. I don't blame them for that, even though it affects them more than it affects us. So I don't criticize them for that. But then some of the countries go too far because then you have the situation where like Spain and I think it was Spain, France, and Italy who were all three of them were denying US planes like airspace or denying their planes the ability to land, in bases in those countries that were involved in some sort of Iranian action. That's where I'm like, okay, fuck those countries. I understand if you don't want to be involved, right? But if you're not going to let us fucking fly, an ally not let us fly through your airspace, like you can go fuck yourself at that point. If you're not going to let us land in a US, if you're going to complain about us landing in some US base or landing in some, allied base in your country, like that's where I'm like, you've gone too far. Like you can go fuck yourself at that
Why
point.
do we even have the bases there if we can't use them?
Right.
What was the point of us
I don't know.
building bases there?
And then it kind of justifies the whole, that doesn't, I mean, I don't think we should, but obviously it justifies the people who say that that US should invade Greenland. Because there's always like, well, why do we need to invade Greenland? We can just land on their base. And I was like, well, maybe we can't land on their fucking base. Maybe we can't use the area anyway. So that to me is just like insane that these three countries have made these declarations against America. It seems ultra cuck too. Like you have the Middle Eastern countries that are actually being attacked by Iran are not cucking out to Iran, and yet you have these handful of European countries that haven't really even been attacked by Iran are cucking to Iran at this point. And that's pretty pathetic.
I'm conflicted on this. Is this true? Shu says we're pushing to leave NATO because Israel's next target is Turkey. That's literally it and why it seems so unhinged. I'm conflicted here because obviously Hasan is from Turkey and Hasan's going to lose his mind if Israel attacks Turkey. So I'm sort of in favor of Israel hitting Turkey, but
there you go.
What is
just to prevent Hasan, future Hasans? Yeah.
What is is that true? Shu, where is that from?
Right.
What's going on here?
I mean, I've heard that obviously Israel is hostile to Turkey. I don't know what the information is that Israel is going to get involved in some sort of hot conflict with Turkey or anything. I know they've been like butting heads and stuff, and there's been a lot of stories about that.
Right.
But
yeah, all this is getting completely crazy. I'm starting to think we are on the verge of World War III here, Sitch.
Really?
Oh yeah.
How would that look, I guess?
Everybody is well, Iran has all this nuclear material, right? And I guess they were shuttling a lot of it out before we even hit Fordo. So if they hustled a dirty bomb into Israel and managed to blow it up in Israel, I mean that would pretty much kick it off, right?
How would that? No, it wouldn't.
What do you mean?
Well, like a world war has to be a conflict where all the different countries or all the majority like countries that matter, they all get drawn into conflicts with each other, right? If Iran smuggles a nuke into Israel and blows it up, it's just going to be like the world against Iran. Like there's like maybe some countries aren't going to be involved. It's not like China and Russia are not going to be like, oh, well, you're going to defend Iran now. Like they're not defending Iran now. They're not going to defend Iran.
They are
Israel.
though. They're giving Russia is giving Iran targeting information.
No, I know, but I'm saying it's not
like China is giving Iran.
We've been giving Ukraine
because they want their oil.
I know, but we've been giving Ukraine targeting information. We've been giving Ukraine weapons, and it's not like, oh, well,
So,
it's a
so
world
we're
war.
already in the World War.
No, it's not. No, No, I think that's silly. The two world wars that occurred, where all the countries not giving aid to each other, they were literally sending soldiers to go and shoot and kill and die in these other countries, where millions and millions and millions of people are dying. Right? I don't think a situation where it's like, which was happened, other Soviet countries were helping, during the Vietnam War to hurt America. America was hurting against helping the Afghanis fight against the Soviet Union in the 80s. Like the whole thing of like helping your political enemies, or helping the enemies of your enemies essentially in the game of politics, is something that's been going on forever. To say that that's a world war is false. A world war is no, there's a hot war between all of these countries. It's hard for me to imagine a situation. I'd say it's basically impossible to imagine a situation where if Iran nukes Israel, that China and Russia are going to say, okay, first of all, Russia doesn't really have the capacity to, because they're so strained right now, that China is going to be like, oh, well, we're going to send our military to start attacking Western countries that are attacking Iran after they nuke someone, because it's very important for us to protect our Iranian, friends in this capacity. I don't foresee that's not going to happen, like at all.
Yeah. So that is your criteria, that China has to send troops, Russia has to send troops.
That's what a world war is. There has to be an actual hot conflict between all these countries.
Well, Russia's already in a hot conflict with
I know.
Ukraine, and over the fact that Ukraine wants to be more associated with the West, right?
Yes.
So you don't count that? That's not part of the hot conflict.
Well, that's not a world war.
So if China did get involved with Taiwan and we were forced to defend Taiwan, then that would be.
If China invades Taiwan and then we get into an actual hot conflict with China, and then China starts attacking us, right? Then I'm like, okay, we're in some sort of, now we're at war. And then if Europe gets involved, then yes, we're in a world war at that point. Yeah, right. 100%. 100%. Okay. But just us
so a dirty bomb
Iran isn't a world war.
A dirty bomb in Israel wouldn't do that.
No.
Yeah.
Now you could have a situation where China invades Taiwan and then Iran sends a nuke somewhere, right? Or smuggles a nuke somewhere to be set off, just to cause, chaos in that moment where China's invading Taiwan. Like that could 100% happen.
I could see China invading Taiwan over the AI race.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. I just think it's important.
This would be a good time actually, the good time to invade Taiwan would be after we put boots on the ground in Iran.
That's part of the issue too. People were bringing up is that there was a lot of chatter, and a lot of it made sense at first about like weakening Iran to hurt China. But then if America gets bogged down in some sort of, Middle Eastern conflict where we have to put boots on the ground and we get bogged down in some conflict in Iran, then obviously that's going to be beneficial to China at that point.
If that dirty bomb goes off in Jerusalem, how long before America puts boots on the ground in Iran? So the dirty bomb in Jerusalem goes off. Look, it's going to be 24 hours. The answer is 24 hours.
Yes.
We're going to put boots on the ground in Iran, and Japan's going to snatch fucking
Japan.
Or
Japan will rise up and take back the islands that they're still fighting over Russia with.
China's going to snatch Taiwan, and Japan is going to snatch China.
There you go. That'd be nice.
What's Japan want?
I don't think Japan has it in them to snatch China, unfortunately.
They don't want anything in this conflict. Japan's got to be on our side.
Yeah. So
look, I got you there. You said it's impossible to imagine. I'm like, Sitch, you don't have a very good imagination.
No.
If it's impossible to imagine.
No. Stop. I already said, and I've said this from the beginning. I said this for months and months and months and months and months. Every time this comes up, okay. If China invading Taiwan could spark a world war, I've always said this, right?
Backpedal.
This is not a backpedal. This is very important. People, I think,
I'm
very
just having
wrong.
some fun with you.
Well, no, but it's important because I know you're joking, but it's like a crazy straw man, and it's
Never
important
joke
to draw
about
this
World War III.
distinction. The
I hate
distinction here.
straw men. This is where you should get angry because I fucking hate straw men.
When people have been saying online, oh my God, the situation with Iran is going to cause World War III, or the situation with Russia and Ukraine is going to cause World War III. They have not been making the argument, well, that's going to cause World War III because down the road it's going to somehow, once China invades Taiwan, that could spark World War III. They're not making that argument. They're trying to make some sort of argument that just Russia invading Ukraine itself contained is World War III, or just America or in Israel bombing or even attacking or getting to war with Iran, just contained within itself is going to cause World War III. They're not making some sort of well, then if China invades Taiwan, that's going to make World War III. No, they're not saying that because that's fucking obvious. Everyone knows
You're the
that
one that set up this criteria that China has to have unleashed troops on the world in order to surpass the World War. Yeah, that was the criteria you said.
No, a world war definitionally is when the global powers are in a hot conflict with each other.
Right.
That's the definition of a world war.
We're the only remaining superpower. All we have to do is go to war, and we're in a World War III.
Well, right now there's really only three. There's America, Europe, and China. Okay.
Yeah.
If those three countries, and you could throw Russia in there just because they have nukes. Let's just say, okay, fine. So we'll say there's four, right? If those countries are in a hot conflict with each other, then it's okay. You can get a world war situation, right? So far, Russia is in a cold conflict with the rest of the West, right? It hasn't escalated in a hot conflict. Russia's not shooting missiles at America. They're not shooting missiles at Europe.
No, they're giving targeting information to Iran so that they can do it.
Yeah, but that's not considered a hot war.
Right.
You understand that, right? You keep saying that, but you understand there's a distinction there.
No, of course I do. Look,
okay, well then why do you keep bringing it up?
I think we're closer to the whole fucking kit and caboodle falling apart than you do, but
because for the last 4 years, people have been saying that about we can't supply the Ukrainians with weapons. We can't help the Ukrainians because if we do, Russia's going to attack and nuke the US. People have been saying that for 4 years and it hasn't happened. It doesn't even seem like no one's even saying anymore because it seems so unlikely that it would happen.
Right.
So why would
Iran nuking the U.S.? I'm sorry, the chat's going insane. So I'm like,
okay, I would just
having some fun.
So why would Russia doing the exact same thing that we've been doing with Ukraine for 4 years, Russia is going to do with Iran now, and we're like, well, that's going to cause World War III. That doesn't make any sense.
What is your criteria for World War III? Just so we can get.
I just said the 3 to 4 countries are in a hot conflict with each other. They're actually shooting at each other. They're in open war with each other. Okay. We are not in open war with Russia. We are not shooting missiles at Russia. Russia's not shooting missiles at us.
Right. Okay.
We're not shooting missiles at China. China's not shooting missiles at us.
We can't have any sort of war between proxies. I mean,
proxy wars have never counted as a world war.
Okay.
Is Vietnam a world war? Or was the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan a world war at that point?
Obviously not.
Okay. Well, then obviously proxy wars are not world wars.
Right.
It seems people have been using this World War III label, I feel very dishonestly, to try to say we should not be helping Ukraine. We should not be involved in Iran. We should not be involved in doing anything ever because any possible conflict in the entire world that we're involved in is World War III. People have been saying this for the last 5 or 6 years.
Right. You're upset about not upset. You think people wrongly use this as a tactic to say that we should be isolationists.
They do 100%. Yes.
Right. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. So China has to commit troops. Obviously, you're not if a country shoots at our troops in another, because look, that was the situation in World War II, right? We had troops in Europe and they were getting shot at by the Axis forces.
Well, I mean, we got bombed by Japan. We got directly attacked by Japan.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And then we attacked, then we started attacking the Germans. So, right?
That's true. Yeah. We did get attacked. So when we got attacked on 9/11 and we invaded Iraq, was that a world war?
No.
Okay.
Why would it be?
Because it's not a world war because Japan's not involved and
Well, Iraq and Afghanistan are not world. The
powers.
whole rest of the world wasn't involved in the conflict.
It's got to be world powers.
Like if like here, okay, if China invades Taiwan, right, and we literally just this like theoretically, I don't know if it'd play out this way, but theoretically, it's literally the same situation as Russia, Ukraine. We just gave Taiwan a bunch of weapons and like kind of not
We keep it in the proxy realm.
Right, and keep in the proxy realm, and China like doesn't attack us, then it's not a world war. We're just in the exact same situation that we're in.
Does
But if China
Taiwan
invades,
even have a military?
yes, they do. But if China invades Taiwan and we have to commit troops and then we're in an open war with China, where now American troops are shooting at Chinese troops,
Then
Chinese
you're
troops
like
shooting at
World War
America.
III.
We're worried that China's going to send planes over to blow up, America. Like then we're okay. Now we're looking at a World War III situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that distinction between a hot war and a proxy war is very clear and easy to understand, or should be easy to understand.
Right. Well, I don't like the term proxy war, okay? Because we're
why is
not
that?
at war with Russia through Ukraine as a proxy. Ukraine is at war with Russia.
Well, we are in a proxy war with Russia. I think that's fair to say. I think that is totally fair to say. That's what a proxy war is where you have major powers in some sort of conflict, and one of the major powers is using a smaller third party power as a proxy for that. Now you could say it like I understand like when you say I'm assuming your problem with this is when you say proxy war, it makes it sound like we instigated it when we didn't. Russia invaded Ukraine.
Well, it does,
so
and it
Russia's
makes it
fault.
sound like we are in a war with Russia. We're in a hot war with Russia via a proxy.
Well, proxy means specifically it's not a hot war, like definitionally. That's what it means.
Really?
Yes.
They have 230,000 active duty in Taiwan, 2.3 million in reserves. So they got some men ready to.
Of course, they've been worried about China invading them for years.
Stay back, China. No world war. Okay, look, I think you've convinced me.
Okay.
Nothing to see here.
Yes. Well, I didn't say that, but
what's this clip you want to watch?
This was the going back to the Hasan situation, the Bulwark talking about this. Like, should the Democrats?
It's so boring compared to Trump's tweets.
Okay, we don't have to watch it.
No, we'll
Obviously.
watch it. We'll totally.
I mean, I know this is a big difference between like was this World War III happening and like what retard shit is Hasan saying, right?
It's like night and day,
I get
isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Hasan would be
Pretty
Hasan would love it if China would grab Taiwan. Oh my God, he'd be the biggest cheerleader for it.
Oh no, he said that.
I know.
He
It's
said
insane.
that directly. Yes, that's another thing when people they bring up the anti-Hasan points. They should talk about that he supports China taking Taiwan. I also say another clip where he said that it's unfortunate that America, or he said it's bad that America defeated the Soviet Union. This is the person the Democrats should be aligning themselves with.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Okay. I mean, remember he went to fucking China and did the big simp tour to China. He thinks that North Korea is actually a functioning country and it's just Western propaganda that's telling us it's a shithole.
My big takeaway from this whole conversation is all I have to do to trigger you is to say, we're in a world war. It's World War III.
I mean, people use that comment, as I said, and you agree with it, to just promote this idea of like burying
isolationism. Yeah. No.
Yeah. You can't do anything because anything is World War III. You can't do anything.
Yeah. Well, I don't like the proxy war stuff because it's to make the argument that America controls the world, that everyone is just our puppet. All nations are puppet nations of America.
Right. Well, then you just use hot war versus cold war if you don't like the term proxy war.
Hot war.
Or does hot war sound too gay for you? You know,
nobody ever says hot war. That's
everyone.
Like
what do you mean? That's like the term you use. What's the other term?
Shooting war would be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to use
Cold war is like you're using soft power. shooting wars when you've actually got troops, guns aimed at one another. Like we're in a shooting war with Iran now.
Hmm. So it's funny when I type in shooting war, it says a shooting war or a hot war. It's like
I know.
literally the definition.
Yeah. Look, synonyms. I'm really good at them.
Okay, okay.
I kick ass
That's
when it comes to
Let's say
synonyms.
shooting war versus non-shooting war. Okay, you don't like proxy war.
Shu said that she was done with, well, I don't know that she said she was done with Trump. She said she was ready for, she has Trump fatigue, I believe is what she said, and she's ready for President Vance. So I put up a poll. Who do you wish was president now? Trump, 37%. Vance, 15%. Other, destroying with 49%.
Wow, look at that. Look at that.
Yeah. This is, oh man. What happened to Trump? Did Trump have a stroke? This is so, I would have never imagined this happening.
What?
Trump used to be the, promises made, promises kept, right? That was his thing.
It's hard to say because Trump is the most pro-Israel president like ever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to, so on one hand you say, well, he's the most pro-Israel president for whatever reason that may be. So it would make sense on that perspective that he could get
what
cowed.
Mearsheimer is saying?
It would make, well, hold on.
Mearsheimer's argument is?
It would make sense for him to get cowed into that perspective. But then there is the other thing, which is like Trump is an old man, and it is possible that there is some sort of cognitive slipping there, right? That's allowing him to get dog walked into these situations that maybe the first term Trump would not have got dog walked into.
Vanessa says, Adam, they tried to kill Trump 3 times. You don't think that would change someone, especially the close call? Do we really know that was Iran? I guess people have said that Trump believes it was Iran that tried to kill him. The one that nicked his ear. They think that was somehow.
Well, there was an anonymous source that claimed that, so we don't know if it's true or not. Right?
And was that anonymous source named Netanyahu?
It probably was.
Let's be honest here.
That probably was. Yes, it was BB.
Okay. So that means Trump is just completely being manipulated. I don't want to say it was Israel, but someone's manipulating this motherfucker.
Right.
Yeah, what's this anonymous source? And do you think the anonymous source knew what they were doing when they were a source for that?
To be clear, so it is true that there was a person who was arrested and captured who said that they were sent by the Iranian government to take out Trump. That did happen.
Right.
Okay. But then there also was an anonymous report or a reporting that anonymous source said that Trump believes or was told or convinced that that Crooks, the guy that shot him in Pennsylvania, had some connection to Iran as well, which is not true or doesn't appear to be true at all. So,
but Trump believes it, though. I've heard many reports that Trump actually believes this.
Maybe he does. I wouldn't be.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all this ideas that like all these leaks are coming from Vance and Vance's office as kind of a way to distance himself from Trump. Because ever since the Iran situation happened, as many people pointed out, Vance has seemed to have been getting as far away from possible as anything related to Iran.
He knows about the stroke. He knows Trump is cognitively impaired.
There you go.
He's like, fucking, I'm out of here.
Mm-hmm.
This is not going to end well. Should we watch this? Should we shift?
No, we can
shift gears back. No, come on.
We can go back to the other video that was related to this topic.
What video was that?
The one that you want to watch, the Poppy video.
Yeah.
Unless you want to watch this. No, let's forget it. Who cares? We moved on. We moved on from Hasan.
Okay, good.
Who cares
fuck
about
that guy?
Yeah,
fuck that loser. We'll bring it up. What are you doing? I'm fucking around.
Wow.
Did you leave?
I did leave.
We can fast forward a bit.
Okay. I haven't seen this video at all.
You haven't?
No.
Can you read a super chat while I look for the link?
I
look
can't.
for the timestamp.
Okay, I will.
You don't know how?
I'll do that. Orichi Kitsune
Zero
for $10.
Fuck
Thanks so
sent
much.
me a timestamp, so I want to find it.
Okay. Says, congrats to you and Sammy Sitch, but also Asif Merchant was a guy who claimed Iran had hired him to organize an assassination on Trump. Oh, yeah, that's the guy I was talking about. Yes. True. But thank you for congratulations. An alien for 5 Aussie bucks says, Adam, you're being obtuse just to be argumentative. Sitch is correct here.
God, you've got my number now. Jesus. Everyone can see right through me, Sitch. What do I do?
You're being obtuse, Adam. You're being an obtuse angle.
Look,
okay.
I've heard a lot of talk about this performative ignorance thing, and I wanted to try it out. Okay,
you want to try it out for once? Okay.
It sounded fun. It actually was fun. We had Sitch spinning in circles. It was great.
This
is entertainment.
Adam was playing devil's advocate so that I could sharpen my arguments.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, right? Adam was just pretending to be stupid.
I think that shit is getting dangerously close to like falling apart.
Falling apart how?
If the economy crashes, that's going to cause a lot of chaos.
It will. That's true.
Yeah. A lot of fucking chaos. Isn't Trump now asking for $1 trillion increase to the war budget?
Yes.
That's fucking, oh my God. Okay. No, it'll be fine. Everything is going to be okay.
Well,
guys.
okay. Well, this is interesting because I think there's definitely, if the situation with Iran doesn't really stabilize or whatsoever, right? And the Strait of Hormuz is still like an issue. Like, yeah, there'll definitely be economic problems. I see it more like there'd be like a recession, even a big recession. But you think it's going to be an economic problem that's like worse than 2008?
It could be. It definitely could be. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe I've just been kind of stuck in the nothing ever happens camp because it's been a long time since
a lot of people are talking about $200 a barrel oil.
Right.
I don't know what that does to the economy.
That's going to make things pretty pricey.
I mean, we're going to be forced into a situation where we're going to be decoupling from the world very, very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
It's so interesting that Peter Zion wrote a book about this and basically predicted everything that's happening now. And Peter Zion is the biggest Trump hater in the world and seems shocked by the fact that the world is decoupling. And I keep thinking, you wrote a fucking book about this, a whole book about this. How every nation is going to control their sphere of influence. China is going to control around China. Like China and Russia are going to team up and kind of control that whole area. Europe is going to take a greater control over Europe. America is going to control North and South America. That's going to be our sphere of influence. And we're kind of going to, withdraw from the rest of the world. Everybody's kind of going to go to their corners. That was his thesis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it does kind of seem like that's happening, does it not? I mean, Trump is saying
potential, yeah.
Yeah, Trump is saying, look, Europe, this is your problem. That's your sphere of influence. If you need to buy some weapons for us, and that's fine. We'll sell you weapons, but we don't want to be world police anymore.
Well, okay. Doesn't a lot of this, well, I guess this would be the big test here. A lot of this could be really dependent on who wins the election in 2028. Is it going to be, if it is someone that Europeans like, are they just going to be like, oh, yes, we're back on good terms with America again? Or are they going to be like, no, we can't trust you to elect another Donald Trump or JD Vance again. We've forever changed our position on America.
That's 3 long years away. I don't know.
But that's really going to shape the way, like this whole, because if that's going to shape everything, because if some Democrat gets elected who Europeans like, and then, they become buddy buddy with America again, this whole idea of like America and Europe kind of drifting apart seems less likely. But if it's forever like, no, we can never trust you again because of Donald Trump, then yeah, that seems very likely we'd be kind of down that road of drifting apart.
It's not like we're not going to talk to him. The premise of Zion's book is that we are not going to be the world police. We're not going to police the shipping lanes that Europe uses to get their natural resources. They're going to have to work out deals locally, pay the Iran toll if they're going to buy oil there.
So Zion should be ecstatic. He's like, Trump is proving me right. Finally.
Yeah, but he hates Trump, and part of me thinks it's just because he's gay. I think he has fallen for all the Trump is anti-gay and stuff. So he never talks about that stuff. So I'm just guessing. Right. I don't know why he hates Trump so much, but it's obvious that he does.
Is he more? I mean, isn't Zion more lefty? He's not like leftist, but he's more like a Democrat.
I guess. Yeah.
So, it makes sense. He's only Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the world might be becoming more isolationist just for pragmatic reasons, because us protecting global shipping lanes is a big expense and Zion has laid this out in his book, that it's not paying off anymore. We've reached all of the pros have kind of been worn out of that model. So we're kind of looking for another model. And with Trump trying so hard to reshore all of our manufacturing, and Wall Street kind of playing along because of the COVID scare, they obviously saw all these weaknesses in their supply chains, and they're like, hey, wouldn't it be nicer if we had supply chains that were all at least in the Americas? So the world is kind of going in that direction. What is the point of us being so involved over there if it's not benefiting us tangibly?
It's the end of the American hegemony, Adam. Okay. It's the end of it's the end of the Pedro dollar. The Pedro dollar. The Pedro dollar is going away.
The Pedro dollar is not going.
They'll no longer have Pedro Pascal on the money anymore.
We got our own Pedro over here. So as long as we have our own petroleum, we'll have our own Pedro dollar right here.
You don't understand, Adam. If there's no petrodollar, then no one will want to buy U.S. debt, and then our debt will matter because people won't want U.S. dollars anymore. It's all over.
World reserve currency only matters if we're in a situation where we need to trade with other nations.
No, we need it to pay out, to make our money have value so that we can keep deficit spending infinitely.
No, that's not how it works. But
that's not how it works.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, what's your current take on Mr. Pope, Professor Pape?
I don't really have a take on Pape at all, actually.
Professor Pape has this Substack that's on fire right now that everyone's talking about. He's the guy that came into the scene after the crazy Chinese national that everyone took up because they botted the shit out of some Breaking Points video.
Professor Yao Yang.
And blew that guy up, right? But Pape seems to be somewhat the real deal. Like, he's been studying the problem with Iran for centuries now. He's the authority. He's talked to all the United States military guys. He's training people at West Point. He's like the go-to guy here.
Is he actually a professor?
Yeah, he's a real professor.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's not actually a high school teacher?
No, he's a real professor.
Okay.
Brigham Young University. Have you heard of it?
He's a Mormon?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding about the Brigham Young.
Mm-hmm.
So, but this video is pretty insane because he's accused of anti-Semitism, and it really just gets him going. So I guess we'll just listen to it.
Hit it up.
No, and I hope our audience finds it sort of a bit. But let's go ahead and talk about it, and let's talk about the issues you have. Let's talk about what I'm saying, what the issues are. Your audience wants to know.
So I'll big up you. I think I emailed you this, but I'll big up you here that I had a dinner with Konstantin Kisin and Francis Foster, the trigonometry guys, and I think I can say that. And they were they were singing your praises, Bob. I think he said it public too, that they found you.
And then you set them straight. No.
I tried, but it didn't work. So anyway, before we get to the escalation trap, and of course, I'm not going to dispute that escalation can be a trap. I tell people who work for me that all the time. You're blowing a lot of smoke now at Israel, and that's my thing sometimes. So I just want to go through a few of the ground rule facts here to understand them, and then we'll get to the thing. So,
do you think this guy's a Zionist, Sitch? I don't know. This comedy seller guy.
He looks. Yes, I'm gonna say yes. I don't know. I literally know nothing about him, but I'm going to say yes.
He looks like a Zionist.
He looks like a dirty Zionist.
Zionist is, you know what I mean by Zionist, right?
You say he looks like a Jew. He's a comedian. He's on the comedy, so he's got to be a Jew, right?
He looks vaguely Jewish, so.
He's a Jew. What's this guy's name? Does he have a Jew name?
I don't know. I'm not real good with the ethnic faces, so
okay.
The only one I can tell is Filipino. For some reason, I know when I see that face. Oh yeah, Filipino.
So I believe his name is Noam Dworman.
Mm-hmm. Is that a Jewish name?
That just smells Jewy to me.
Oh my God, Sitch. For new people, Sitch is Jewish, so
I get to be as anti-Semitic as I want.
Okay. He's not just an anti-Semite, okay? You got to know. He's one of those Jewish people that hates Israel, those storied Jewish people that we've all heard the left talk about. The Jewish people who are like, Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza.
Right.
That's the kind of Jewish person that Sitch is. He's an anti-Zionist Jewish person. So he's allowed to make all these comments.
Yeah. I think this is today. You have a graphic here, parallels of escalation between Vietnam and Iran. On the Vietnam side, you say covert entry, 1964, 16,000 advisors. And in Iran, you say 2025, Mossad / CIA, Mossad stirs protests. Now, I spent 2 hours this morning trying to find a single source that says that the Mossad and the CIA were stirring protests prior to this war.
Can you
have a computer? Hold on. You have a computer.
This is not.
Wait. You have a computer in front of you. Please, can you just right now just send me the source for what? Because I read that New York Times article, which does. I cannot find this source, and it's quite an accusation to say that. I think you're saying that.
New York Times. Well, first of all, hold it. Yeah, we go through this all the time on your show now. Okay, so you're always trying to bite here at the ankles. You're trying to say, "Oh my God,
ankle
the
biter
source here," and so forth. And look, we go through this all the time on your show.
Any source.
This is now a much bigger. Just so that we understand. Okay, I hardly talk about Israel in my posts here. So of all the pages of thousands, I don't know if it's 1,000 at this point, but of all the pages on my Substack, of all the many posts I have made, if Israel's referred to even 5% of the time, or even 3% of the time, okay, that's probably an exaggeration. I just want your audience to know, because you're making it out like, oh God, he's out to get Israel. This is what you did the last time I was on the show, and I let you do it for an hour. We spent an hour going through
Bob,
this.
it's your tweet.
And I'm just trying to explain it.
It's your tweet today.
They can go. I understand. So does your audience understand. They're emailing me too. No, we all got it. Okay. You're defending every little tiny little thing that you could possibly find here. And the bottom
Does that mean you don't have a source?
What happened here? The bottom line here is that what happened is that we don't have the definitive Pentagon Papers level proof.
We don't have a report. I can't find a report.
I just want to be clear to your audience.
Yeah.
Okay. We do not have the definitive Pentagon Papers level proof that the United States intelligence, and maybe it's not the CIA or Israeli intelligence, maybe it's not Mossad. We have lots of intelligence agencies I've dealt with here over time. Okay, we have many, many ways to do this. But the bottom line is here that, number one, this is exactly what you would expect that we would be in trying to encourage, just as we did in 1953 and to 15 years later, we have all the documents for 1953 here that came out of the intelligence agencies trying to foment the regime change that happened in 1953. Second, there are sources here.
Can you give me one? Can you give me one?
By the way, and I thought the New York Times was one of those sources.
No.
But I also got to tell you that I have not been spending, staying up 18 hours a day, and I'm not careless. So this idea that you're trying to paint Professor Pape is so careless. You did this to me last time. This is just not
What are you doing? Are you going to filibuster me?
You are talking, Noam, to the guy who has done more to be fair to Israel than anybody else. And here you are demanding, and what you did last time is you said, it's not good enough to be simply fair. You've got to support Israel.
I said that. We have to roll the videotape. That doesn't sound like me, Bob.
I write the paper to disagree with Mearsheimer that it was a genocide. You literally, and it's on tape. Your folks can go back and listen to it.
Can we get to the question at hand?
This is not about, let's be fair. I understand.
Bob.
You're supporting Israel. That's fine. I want to talk about the actual issues here.
Okay.
Which is Israel's security going up
if it's not an issue,
and it is, I'm just trying to tell you, look.
Are you going to let me talk?
We're out there. I'm not going down and spending another hour going through this again. I did it once, and your listeners, they all saw it. I bent over backwards, and what did you do? You demanded more. There's no yes here on this issue for you, Noam. You want a certain outcome, and you're just going to keep.
Okay, so all this conversation, if I've been tracking this, this is all because, we're at 14:45 here. It's all because
we started at 9, so
yeah,
it's all 6 minutes.
Right. It's all because Pape here posted this graphic on X, and it says that the Mossad and the CIA stirred up the protests in Iran.
This was a protest, I'm assuming, that everyone got murdered at.
Yes. And so
they're saying we were responsible for those.
Right. Or for starting it, right. And so the podcast host guy is like, what evidence do you have that this is the case? Right. That was the question he asked. Right.
Yeah. I'm sensing some Nazi vibes here. Some real secret Nazi vibes.
And that's kind of led to this 4-minute crash out, I guess I should be about this. And I kind of I will say I did sort of listen to Pape talk on trigonometry. I was kind of doing something else. I wasn't really
he's been good on everything else.
Right. And I had a vague memory, I thought he said some interesting things. I didn't really I don't remember what he said, but I remember saying some interesting things. So it's kind of, it's interesting now to see this sort of weird crash out, which I didn't perceive as an anti-Israel thing. It's just sort of it seems
it gets way better. This is awesome.
It seems more like he said something that he wasn't really, or he had this graphic that he wasn't really 100% sure of. And he's kind of, I don't know, really upset that why is he so upset here? Why is he so triggered by this?
Because he's questioning his authority.
Right.
Of course. And look, he really wants to talk about the escalation trap. He's on every single podcast selling that.
That's what he was talking to the trigonometry people about, yes.
Yeah, right. So he wants to get his message out. Noam doesn't, this video only has about 5,000 views, so it's not like this went to a massive audience. I don't know, sometimes people post on YouTube, but really they have billions of podcast followers.
On
so,
some other platform.
yeah,
right?
exactly. So it could
Right.
be huge for all I know.
Mhm.
I think the crash. I love that you're describing it as a crash out, but I think it is pretty funny, and it gets better too because he makes even more accusations you're gonna love.
Well, you could
Which
just
it-
say like, I don't know that for a fact. It just seems to be the case, and then just move on, right? Like, I mean,
No, he's a
I think it's
professor. He's got he tells
right.
all his kids every day you got to cite your fucking sources, dude. He can't do
Well, and
that.
yeah, I agree, and I think he should be admonished for just throwing that out there if he doesn't have any evidence
Source,
for it.
I
Like,
made
oh, yeah,
it
of
up.
course, yeah. No, it just seems to be the case that America and Israel did it because whatever. It's like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
we're kind of in the America did the the
Yeah,
Ukraine
exactly.
phone call
The
situation again, right?
2014 coup. Yeah.
Yeah, 2014 coup, the Victoria Nuland phone
That's
call,
exactly what I was thinking about.
right?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if CIA was in there, right? Their job is to keep tabs on the next country that's going to fall apart, right?
I'm kind of black-pilled on the CIA because we've heard so many times about like the CIA, like CIA failed to overthrow Castro like 20 times.
Right.
Castro, well, fucking people. Like, I'm so black-pilled on this CIA actually does anything. I think the only times the CIA has ever accomplished anything, they just get lucky. Like there's already some sort of ground, a homegrown group that is like wants to rebel, and the CIA like sees that and they're like, oh, well, we'll like give support to this group that's already sort of got momentum, and like that maybe helps the group grow a little bit more. But I don't think they can like do anything on their own.
Wasn't Maduro kind of a big feather in their cap that they did the whole Maduro thing? And they just
Was that the CIA though? They just kind of swooped in,
Yeah.
and the military just kind of grabbed them. They didn't like foment a coup or a rebellion or anything.
Yeah, but didn't they take out like a whole power grid in the area? They hacked into something and took down the power. They took over the cameras on the street, on the street lights and
The
shit.
CIA did that, or the military did that?
I think that in conjunction with the military.
Mm.
That's how
I'm
they
still,
were.
I
That's how
know,
they
I'm
were.
gonna say that was the
look,
military.
look into that. That's how they were
Listen,
able to track
the
those
military
people.
did that. I don't think the CIA. I think the CIA is
Sitch, you're having
incompetent.
a Pape style crash.
I'm gonna
out
crash
here.
out here. The CIA is horribly incompetent. They can't do anything. They're fools.
Yeah. Look into it. It's great.
Okay.
There's a lot
Until
of
you
shit
get
that we
it,
did.
even if you've got to distort everything I'm doing. And I'm sorry you're doing that, but I'm not going to, this is too much.
His voice is trembling. I love it.
Mm-mm.
I do love it. Oh, look, he's just sitting back. This guy's a total asshole. Look at him. Look at the look on his face. Look at this body posture.
Mm-hmm.
Israel's security is at risk, just as it was last August. And what happened? President Trump stopped the plan that Israel had to cleanse the Palestinians. You spent all this time trying to undermine my case, and I am explaining what is best in my view. And true, I'm not.
Did he just say that Donald Trump stopped an ethnic cleansing in Gaza? He did say that. Did you know that?
Donald Trump stopped an ethnic cleansing?
Yeah.
I didn't know. I wasn't, I'm real, I wasn't listening.
Listen.
Is at risk, just as it was last August. And what happened? President Trump stopped the plan that Israel had to cleanse the Palestinians. You spent all this time.
President Trump stopped the plan that Israel had to cleanse the Palestinians. The ethnic cleansing plan.
I mean, I remember hearing that. I don't know if it was, I remember there was a reporting about that. I don't know if it was true,
Okay.
but there was some accusation about that.
I hear that accusation all the time that Israel's doing ethnic cleansing.
I'm trying to undermine my case, and I am explaining what is best in my view. And true, I'm not an Israeli, I'm not Jewish, and I'm not Netanyahu. But I have spent 30 years studying national security affairs.
Now I'm getting Doomer vibes. Holy shit. Did he just do the 30 years thing? Holy cow. I've been playing video games for 30 years.
I support the state of Israel. I get to have my view about what would be in Israel's security interest. And that's what happened in August. All that talk was meaningless in terms of how to actually help Israel. And what really happened here is, I don't know if President Trump heard or his people heard any of these conversations we had, but he did the right thing. Trump was not sitting around saying, what did Professor Pape say on, on this quote or this footnote? He was focusing on the security of Israel.
Okay, Bob, you're being very unfair to me. And I'm going to tell you, I hope you'll let me speak, for 1/10 of the time you just spoke. I go to your Twitter page. You have a Substack now, the Escalation, what's called Escalation Trap? Escalation Twitter. And,
oh man, that's like, that totally gets under his skin. What the fuck is it called? The escalation ladder? The escalation thingamadoo? What do you call that thing? The thing you've been working on for 30 years?
The escalation thingamabobber.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing it deliberately. He's totally trying to trigger him.
A fancy graphic here, and it only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps to it. And the first step is 2025, the Mossad stirs protests. So, no different than, you're a professor. If that's what your student hands in, you will say, oh, wait a second, where'd you get that from? And you ask him, where'd you get that from? And I have the New York Times.
Oh my God. You are a professor. You would never take such shoddy work from your own students. Oh,
I know.
Oh no. Oh no.
He's just beating him up, man. This guy's bloodying the shit out of him.
Big oof.
Times article here. The New York Times article suggested that in this current conflict, the Mossad suspected or indicate represented that after we kill the leadership, that they would be able to bring about the opposition forces in Iran maybe to rise up, but that's after they killed the force. Within days of the war's beginning, the Mossad chief, his service, would likely be able to galvanize the Iranian opposition, igniting rise and other acts of rebellion that could even lead to the collapse of the government. This was supposed to happen in this current conflict, after the leadership was killed. And actually, Israelis and Americans were skeptical about that, but it wasn't. There's no indication there in this article that the huge riots we saw, where millions of people turned out, millions, were in any way anything but an actual organic protest. There's all sorts of articles that talked about inflation and any number of things. I'm sure you know them of what caused those protests. But you're saying that those protests were not organic. I think that's what you're saying.
But
the thing is, but there is no, it's very. I think it's just very unfair to resent someone who says, "Oh, you said this. What's your source?" But okay, I'm going to move past that.
Well, no. I'm telling you, I will spend some time over the next few days. So I am wall to wall here, okay, trying to actually help the country and Israel's security. All right. But what I will do is I will take time here, and I will see if I can get, and then you can put it up on your
I'll do it. So the next step. So
that we will do this.
Okay. The next
but
step.
What we're not going to do is we're not going to waste all that time here in this when we have just much bigger fish to fry. And it's not that I'm going to admit that I'm wrong. Like last time I
Okay, this is like insane. This is really hurt this guy.
He's trying to save the country, Sitch. Let him talk.
This is like a Hasan defense. Someone's like, "What's your source?" He's like, I'm trying to save the country. I can't spend
babies are dying in Gaza.
Yeah, I can't spend time to tell you what my source is. What does that even fucking mean? That's an insane comment to make.
I'm super busy. Look, I'm trying to save the world here. And you're running a stupid comedy podcast.
It would have he's talked about this for 9 minutes, I guess, right? It's been 9 minutes. So he's gone on and on and on about this. And he's like, I can't take any time. We're wasting so much time for me to just tell you my source. You could have told us your
I'm
source
so
and you could have
busy.
saved 9 minutes. Okay, it would have been a 10-second like response.
I'm so busy. You know, I'm
So
busy
busy.
trying to save the world here, and you're
I
asking
can't-
me for sources.
Oh my God. This is pretty crazy.
It's great, isn't it?
This is an insane clip, yeah.
Oh, it gets even better.
So it's interesting because like it sounds like the reason he's so emotional about all this is that I know they had some previous interaction that was negative, so he's kind of like that's all like weighing on him psychologically.
Well, and he's got to deal with the Zionist shill, obviously.
Of course,
He's
of course, of course.
Professor
Try to
Pape.
solve this and get rid of it by
You
just
know,
simply
Bob, you
giving
could-
you a
you
yes,
actually-
and you wouldn't take yes. So
You
I'm
know,
not going to do it this
Bob, when I ask you the question, I'll get the next one. When I ask you the question,
He also keeps calling him Bob instead of Professor Pape. Professor Pape. Listen,
Bob.
Bob. This is Bob.
Bob.
Bob. Okay, listen, Bob. What are you doing here, Bob?
when I asked you the question, you could have also said, no, that was a Newsweek or something. Like, you know, I didn't know that you.
I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
I'm not going to flip something
You'd
off
think
the
you would
top
know.
of my. You're going to hold me to the account.
It's quite a
So
thing.
No. We're not going to do that.
Okay, next.
We're
Let's get past it.
We're going to actually.
So let's move on.
We're going to give Pape time.
Yes.
The way it actually works in the real time, as opposed to gotcha.
Did he just refer to himself in third person?
He did, yeah.
You're gonna give Pape time to answer the question. I mean, this 10 minutes of me talking about it has not been enough time. But...
This is signaling to him. Use my proper name. Stop calling me Bob.
Right. Mr. Professor Pape.
Oh, I guess we're on Pape time now. Who knows when we'll get it? That's as bad as Island time.
Right.
World.
Okay.
And you're going to give Pape time to give you an actual answer.
Not a gotcha question.
I've done all this research. You give me something in 10 seconds or so forth.
That is not a gotcha question.
We're not doing this.
Okay, next.
Because this is not, you want a certain outcome. Everybody knows it.
Yep.
Your audience is.
You don't want a certain outcome. I want a certain outcome. Okay, next one. So next thing, August 1964, Gulf of Tonkin. Then you have another side, June 2025, bombing. This is when Israel bombed, right? And
no, this is the bombing of Fordo. You're not reading the Substack carefully.
No. Well,
the real beginning of this is not Israel's bombing here, and there's nothing on Israel on that chart, on that line. That's why I'm saying you're You're looking for issues with Israel. I'm not.
You mean the
doing
American bombing?
I'm not going after Israel.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine that it's Fordo.
Israel for this war.
It's fine that it's Fordo. That was
B2s.
Are you saying?
Only B2s?
Are you saying
this? Only America?
Are you saying that if
I mean, Israel forced us to do it, but it was America doing the bombing.
America?
Well, Israel didn't force us to first.
Well, first of all, I just want to say,
what's that?
Israel didn't force us to do the.
No, but that's what he's
Fordo.
thinking, right?
Right.
That's the anti-Semitic line.
Mm.
I don't think Professor Pape is actually anti-Semitic. I'm just having some fun.
Right.
I think it's interesting. Like he's just he doesn't want to be accused of anti-Semitism. This is the problem because you can't really criticize Israel without these accusations. And this is the kind of guy who's going to levy these accusations as well.
Well,
so
I mean, I don't know anything about really either of these people to comment on any of that. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's very annoying that if you're not racist or anti-Semitic to be accused of being racist or anti-Semitic.
Oh, hell yeah. It's super annoying.
Yeah.
But after a while, you're like, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
that the first missile, what I would think the escalation would start, it's just as a matter of, clerical matter, was in April 24. The first missiles lobbed were from Iran to Israel. That's what started the back and forth, right?
No, that is your view.
I'm asking
I've been modeling the bombing of Iran for 20 years.
Is that the first missile?
For the U.S. Air Force. I've published articles on the subject. You're casually consuming this.
Is that the first?
Look, there's a difference between you reading a medical journal as a non-MD and then you talking to a surgeon.
I'll tell you who said it. I'll tell you who said it. Wait. No, don't cast aspersions. We had Scott Sagan on, Stanford professor, of nuclear.
Yeah, I know Scott very well,
and he's the one who said that. Okay, so that's where I got that from. So you can take it up.
He still is not. Again, Scott Sagan did not model the bombing of Iran.
Right, but you can heep all your insults on him and not on me. Okay, because he's the one who said it.
I'm just trying to point out.
Yeah.
You're.
You know what this kind of reminds me of? What was remember the keys guy?
The keys.
The keys to winning the presidency guy.
Oh, you're right.
Who
that guy was losing his mind too.
The guy who predicted that Biden would win over Trump in the reelection.
Right.
Yes.
And he had to come out and explain why he got everything wrong.
Right. The 13 Alan Lichtman. Yes, the 13 keys, and as soon as he had to explain himself to some people. I don't know. He'd get very mad and be like, "I've done all this research, blah blah blah." You're like, "Oh, I'm just asking you to explain the research.
Just listen to me. Don't challenge me. How dare you?
Like, just explain what the fuck's happening here. Like, why are you getting so
ankle
upset?
biter?
Like, geez, come on. That's why you're on these shows, right? To explain your position."
You're not really seeing my area of expertise here and the depth of it in a certain
Should I just
area.
bow down to you and not ask you questions? Is that what you're saying?
Let me explain it to your audience.
But did the first missile exchange come from Iran to Israel? Is that the first one?
Iran, in what you're describing.
How would that be included in the escalation trap, though? I think this is like a wrong line of questioning, because he's talking about a very specific thing with the escalation trap, and that trap is for America. So what Iran does to provoke us to escalate things is really irrelevant to his argument. So,
well, Iran would also be captured into some sort of escalation trap as well, right? Not just America. Like, they have their own political forces in the country.
Sure, but in his, I guess he does kind of lay out both sides are involved in an escalation trap. But I mean, he's really trying to spell it out from the American perspective because he wants us to avoid the escalation trap.
Right, of course. Yeah. But I mean, both sides, this is how wars go on, is that both sides get caught in a continuing cycle of escalation. Either side wants to back down for whatever reason.
Right. But there are tangible pressures that he goes into, like the nuclear material.
Right.
Us not knowing where the nuclear material is and us losing our minds over the nuclear material is a big part of that. But Noam, the other guy, is really, I mean, he's in this conversation basically trying to assign blame. He's like, he wants you to walk away and know who's to blame for all this. So they're kind of having a different conversation. I don't think Hape cares about who's to blame.
Right.
That particular episode, that was Iran's first time it launched a missile that hit the homeland.
A barrage.
But this is not how we got to this point. This is just not how we got here.
Okay.
So you're focusing on a detail. Okay. It's real. Many people will think it's a detail that matters. It is not in the Pape escalation trap.
Okay.
I have a different understanding of this. It is not just what you get on Google.
All right.
This is a very different understanding, and it's based on modeling the bombing of Iran for 20 years, which so far we've been at this 25 minutes, and we're still not even getting a chance to explain that issue, I would think some of your folks would care about.
So you're saying it's for the bombing of Fordo, which was the U.S. bombing of Fordo. So you're saying that
that was the beginning of the escalation trap.
So
not the beginning of an escalation ladder, not the beginning of something back and forth. I am
okay. So let me ask the question, Bob. Please, let me ask the question about the trap. Then explain to me. I understand what you're saying. So explain to me, this will be interesting, that how the bombing that Israel did all that bombing in June of 2025, that if it just stopped there prior to the final push when the U.S. joined in, that would not have started escalation between The countries?
No, it wouldn't have started the trap.
Okay, explain
so
that.
Again,
Explain that.
And this is why I barely talk about Israel in my discussion. Your audience thinks all I do. No, Israel's hardly coming up in my explanation.
Bob, come on now. You tweeted out here. Come on, I have to stop you there, Chaz. You tweeted out a deeper question is emerging. Is this war in America's interest or someone else's? This is where it gets dangerous. Obviously, you're talking about Israel. Don't say you don't talk about Israel. You're right.
It's MAGA. No, again, you're not listening.
You have every right to talk about Israel.
Sorry, Noam. Look, sorry, Noam.
Sorry.
What do you think of that tweet? What do you think he's talking about?
I mean, I think
tweet?
it's fair to bring it. He's obviously talking about Israel. Who else would he be talking about?
Well, he's saying he's not talking about Israel.
Well, who's he talking about then?
MAGA.
What does that even mean?
If you saw that tweet, would you think, oh, yeah, he's totally talking about MAGA?
I would assume.
Where's the tweet?
I'm about to give I've given big talks on this here. You don't know them. My view is that President Trump's foreign policy is not driven by the Israel lobby. I do not share John Mearsheimer's view.
I didn't say the lobby.
My view is it's driven by MAGA mass politics, not by the Israel lobby. So John's view, and I know very well because I've known John for 40 years, John's view is that it's the Israel lobby, an elite understanding of domestic politics, a lobby that is...
Oh, no, that's not John's view.
It's in the media.
That's not John's view now. John's view now is that Netanyahu is being blackmailed. I'm sorry, that Trump is being blackmailed by Netanyahu because of revelations in the Epstein files.
So what are your thoughts on the role of Epstein?
Did you know this?
I did know this. I did, unfortunately, know this.
I just found this
so
out.
Stupid.
I don't keep tabs on Mearsheimer much.
It's so fucking stupid.
And the Epstein files, and Epstein's history potentially in the U.S.'s treatment of Israel.
When you look at Trump and his behavior towards Israel, and you look at his behavior before he became president, there's good reason to think that the Israelis have the goods on him, and that they've made it clear to him that if he gets tough on Israel, they'll reveal certain things. One also can hypothesize that given his very close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and the fact that Jeffrey Epstein recorded so much of his interactions with other people, and those other people's interactions with young girls and with young women, that maybe there's something there. The problem is that we don't have the evidence, so you can't say for sure that Trump is being blackmailed.
I mean, I'm going to say it.
There is enough circumstantial evidence that one has the sense, and I'm choosing my words carefully here, one has the sense that that may be the case.
That's Mearsheimer. You acknowledge that. That's what hold on, but that's what Mearsheimer's.
My view is.
You acknowledge it. Do you acknowledge?
I like that. I like that Mearsheimer's like. I mean, we don't really have any evidence, but like deductively, circumstantially, it just makes sense, right? Obviously, that's what's going on here. It's like, I mean, is it? I don't know. It's kind of crazy fucking position.
Yeah,
to say that.
It's a wild accusation for no evidence, but
yes.
Israel lobby blaming Israel cannot explain why Trump, in the first Trump administration, did not bow to Netanyahu's pressure. And I've said this on numerous podcasts. You just don't know it, okay? But my view is that Israel, as a factor, is...
We know why he didn't bow to his pressure, because he didn't have the assassination attempts. As soon as Netanyahu started using those, it was like easy peasy to get that guy in there.
Relatively...
If it was, I don't know. I mean, again, we're all kind of doing our...
Butler changed everything.
Doing our guessing, right? Yeah, I mean, it would make sense that the Butler stuff would have an impact on them. Also, I think a big impact. Like, if the Maduro stuff didn't happen, would Trump have been, would Trump have done this? Would he have believed that they could just go in and out 5 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Probably not. I think he'd be more hesitant if it wasn't for the Maduro situation.
That's true. Definitely.
Minor here. I don't think it's zero, but I do think it's relatively minor in how we got here. Now, this, I'm not surprised that you're talking about and focusing on this, because many people are trying to blame Israel for this catastrophic failure, which is only going to get worse. I'm not doing that. I think there is domestic. What I meant in that post was it's MAGA domestic politics, which is at issue. And I have a whole story about MAGA domestic politics that's at issue here that has nothing to do with Dana Bash and the Israel lobby in the media or what's happening with rich Jews or rich Christians here that are part of that.
Bob, I got to ask you a question. I got to ask you a question.
I
got to ask you a question because you're a very sophisticated guy. When you tweet out and in the current climate, and you're very aware of the current climate, you're very aware that everybody from the New York Times to Tucker Carlson is sniffing out the Israeli influence here. When you tweet out and underneath it, a deeper question is emerging. Is this war in America's interest or someone, and you boldface, someone else's? That's where this gets dangerous. You didn't realize 999 out of 1,000 people would assume you meant Israel?
So no. Before I got on with you, I was on for an hour with Megan Kelly.
I think you did mean Israel. I think you did mean Israel.
Said
yeah.
They're looking to.
How's that not accusing you of anti-Semitism?
I mean,
that seems like a very.
It's a fair point, though, right? Like, you're in this conversation. Like, come on. Like, this happens all the time. People are in these conversations, like they know what the fuck's going on. Come on, like what's going on here?
So you think he's playing with fire so that he can pimp out his Substack? You think that's what's going on? Like he knows he's doing a Candace Owens here. He knows how people are going to take this.
Of course, he knows how people are going to take this. It's obvious.
Really?
How people are going to take this. Yes. Come on.
Okay.
Come on. What are we doing? Everyone knows how this goes. Why are we playing these games?
It does seem like Noam is saying this tweet is anti-Semitic and you deliberately knew it was anti-Semitic and you did it.
That is what he's saying.
Yeah.
That's 100% what he's saying.
Purposefully.
Yeah.
Do you think he is being anti-Semitic?
I don't think he's being anti-Semitic, but I think it's fair to point out, like, how do you not know people are going to, make this point?
Because he's some dusty old fucking professor. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He's some
maybe
boomer.
Maybe it's possible. But why wouldn't you but here's the problem. Listen, I'm sympathetic to this. A lot of human conversation is you saying something and in your mind you have a very clear idea of what you mean.
Yeah.
And other people misinterpret it, right?
Yes.
Or they interpret it their own way.
That happens all the time.
Yeah, it happens all the time. Okay, constantly. That's why I always say, like, so many arguments are really arguments about definitions, because a lot of it is people not even knowing that they're using different definitions. But you have kind of an issue. Number one, if he meant something specific, like he meant the MAGA base or whatever instead of Israel, why would he not have just said that specifically? Why did he kind of use vague posting terms?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, I was Zero Fucks sent us some screen grab of this where he said he was DMing back and forth with Noam, so I was kind of digging in.
Oh, okay.
It seems he might have some insight on this question of whether or not
he's not DMing. They're public posts. Zero Fucks is not leaking DMs or something, right?
He said he was DMing with Noam. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, okay, but that's not the picture that he's saying it.
No, these are public posts, but
I
think he sent them to Noam.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, what I said was, why didn't Bob, if he meant the MAGA base specifically, why didn't he just say that? Why did he use kind of the vague?
Well, no, that's what Noam says. That's what Noam asked him. You're going to get to hear his response.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he digs in. He doesn't let him get away with this.
Understand it this way. Yeah. I was just on for a whole hour, I think it was 52 minutes, with Megan Kelly, wall to wall, all that time, okay? And we talked about the escalation trap, how we got into this situation, and so forth. And the issue of Israel came up at the very end, not about how we got here, but about what a deal might look like, because Israel's part of the conflict now, of course. It's not involved, so you can't ignore Israel altogether. Never once Did she go to that tweet and say, you're part of us, you agree with us, Professor Pate, that's what? No, never. It was, she let me explain what you're not letting me explain, which is why you're going down the wrong.
Why is he so... I
Because
mean,
he's calling
listen.
him anti-Semitic.
No, but
that's
I mean, like,
why he's so
listen.
triggered.
No, but I mean, like, listen. I think it's like a pretty mainstream view to think that like Netanyahu or Israel, the Israeli government, sort of like, tricked Trump into this situation in the first place. That's not like a fringe anti-Semitic view.
Did people call that? And if you say that, people say you're being anti-Semitic.
I don't buy that.
Look, I agree with you. I'm thinking this seems like a very mainstream position to me too.
Right.
But you've got people like Noam here who just are on high alert for anti-Semitism, and any criticism of Israel in any way, shape, or form is spun as anti-Semitism.
Right.
It's true.
Okay.
Look, it makes perfect logical sense that Netanyahu would gas Trump up about Butler, Pennsylvania, and how the Iranians want to fucking murder him, right? So that he has a partner for all these things that Israel wants to do. How's it anti-Semitic to point that out? That's geopolitics, bub.
Road.
So explain to someone else.
Not Israel is the cause of the disaster.
Whose interest is this in? Whose interest is this in?
I can't help that you want to pin me on something I don't believe.
Then whose interest? Who is the dangerous shadowed interest that this is in?
The issue here is that Trump has a domestic political interest. That domestic political interest was put at risk if you would let me explain the stages of the escalation trap. You will see what the interest is. You're assuming
He's going to say the same interest that we're always talking about. The Christian lobby, all of those people. It's not solely Israel.
Right.
I'm not sure he ever says that in this video, but I'm thinking that's what he's talking about here.
It's not true. We're spending all this time talking around an issue,
just tell me
confusing your audience. I hope they go to the Megyn Kelly show and hear the actual explanation.
Can you just tell me?
It's not that Israel was the.
It's fine. I asked you who is the someone in boldface? Who's the someone?
The mass MAGA politics. It's not someone.
Why
it's
is
the political interest
you wrote
that
someone.
President Trump has?
It's
MAGA.
You wrote someone. That's not my words. So why is this in MAGA's interest?
Will you let me explain?
Can you just tell me why it's in MAGA's interest?
No, you've got to let me explain.
Okay, I'm going to let you explain, but I want to say why it bothers me. Because as a consumer of your tweets, I'm not privy to the 20-minute explanation. So it's perfectly normal for me to say, he's tweeting something, it's bite-sized, he's not choosing to, there's no thread here, you don't explain it, you goddamn well know people are going to think it means Israel, you let it hang like that. Oh, come on.
No, I don't, because I have a different explanation.
Yeah, but you don't say, you could have said American interest or MAGA's political interest.
I'm just
Why did you cloak it in mystery?
Why did reading it through your lenses.
You chose to cloak it in mystery. You could have just said, is this war in America's interest or in MAGA's political interest? Okay, that's clear.
Will you let me explain?
Yes, go ahead.
Mystery makes it a banger tweet, though. It does.
Vague post boy. Yes, of course.
Yeah, he knows. Candace Owens retweeted him immediately.
I mean, you can't say that, though. You can't say, well, I was vague posting. You can't admit that.
Right?
Why
can't you? Why can't
that looks pretty bad. That looks pretty
okay.
terrible if you're like, oh, I was just obviously vague posting. Obviously, what do you mean?
Well, you could be vague posting, but not vague posting about Israel. We vague posting about
the rule? Yeah.
He's milking the mystery.
Right.
It's not his fault that everyone's going to assume it's the Jews, right?
Of course.
So, in all the 20 years of modeling the bombing of Iran, which I do for my class in a 90-minute session every spring, and I did last spring before the bombing of Fordow, I explained the central issue with the U.S. and the military issue between the U.S. and Iran is the enrichment of uranium. And that's why in 2002, the dynamics between the U.S. and Iran changed. Before that, we were at odds politically, starting in, and there was also, of course, still Israel. But in 2002, when the enriched uranium issue came up with the discovery of Natanz, suddenly we started to think militarily about destroying the enrichment capacity of Iran. I started modeling the bombing of then how would you bomb Iran to do that? With all my background in air power, makes perfect sense. And that was just with Natanz. Well, at that point, I explained that we would do double tap attacks. It's buried underground. I explained that with our precision guided, one bomb would create a crater, the next. And I think, and again, your listeners can go in the New Yorker with Cy Hirsch. I think it was 2003 or 4. He called me up and said, Bob, because I knew Cy, he said, I think we're going to have to use TAC nukes to take out Natanz. And
Bob,
I said,
respectfully,
no, Cy,
do you have to go all the way back
just
to
listen to me?
No, because I'm asking you a question about your tweet. Why is it in MAGA's interest?
You're not going to be able to understand
Dude,
it without getting the story.
Okay, have to go all the way back to 2003 to explain why it's in MAGA's interest?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
this is the only question we're going to ask today.
Enriched uranium.
Go ahead.
It's not about Israel. So that's what you're not allowing.
Asking
here.
why it's
For
in
you,
MAGA's interest.
Everything must apparently be about Israel.
Yeah,
it's not always
You know
Israel.
how we are, but I'm asking you about why it's in MAGA's political interest, why that's the dangerous question.
I'm trying to explain that to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so anyway, now we bomb Fordo. So now we've modeled this. Stage 1 is always America bombs Fordo because only our B-2s and our big bombs can destroy Fordo. Israel's Air Force can't do that. And what happens in the modeling is we take apart the industrial capacity of enrichment, but we don't get the the nuclear material, the enriched uranium. And then I always said what that would do is over a year later, we would come back and this would be the cause of regime change bombing. That what happened is when you bomb Fordo, you don't get the material, you fear it will disperse actually inside of Iran and allow for either nuclear weapons to be fashioned surreptitiously or radiological bombs. And over time, that pressure would build. And Pape always said, and I've said this for 20 years, a year or two later, we'll come back for regime change bombing, the very bombing we refused to do before. And
why did he refer to himself in third person and then immediately refer to himself in first person?
It's part of the shtick. The shtick.
It's part of the shtick. Okay, so Zero Fox sent me what he sent you.
Yeah, I read it. I was like, whoa, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I guess here you should bring up this picture. So here's the tweet. This is the one that they're discussing. Pape says, this is device already visible, Vance, Carlson, restraint, others, escalation, and underneath it, a deeper question is emerging. Is this war in America's interest or someone else's? This is where this gets dangerous, okay? So Zero Fox has circled. He only has 10 replies on this tweet. Only has 10 replies on this tweet. And
it wasn't a very banger tweet after all. It only
No.
got 153.
Right, or at least at the time of the screenshot, right?
Right.
Oh my God. 153. Where is it? Might be more now, but anyway. So at the time of this, the screenshot of the 10 replies, 5 of them all are replies saying Israel, 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 right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess you had a situation is like, okay, does he not read his own replies, right? It's not like it was, flooded replies. Oh, I couldn't possibly read this. So are we to believe that he wouldn't understand that this is how people would interpret the tweet?
It's a little sus.
A little sus. It's a little sus, I guess. Yeah. And I don't even, it's just silly because I think if you just said, yeah, I mean, I think it's in Israel's interest. I don't think that would be such a crazy thing to say.
Yeah. God, you're so naive, Sitch.
I guess so.
You have the immunity badge.
I guess I have the
Jewish
Jewish immunity
so
idol, so who knows?
no one is going to accuse you of anti-Semitism.
Right.
Although they do accuse Ben Shapiro of that from from time to time, right?
There you go. There you go.
And that's exactly what happened here. You didn't need Israel whispering in President Trump's ear, because I've got on my Substack, and if you've been following this, the actual satellite photography of what appears to be Iran dispersing its material from Fordow and Escalation. So this, and I'm sure if I've got this, there's even more in the classified world. This is politically embarrassing to Trump. If Trump is president, say this summer, and a nuclear weapon goes off, and you know there's been a lot of prediction that maybe Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon even after the bombing, President Trump's presidency will probably, if not completely collapse, be wounded dramatically before the midterm.
Okay, let me stop you there. I follow you. So
the big reason
Bob, you can't just filibuster. It's not fair to ask 10-minute answers in an interview. Come on. It's not fair. You got it has to be a conversation.
Well, I just gave you the reason.
Okay, so let me in
the actual logic. So he's got a domestic political interest in avoiding that outcome.
What you said is very huge. So you think, from what you're saying, I know I'm going to be wrong, but that there was a real possibility that there could have been a nuclear explosion in Iran. They would set off a bomb in the next 2 or 3 years. Now, Trump's not running for re-election.
I didn't quite know. It's almost right. You're about 90%
That's what you said.
of my view, but you're saying that it's a reality, Noam. I'm saying what I say.
You said that it would be humiliating to him if a bomb went off.
No, my modeling is...
Should I play it back?
Yeah. My modeling is that the government that bombs Fordow, whether it was Trump, whether it was Biden, whether it was Obama, it does not matter. The government that bombs Fordow will obsess and fear that this will happen, and they will get they will get intelligence that will appear to fit the picture, because once you see what intelligence really looks like, it can fit a whole lot of pictures.
I swear to God, my ears are bad, but I
didn't say it was true. I said they would obsess and fear about it, and for the president who did this, their political future would be on the line.
No.
And that is how we get sucked into the trap. It's not because of...
Do you think Trump is obsessing about this? About the nuclear material? You think this is why Trump is so unhinged now, going crazy?
I mean, that's the rationale they keep giving.
I'm not sure it's true, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump seems to be a total optimist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's hard for me to imagine he'd think, oh, yeah, that we're going to get in big trouble with this nuclear material.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he'd just say, oh, yeah, nobody cares. Pull out. It'll be fine.
Right.
I'm not buying this part of the escalation trap.
Israel.
How would that? First of all, the president doesn't have a political future. He's a lame duck. But leaving that aside, and it's an important point. He's not running for re-election. He is only concerned about his legacy. But my question is, I swear I thought you said, I'll have to go back and listen because my ears are bad, that you said that, we hear that they're very close to a bomb and there could be an explosion. But
we heard that out of the administration, not out of.
But if it's not true,
and that is evidence of Professor Pate's
let me finish.
Coming true.
But if it's not true that anything bad was going to happen, how is his political interest tied to it?
Because he's going to over-worry about his political interest, Noam. Just like the owner of a business will over-worry about whether or not they're going to make money in the next 6 months if there's higher oil prices or higher interest rates.
Okay, let's drill down on this, because he's the president, and he gets all the intelligence reports we wish we could get. And from that, he now, if I understand what you're saying, from that, he infers that there's a significant chance that Iran will get a bomb right away.
The way the assessment actually goes in my class, Noam, which matters here, is that the bombing of Fordow also means the IAEA never comes back and that is our best intelligence. So if you imagine intelligence here like a piece of cheese.
That's not our best intelligence.
Israel, the IAEA, we have solid information about the Iranian nuclear program. Once you bomb Fordow, suddenly you have Swiss cheese. Giant holes in the intelligence. And I'm saying that decision makers, and there's reason to think this, they worry about worst case scenarios. They worry about and it's not because the worst case is surely true. It's because they can't show it's surely wrong.
Okay,
and that's what I said would lead us to do the regime change bombing a year later. And we did that with President Trump, who swore he would never do this, who turned it down in the first Trump administration. For me,
he turned it down this administration too.
President Trump did this. It shows the power of the modeling. It shows the modeling was correct.
Ronan Bergman says, reported, I heard it today, that he also turned it down a few months ago. It was only after the protests that he changed his mind. That's what.
Well, there's also, by the way, on my Substack, we have the satellite photography in February of Esfahani, the Iranians digging stuff out of Esfahani.
Okay.
And if I have that, I don't have a clearance. If I'm getting that satellite photography in the New York Times, if we're going to get to footnotes, where is this coming from? The New York Times, you can bet we have even better information about Esfahani.
Well, that's my point. It's not from the IA.
This idea that we're not putting in and having agents on the ground, I just think is
our best intelligence doesn't come from the IAEA. It comes from our own surveillance, and obviously the Mossad's got that freaking place wired for sound and video.
No, you're misunderstanding. Back to my analogy of a block of cheese. We went from having a solid block of cheese where Mossad is one source, the satellites are another source, the IAEA is a third source, and you get a total block of cheese. You take the IAEA out, and now that cheese, I'm saying, is 50% plus full of holes.
So let's get to the heart of the matter,
yes,
Bob.
You try to fill it in with the others, but that's not how that's not the reality of humans. That's not the reality of what you're dealing with. You're dealing with Swiss cheese.
All right. In the Iraq War, I think you were on record as saying that even if Iraq went nuclear, we could live with that deterrence would. I think you signed that petition, which said that if they go nuclear, deterrence will hold them. Do you believe that we can allow Iran to get an atom bomb?
I think it's a matter of a cost-benefit analysis. No. So I have said since when Obama was elected president, you can go and search and you'll find that I published a piece, I think it was in the Weekly Standard, I'm not quite sure where I published it now, that said the number one problem for Obama was to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. I said that was his number one thing. I said this right after Obama was elected, I published a piece on this. So I've been worrying about this ever since this enrichment thing. I've been worrying about this, and that's why it's the capstone to my class in strategy. It's always been one of the
But how do you feel about it today?
I have worried about is Iran getting a nuclear weapon. And the reason is because of all the dynamics around this that we are going through right now.
Okay, Bob, let me in there for a second.
The cost of Iran not getting a nuclear weapon, I believe right now, is growing.
Okay.
Before we did the bombing, I think we should have done the deal that was on the table that Kushner and Witkoff brought back to Trump. At least started down that road. Maybe that wasn't good enough, but I believe President Trump, that's where his art of the deal skills, I think, should have been used. I think that the Feb 27 deal he should have gone forward on that front.
Let me. Can I get in there for a second?
We had to.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is why I would dispute you, and then I also still want to pin you down on the question I had. The reason I dispute you, and I'll talk about my old things. When Israel first bombed Iran, whenever that was, the first time they bombed, I guess that was in.
Well, it's 2024 is what you're probably thinking.
No, the first missile attack.
Before that, they're using sabotage and human agents.
Okay, so whenever that first,
and that's where the Mossad is really. So you say, well, there's no history of Mossad.
Are you going to let me speak?
Stuxnet.
Oh my God,
we've got so much history of Mossad. Anyway, keep going.
Jeez.
He's going back. He's
I
like
felt
so
at
chapped.
that point, once Israel had humiliated Iran and exposed how vulnerable they were to themselves. They spent 30 years trying to make themselves into a formidable power, and overnight Israel just basically humiliated them. It was clear to me then, and then it became crystal clear to me in June, that there is no scenario where Iran has not decided now, if we get up off this mat, we are going to get a nuclear bomb. This would have never happened to us if we get a nuclear bomb. So everything that you're saying about the past, I agree with you. It really doesn't matter. It's all in the past. At this point now, and obviously what went on in that deal that was offered is highly disputed, but I would say that a savvy Churchillian leader would say, it doesn't matter what they agreed to in that deal. We know goddamn well there is no way they are going to forego the opportunity to get a nuclear bomb now. And obviously, if we're going to try to stop them, whatever the costs are, these are the cheapest costs we're ever going to have, because they're going to have drones and missiles. And right now, they're pretty much vulnerable. All they can do is, do these canny attempts to bring other nations in the Straits of Hormuz, but they can't inflict huge damage right now, as they will be able to. So my question is, given reality, that they are going to get a bomb if we don't stop them. Everything that came before is meaningless. Should we let them get a bomb, or should we pay the cost to stop them? That's a direct question.
We should pay a diplomatic cost to stop them. I think the cost to stopping them getting a bomb would be a military containment regime on Israel. So that's where the Israel issue comes in.
So it does come back to Israel. It is all about Israel.
No. I'm explaining that if you want to use military force, if you want to use military force to stop Iran from getting a bomb, I don't think you have a solution.
So the key to this whole conflict is Israel.
I don't think there is a solution with military force. This is Pape's position. I think there is no military solution to stopping Iran from getting a bomb. I don't think nuclear weapons will do it. That is, I think you can turn all 92 million, or try to turn them into glass and kill them all. I think that that's not going to happen.
Nobody's suggesting that, Bob, but go ahead.
Well, just about everybody on every podcast that I talk to, I don't bring.
Okay, hold on a second. So I think the question that Noam asked him, and the way that he phrased the question, is very good and very important, which is all this stuff you're saying, all this past stuff, it doesn't matter. It seems like you'd be a naive fool to think that Iran wasn't going to be always going towards getting a bomb. I'm kind of remembering now that I'm watching this more of the conversation with trigonometry. And I remember that my take on the trigonometry conversation with Pape, I keep saying Pape, is that I'm listening to him and he's saying a bunch of things. I'm like, oh, this all makes sense to me. This all seems correct. He's kind of going over the escalation trap thing. But then he gets to one part in the conversation where he starts talking about how great Obama's nuclear agreement was with Iran. And I'm like, Now listen, I'm a layman. I'm just some person of shadow on the internet. Okay, I haven't done all the research, as Pape keeps claiming that he's doing all this research, right? It doesn't seem to me to be credible to think that if you have this agreement where all you say is like, we can only supposedly check some sort of existing facilities, but that's it, that Iran wouldn't just build a new facility somewhere else and enrich uranium, and we would have no way of checking that, right? Like, how would we ever detect that at that point? If we're just
not through the Atomic Energy Commission or whatever they were doing, you'd have to have Mossad or CIA.
You'd have to have spies on the ground that are continually acting and doing all that stuff, right?
Yes.
And I don't know, like maybe theoretically, I'm not in those positions of power. Maybe that would have been enough. Maybe it would have been enough, and no one really wants to say it that way because they don't want to kind of tip their hand. Maybe the real agreement is, well, if we can check their open facility, you can check certain facilities, and then we have a good enough spy capabilities to spy to see if they open up other facilities. Maybe that would work. I don't fucking know, right? But no one's really like kind of made that argument, because that's essentially what you'd have to do. And he didn't really make that argument in the trigonometry conversation. So when I heard that, I'm kind of like, that Obama agreement to me never seemed like a feasible agreement. And then, so I'm kind of confused then when he kind of makes this point. So let's see, we're at 46.
The Israel containment point. I mean, that makes perfect sense.
Right.
He's saying,
So
look, Israel has a license to just beat the shit out of them.
Well, so here, let me go back here.
I think the cost to stopping them getting a bomb would be a military containment regime on Israel.
So he's saying that we have to contain Israel's military. That what he's saying?
Yeah, because he believes that they want to get the bomb so that they have some defensive capabilities against Israel.
That is fucking retarded.
And if we are the ones that are going to defend them from Israel, then we don't have to worry about them trying to get a bomb, unless they want to do a preemptive strike, which a lot of people believe they want to do.
There's two issues with that. That is a fucking retarded statement, I would say, for two issues. Number one, it's so politically not in the realm of possibility in American politics. Can you imagine? You need like Hasan Piker to be president. How cucked would the president of America have to be to say, listen, we don't want Iran, the country that says that they want to destroy us and calls us the great Satan. We don't want them to actually build a nuke and destroy us. So we're going to turn around to one of our allies in the region and tell them that they need to neuter their own military. Like, how is that going to work politically in America? It's going to be like the most
you don't have to tell them to neuter their own military, but you don't have to actively. I mean, we have a lot of leverage in our relationship with Israel. Obviously, people are constantly wanting us to use that leverage.
Yeah, but you kind of do, because he's saying that in order to get Iran to not build nukes, we have to signal to Iran, the country that doesn't trust us, in a way so strongly that they think that we're going to clamp down on Israel's military for the rest of time so that they don't have to worry about that. Like, that seems fucking infeasible. Like, that seems like, how the fuck would we ever do that?
It'd be an interesting treaty, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's like such a huge ass. That seems like a ridiculous possibility.
But look, Noam and Israel don't believe this will work. I mean, the reason that they're constantly beating up on Iran is because they are worried if they get a nuclear weapon, they will use it immediately, that it will be nukes over Jerusalem.
Right, but I'm saying even before we even get into that, like whether they will use a nuclear, I'm just saying, like, the thing that he's suggesting just seems so outside the realm of reality in terms of you have to get an American politician to agree to it. And then on top of that, the Iranian government knows that America's not a dictatorship. Okay, we don't have a lifelong president. The president can change every 4 years. So even if we have Hasan Piker as president for 4 years and he, shits all over Israel and, Iran feels confident that we're going to prevent Israel from doing anything, they're not going to stop building they're not going to stop disarming, because they know, 4 years we could have Donald Trump Jr. be fucking president. And then, who knows, right? So, like, there's no guarantee we can give to Iran as America that they would, forever never have to worry about Israel or even America. Like, there's no guarantee we could possibly give them to do that.
You could offer it in negotiations. I'll see what they say.
We could, but it seems so not practical.
I think America could contain Israel. I think that's within our ability.
We could theoretically. I don't see the political will to do it.
We could just stop selling them weapons.
Okay. I'm not.
What do you mean theoretically?
Theoretically,
we could totally contain them.
No, theoretically means yes.
We could say, "Shut up, bitch! Back in the corner. Let the big boys talk."
Theoretically means yes, we have the physical capability to tell Israel to fuck off. Right?
Yeah.
I'm saying theoretically in terms of, is there going to be political will in the country to have a president or a Congress side with Iran over Israel? Maybe in the future, but not at the moment.
That's exactly how it will be framed.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe there's not the political ability to do it, but
well, that's what I'm saying.
the
It's
physical ability to do it definitely is on the table.
Of course.
Yeah.
But that's why you understand that's why it's theoretical.
Why Pape is saying it's theoretical?
No, why I'm saying we could theoretically clamp down on Israel's military in order to protect Iran. It just seems very not.
Well, I'm just
likely.
separating out if you want to bring in the political aspect of it, of course, like I'm with you 100%.
Right,
like
but you kind of have to.
The political
in terms
feasibility
of,
of it is. I mean,
not
that's
great.
Mount Everest. Yeah.
Right. Of course. But I'm saying like you kind of have to bring that into consideration if we're saying like, well, how do we stop Iran from getting nukes? Well, that has to weigh into it. Like you could say if we're not going to take in the political possibility of something, you could say anything. You could say, well, in order for us to not get Iran get nukes, they can become a first world Western democracy overnight.
Is it
well, is that going to happen?
Is it feasible? Is it feasible for America to bomb all of Iran's bridges and power plants?
Feasible? I mean, I don't think it's a good idea. I don't know if.
I mean, I think it's literally
I
think it's literally a war crime, isn't it? I don't think it is feasible.
It's only a war crime if it's not a war crime if it's used for any sort of military purpose, like the bridges and power plants and all that other stuff.
Oh, right? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so we could do that. Holy shit.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know what you mean by feasible. Like we could do it. I don't know how easy it would be to do it. Like I
think it'd be easy to do. I think the blowback from it would be immense.
Yeah, well, it might not be. As I said, I don't know if it'd be a good idea.
I'm saying like, I think Trump is throwing this out as like some kind of weird negotiation tactic. I don't necessarily think. So I do think Israel containment could be thrown out as a negotiation tactic.
No,
even though politically I do agree with you.
Hold on. Here's the issue. I could 100% see that Trump or any future president will pull Israel back, and as Trump did theoretically. Supposedly that's what the Abraham Accords was, right? It was Trump pulling Israel back from taking the West Bank. He was saying Trump pulled Israel back from doing more stuff in Gaza. We've had other presidents that have continued to pull Israel back. So I 100% agree. America has and will continue to pull Israel back to prevent them from doing things. But that's not the issue. The issue is there something an American politician can do to pull Israel back enough that Iran would feel safe enough, assuming that what they're saying, what Iran is even saying is true, right? And that they're not lying. They're not ideologically motivated, which is a whole nother conversation. Hypothetically, if Iran is saying is true, is just for their own safety, the amount of pullback we'd have to do on Israel publicly for Iran to feel safe, to me, that's the Mount Everest to climb.
Yeah, I mean, it would take some doing. You definitely have to show them. You'd have to build trust by showing them some sort of progression.
Well, the problem is it's something that have to take years and years and years and years. And all those years are years that Iran would also be building, enriching uranium, right? Mm-hmm. At that point, it's by the time that Iran might even trust us enough to pull back Israel, it's like, well, we already have nukes, so who cares?
So what is the option? Pape gave the just glass the whole thing option, which I thought was pretty ballsy for Pape.
I think you do have to engage in either covert actions or military actions. I think that is the only solution.
So boots on the ground?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. If there's other ways to do it, if you, I don't know if you can bomb it from the sky
argument,
or just keep
Pape's entire argument
viruses or whatever.
Pape's entire argument is that you can't achieve these goals with just a military bombing campaign. Mm-hmm. He wrote a book called Bombing to Win and how there's been no successful regime change bombing campaign.
Well, I'm not talking about regime change. We're talking about preventing them from getting nukes.
Right. But this regime though is dead set. A lot of people think this regime is dead set on getting nukes, and that regime change is really the only way that you can turn the page on the nuke ambition.
Can we just drone strike people? Can we just drone strike every single person in charge until they stop? They say, okay, maybe we don't do this. I don't know the answer to that question, but if it doesn't seem at all, like this suggestion that he's giving seems whimsical to me.
According to Dave Smith, it doesn't really even matter if they get a nuclear bomb.
Right. Well, that's retarded.
It's not
obviously.
a big deal.
Right.
Just
Right.
let it. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. Yeah. It seems retarded to me. And it obviously Iran was going the North Korea route. They wanted to, build up enough weapons that we couldn't do anything militarily to stop them from getting nukes, because then they would, destroy their neighbors, which is kind of what they were trying to do now.
They're on that path now.
Right. But the second issue, what we haven't even really talked about, was why the fuck does Pape or anyone trust anything that the Iranian government says? Why is he not even considering any level of ideological motivation by the ruling class of Iran?
Yeah, I'm
to
not
be
sure.
motivated by religious ideology, that they would do something that we would see as irrational, but they would see as rational because they're looking at things from a religious perspective.
Tell me what the tour guide looked like in Tehran, and I'll give you a better answer.
Right.
Remember how he lavished praise on China?
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
And we postulated that there was a super hot 20-something Chinese guy when he was there.
Right.
Talking about how China had their shit together.
No, I don't know. Maybe now if Pape here could lay out some diplomatic plan here that makes sense to my tiny pea brain, then maybe I'll say, okay, maybe this diplomatic solution seems feasible to me. It just, so far doesn't seem feasible in the idea that we're going to just constrain Israel so much that Iran feels safe. Also seems retarded and whimsical, and we're pretending that they're not religiously motivated as well.
There are no good answers here.
That's unfortunately the situation.
Shit answers here.
That's unfortunately seems to be the situation.
Yeah. I mean, can't we just pretend we're going to restrain Israel? I mean, it's worth a go. I'd say do it. I say give it a shot. Okay. Who knows? Maybe the Iranian leadership are totally gullible at this point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, we tricked him with Tucker Carlson. This is it. We get Tucker Carlson in and we tell Tucker Carlson that we're going to restrain Israel.
Right.
He sends it right to whoever's in charge of Iran now.
I mean, when did Israel hack the Iranian centrifuges? Was that during Obama's presidency?
When they did the Stuxnet?
Yeah.
Israel took them out. That was a great move.
It really seemed like, Obama was kind of going out of his way, really hyper signaling this exact thing that he's talking about. Like he was going to, this is the problem. Obama's hyper signaling that he's going to try to do this diplomatic solution with Iran. I think Iran the whole time is probably still enriching uranium. And then Trump becomes president and rips up the deal. If you're Iran at that point, would you ever trust any sort of diplomatic solution with America ever again at that point? Because again, you could have the literal same thing. A Democrat comes in, creates some deal, and then the next president comes in and rips it up. Why would, at that point, is diplomacy unfortunately off the table? Is there really no good answer, good diplomatic answer at that point? Maybe that's the fucked up reality of the situation, is that sometimes diplomacy cannot always work.
Ripping up the deal. I mean, we're flying over their country, bombing indiscriminately. I think that's a little bit further than ripping up the deal.
No, I'm going back to Trump's first term.
Right. Yeah, but I'm just saying right now, I think we're kind of caught in the escalation trap.
And then you get and actually, you know what? And here's even the problem too. So Trump rips up Obama's a deal, right? And then he tries to propose a new deal, and the new deal, I believe, was we'll take off the sanctions and we'll do all these things, but you have to go to zero enrichment, right? You can go from under the original deal, what it was 5%, now it's 0 enrichment. So I don't even know if there was any sort of additional, we can look anywhere, right? Maybe it was not even any additional, we can look anywhere in the country to make sure you're not enriching uranium. And they said no to that one, just because they didn't want the 0 enrichment. Why? Or wasn't it they had to buy, we said you can still use nuclear reactors. You just have to buy enriched uranium from other countries, which would be cheaper than you doing it yourself. And they refuse to do that. Why would they
You
refuse
can have
to do
nuclear weapons. You just need to buy them from us. And you got to pinky swear not to use them on Israel.
that? No. Enriched uranium for the reactors that are like the 5% as opposed to like the 90%. I know. I'm just saying to the audience.
Okay. Audience, pay attention.
Yes.
It's very important. You're saying that Iran lost all trust with us when we tore up the deal.
I'm saying
if that's the case, the trust is zero now that we're flying over their country and bombing indiscriminately, right?
Even if we were to give the ultimate good faith charity to Iran and assume they're telling the truth, that they just want nukes defensively, then yes, they're not going to. Then they wouldn't trust America after that's the deal. But then I'm saying to give them the good faith charity makes even less sense than it obviously already does. Just because, why would they not agree to whatever the new Trump deal was?
If after this bombing campaign, if I'm Iran, I want a nuclear weapon more than anything.
Right.
Yeah. Just because I'm getting fucking killed here.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like the only way to prevent this from happening in the future. And so I don't know how you go back from that. I don't know how you negotiate away from that. You can't really do you can't do it just kidding after this situation.
I agree.
After where we are.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in a war. They're calling it the Iran war.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah. Crazy fucking shit, man. How long do you think it's going to take Trump to end this war? Where is this on his scale of how easy the war was to end? Is this harder to end than Ukraine, Russia?
No. Well, because he could just leave and then say Europe deals with it, and then the economy just goes what the economy does, and then he just shrugs, I guess. Like that.
Okay.
That's always an option. You can't really do that in Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah. So I guess this one has to be easier to end.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Cast that I talk to, I don't bring it up, they bring it up. And that's why I'm
Nuking
bringing this up.
Iran?
It's because, just a minute, just listen to me. It's because any nuclear option, and there's only a handful of countries that could even do that, would then blow back and have nuclear radiation all over the Middle East.
Who has suggested
this
that?
is not a possibility.
Okay,
so
fine.
number
Next,
one,
yeah.
there's
Sitch.
no nuclear
He
option.
suggests that all the
Number
time.
two, we don't
I do the nuke Iran. Okay.
Of course. All
have the
options have to be on
ground
the
forces to occupy 92 million people. We didn't have enough ground forces to occupy 25 million with Iraq, and we have roughly the same number of ground forces now. So we would have to have conscription to actually occupy, and I don't think that's in the cards either. So what I would say is that I just don't think there is a military solution here. I think the solution to stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon remains, even now, as hard as it is, diplomatic. And what would that mean? That would mean a situation where Israel is compelled to join the NPT. If there's on-site inspections in Fordo, Estefan, there's on-site inspections in Dimona. I think that you have to go down a road of actually putting on the table something Iran would find valuable here.
Why in the world would Iran give up its nuclear ambitions if only Israel would admit what everybody knows? It's no new information. Everybody knows Israel has X number of bombs. If there's an inspection, okay, well now we'll know what we already know, and that.
Yeah, like what? So we're gonna go. The United States is gonna have a position where, like, we're gonna take Israel's nukes away from them. First of all, that they would agree to that, and then we're gonna do it just to try to make Iran feel better, and that's not gonna be like seen as the most cucked thing ever for a U.S. president to do that action. This is like a pipe. This is a fantasy.
The cuck chart is really weighing heavy on Trump right now.
It is. It really is.
He's like, oh my God.
He doesn't want to be regulated to the cuck
I
chair.
can't be the fucking. I can't be the cuck.
Yes.
That will satisfy. Iran spent hundreds of billions of dollars simply
look,
to
we
get
are
that.
on the horns of
I'm not finished. We spent hundreds of billions of dollars, lives. Our people are starving. We finally got what we always wanted. They finally admitted they have a bomb. This doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm telling you, there's the military approach. There's a diplomatic approach. I've just shown you there is no military solution.
No, you haven't shown that.
Stopping Iran. So that means, even though this is, I absolutely admit that this is not a surefire.
What is the military solution, Sitch?
Fuck them up.
Blow
them up.
Look,
and the drones kill everyone.
This is the part I agree with Dr. Pape.
Pepe.
I'm not sure there is a military solution here.
Well, then we have a problem because there's not a military solution. There's not really a diplomatic solution.
Yeah, exactly. We're fucked.
I guess we should drop the nuke on him, huh?
It's starting to make a lot more sense to me.
Yeah.
Absolutely it's better than any of the military approaches. None of the military approaches, including Netanyahu's idea that we're going to produce a failed state, a giant version of Libya. No, Libya didn't have 1,000 pounds of 60% enriched uranium, 10,000.
Okay, but let me ask you this.
So you've got a situation where there's no military solution. I think you're forced to go diplomatic.
Okay, so
as bad as that is, it's the best.
I think that I answer. I think that if we,
this guy's like, oh my God, they're gonna nuke Israel. He's terrified of that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe you actually think that this is what would make Iran give up their nuclear ambitions, to know that Israel.
I didn't say that. I never said
that
it would. You keep putting words in my mouth.
Okay, I'm sorry. But let me ask a question. What do you make of the fact that something like, now I don't want to use the number 30,000 died. The only reason I was criticizing people for using it until I saw that it was reported in The Guardian, which is a left-wing outlet. And I said, okay, if The Guardian's reporting that 30,000 people died.
Have you seen it's up to 45,000 now?
Wow.
Every time I see this figure, it goes up 15,000.
Died in the protests in Iran. Maybe it's somewhat more reliable. So whatever that number is, it's a significant number of people died. Millions came out at the risk of dying. And from the millions that came out at the risk of dying, we can infer some multiple of support, which has to be quite significant because, I don't know, 1 out of 20, 1 out of 100 people have the bravery to go out and put their ass on the line and get shot at just because they're, oppose a regime, basically getting shot like fish in a barrel. So why are you so sure that the regime is not teetering such that, in the way that Thomas Friedman over and over was saying, after this war is over, the people of Gaza will come out of their tunnels or out of their, rubble, and they'll say to Hamas, what have you done to us? How did you get us into this? You remember these articles, and liberal people were very moved by it.
Yes.
I'm almost finished. So how is this not part of a strategy which may not work, which is, It's you have a strong military presence. You have tremendous surveillance. You bomb every time you see it flowering up again. You keep the pressure on, and maybe it will fall over because obviously it is teetering. And what do we got to lose? Money. We don't have to go and give it a shot. And again, you esteem Scott Sagan. He believes it would be a disaster for the world if Iran goes nuclear, because then Saudi Arabia will go nuclear, then other Arab countries will go nuclear. You talked about, I forget the phrase you use, of this dynamic of people all on a hair trigger with each other. What's the phrase you used?
So no, can I?
That'll be for the whole.
So
what's your phrase?
What I think you're not.
Just give me the phrase
seeing.
so I can put. Yeah, it's fine, but just give me the phrase so I can put it in where everybody suspects everybody. Everybody's paranoid, and they're all ready to launch it at a moment's notice.
I'm not sure. You're going down to 2,000 feet when we got to give the big picture to the audience.
Okay,
here.
Go ahead. I'll find it. Go ahead.
Okay, which is so I'm the book, not just one of a bunch of people. That is the book that shows air power alone has never toppled a regime. It's called Bombing to Win. The book is called Bombing to Win. It was published in 1996. I've written articles on every air campaign since. It's been about regime change. It's never worked. This is the book. And when I wrote the book in the 90s, I was working for the Air Force where the leaders of the leadership decapitation school were my bosses. John Warden was my boss for years. So I knew, and I was in debates with them, both in the classified world and the unclassified world, on issues like, should we end the Bosnian Civil War by killing leaders? We ended the Bosnian Civil War. It does not without, we didn't kill any leaders. No, Milosevic wasn't killed, but we ended it. And so this whole issue, no, I'm not just like one of a few hundred people that study this and we read about it and we talk about it. This has been my life's work here in a major, major way. PAPE has worked on air power, suicide terrorism, economic sanctions, and now domestic political violence in the United States. That's been 24/7 for 35 years. No. So you're just not seeing that as the core cake here of what I do. So there's lots of reasons why that never was likely to work in the first place. The Iran regime was not more brittle than any other one in the last 100 years. We can go through all of the details. The bottom line is it has zero chimes worked. Zero.
Why do regimes fall?
There's nothing special about the Iran regime that was going to lead to it being the first in history.
Why do regimes fall?
If you even believe that, what Pape's argument...
Don't we just have to keep militarily fucking up Iran until our magical CIA can just coup the government? Why can't we just do that?
Doesn't all this seem like wishful thinking? It really does.
Why can't we just do that, Adam?
This is like the bargaining phase right here.
Delay until the magical CIA coups them. Like they did all the other countries we've couped.
I'd like to think it would work.
Okay.
I'm skeptical it will.
Okay.
I think if Trump just crafts the perfect truth post,
yes,
everything will drop into place. That's what it really... Bombing is not going to work. It's threatening to bomb. That's how you really make change.
That's the MAGA version of the West Wing speech that President Bartlett makes.
It is. Right. The one that brings everyone together.
Yes.
To hold hands and sing Kumbaya.
You know what's funny? I never saw West Wing growing up because I was a kid and politics was boring. I watched it, I don't know, a while ago, when I was like a young adult. And I was kind of shocked.
How terrible it is.
It's not bad. I was kind of shocked how much of like liberals of the day kind of idealized the presidency of the fictional president in the West Wing TV show. Because in almost every episode, not every episode, but it seems like overwhelmingly they fail to do whatever they're trying to accomplish. And it seemed like the message again and again was that like they were too idealistic and they were too not savvy at playing the political game.
So sad.
It was weird that like people never interpreted it that way. They just kind of thought like, oh yeah, so you could just make a President Bartlett speech and save the day, when it seemed like the message was kind of the opposite of that.
That's what we need. We just need a President Bartlett speech. That will get us out of this whole mess.
There you go. Living in Suggs Wall Temporarily for 2 hours says diplomatic solution is what we should name the B-21 bomber. Exactly.
There, we've solved it diplomatically.
You can put the words peace talk on the bomb as it drops, right?
Oh, perfect. Then we can always say peace talks were successful. We're at peace now.
Look
at all the tranquility out there.
I know it just there's just I cannot. He has not made the argument, and I've never heard anyone make any sort of argument that seems remotely feasible about any sort of diplomatic solution to this. As long as you have a regime, first of all, a regime that doesn't trust us, and then number one, and then number two, a regime that is highly ideologically motivated by a religious idea that causes them to do things we would claim are irrational. How is there a diplomatic solution that's feasible with that country at that point? No. Because like if we say if Pape says there's a diplomatic solution, if anyone says a diplomatic solution, what they're saying too is that the Iranian government is lying, that the Iranian government is a lying government and is lying about what motivates them. But then we also are supposed to trust them diplomatically enough that they're not going to build an. Isn't that like a weird contradiction? We have to trust that they're not going to lie to come up to a diplomatic solution to not build nukes, but they are lying about what ideologically motivates them in the first place.
I mean, all this hinges on the belief that if Iran obtains nuclear weapons, they're going to use them, like, immediately. I think that's driving so much.
Not immediately, but just but that's why I'm saying this is where the ideological motivation comes in. Like, we can believe, it seems very plausible that North Korea would not nuke South Korea or Japan because they, the Kim Jong-un family wants to retain power and they don't want to die, right? And he wants to live in his pleasure palace and he wants to live his life of luxury. He doesn't want to either die or live in some sort of underground bunker for the rest of his life, right? Like, that's the idea we have. That does not seem, in Iran, that does not seem to be the case, that the leadership either is willing to die for their ideology of spreading their religion, and they're willing to live their life hiding in bunkers and deal with the fallout that would come from either shooting off a nuke, or, as I said, the more likely scenario would be they would try to make a portable nuke. Once they can make one, they try to make a portable nuke and smuggle it to some proxy group, which would be the most likely, I think, scenario.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Like, this was like, does that not seem feasible to you? That seems so.
Well, we
like,
had
you
this
think,
discussion before, and I said, listen,
right.
I would have to be on the inside. I would have to know if these people are true believers or not. I mean, there are plenty of people who wear their religious beliefs on their sleeves, but behind closed doors, they're not religious people at all. So you really get the sense of what motivates them if you know them personally. And I don't know the situation. I don't know if they're just doing it for political show. I have no read on this culture at all. So I would be making a guess based on no evidence.
Well, no, because then if we can't read their minds, okay?
Of
and
course
if we
not.
can't read their minds, we only have two things that we can use for information.
Mhm.
We can look at what they say, and we can look
Yeah.
at what they do. And so
Right.
when we look at what they say, they're saying that they're motivated by this religion, and they're saying that America is the great Satan, and that they want to destroy America and Israel,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we look at what they say, yes, they're probably going to use a nuke in some capacity or smuggle it to a proxy group.
Sure.
Then if we say, okay, well, what are they doing? Well, if we look at what they're doing, they are spending billions of dollars, not only enriching uranium, but sending it to proxy groups to attack Israel, to destabilize Saudi Arabia, to destabilize Syria, to destabilize Lebanon, to destabilize all these countries for ideological religious reasons. That's what they're doing. And it doesn't seem like they're doing it for some sort of non-ideological purpose.
Yeah, by this logic, Trump is going to nuke all of the power plants in Iran on Tuesday. Because we got to look at what he's saying, right? He's saying he's going to do it, right? And we got to look at, he's moving a lot of military assets into the area, right? So it seems like he's moving in that direction. So we have to assume that he's going to nuke, or he's going to bomb all of the all of the electrical facilities and take out the power grid of Iran on Tuesday, right?
Well, no, because there hasn't been a hit. Well, first of all, number one, he might very well do that. I think it's a very possible
Right.
scenario.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Okay, that's number one. But number two,
Would you bet money that he's going to do that? How
No,
much
I would
money
not.
would you bet that he's
I
going to
wouldn't
do
bet.
that?
I would bet zero money on anything
Okay,
that
so
Donald Trump does or
you
doesn't
think
do. Okay.
so you think it's highly unlikely that he's actually going to do that?
No, I don't. I think Trump is a wild card. I don't know what the fuck. I've given up
Okay.
trying to predict whatever action.
Well,
Trump
look,
is
I've
going
given
try
up
to take.
trying to predict Iran in the same
No,
way.
yeah, but what I'm saying, that's fine. But what I'm saying is Trump has been doing actions like he's moving the military forces, he's doing military actions. We can look back at these and we could say, okay, we understand, at least in retrospect, even if we can't predict what he's going to do, in retrospect, we can look back at the actions and we can kind of follow and see certain chains of logical behavior about how, well, Donald Trump is doing these actions because it helps his presidency or it helps, him gain popularity or money
I
or
haven't
whatever,
seen
right?
Trump do anything logical for weeks now.
I didn't say logical. I said you can look back and you can see like, okay, well, he's doing things because he thinks they're going to help him with his presidency. He thinks they're going to help him maybe make money, right? We can see these chains of events, right?
Thinks it's
And
going to be
what-
good for his legacy.
Or is good for his legacy,
Thinks
right?
it's going to be easy.
Right, or exactly. So when we look retroactively at what Iran has been doing by funding proxy groups for 30, 40 years to destabilize all the countries around them, if we say, okay, why are they doing this? Are they doing this to make money? That doesn't seem to be the case because they're spending more money than they're not getting money, they're spending money, right? Are they doing it to gain some sort of political power in the region? Well, not really, because these countries have just sort of been in this state of like disaster and civil wars, or like in a lot of the countries, it's like they've just been funding basically the losers forever, right? They're just kind of making the countries around them hate their guts. They're actually alienating all these countries around them for the last 40 years. Okay.
Does this end in them nuking Jerusalem?
Wait. So then we say, okay, so doesn't seem like it's for money. It doesn't seem like it's for political power because they don't seem to be really gaining that. They're kind of alienating themselves. But then if you say, well, if it's based on their religion, the thing they're saying it's based off of, then the action makes sense why they're doing it. So that's why, yes, we don't know. I can't read their minds. But if we have to guess, if you gun to your head, if you have to guess, it makes sense for you to say, well, I'm going to guess based on what Iran is saying. I'm going to guess based on what they're doing, that yes, if they had a nuke, they would try to use it in some fashion for ideological purposes, because that seems, for all intents and purposes, to be what motivates their behavior. And that's kind of how we have to make, if you're in a leadership position, that's how you can only use the best available information that you have to make a judgment call on these actions.
Yeah. I think if you use the best information in the Trump situation, you're going to come to the conclusion that he's going to bomb all the power plants.
Yeah, maybe.
But I think that's wrong. I think fundamentally you're wrong. And I don't know, I don't know what the kind of secret sauce is in why I just think you and I both believe fundamentally he's not going to do it. I don't know what is that? What are we basing our fundamental belief that he's just making empty threats? What do we base that off of?
It could just be an intuition of, number one, wishful thinking, because we both think it's stupid, like retardedly stupid to do. Trump has talked out a lot on threats, right? He has made a lot of big threats. My button's bigger than yours. He does this maneuver a lot where he makes these big kind of grand threats. I mean, he did it with the Iran situation. It started as 48 hours and then it became 10 days, right?
Has Iran made empty threats? I don't know, because I'm not really embedded in the culture. I don't know if they make a lot of empty threats.
I mean, they've made a lot of, I don't know if they've made a lot of continuous threats, like they're going to destroy us. You say, well, they haven't done it yet, so it was an empty threat. I don't know if I don't believe Iran has made a threat like, we will do something in 48 hours and then hasn't done, right? Hasn't followed through. I don't know if they've done that.
I don't think we'd be gallivanting all over their country with our Air Force if they had a nuclear weapon.
Well, obviously they don't, yeah.
I do think if they had a nuclear weapon, we wouldn't be doing this, which they probably would like. It would be, if they had a nuclear weapon, it would be a huge deterrence to us doing what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
That just seems, I mean, you believe that,
Of course.
right? Yeah.
Of course it would be, yeah.
Do you think they want a nuclear weapon as a deterrence? The using it for offensive capabilities.
Yeah, but
aside.
it's like it's an Oedipus situation. Okay. You know, the story of Oedipus is the father
guy
gets
who fucks his mom.
Yeah, but the reason that everyone only focuses on that part because of what's his name? Of Sigmund Freud, but they forget the more important part, which is that, well, I guess that's pretty important too. Don't fuck your mom.
Careful here. Careful here.
No,
don't
but
downplay the incest with your mom.
Yeah, that's true. The morality of all these Greek stories is that some king or some guy goes to some prophet, and the prophet gives them some horrible future is going to happen to them.
Yeah.
And so
Iran's going to get a nuclear weapon.
Right. They're like, oh, your son is going to kill you and fuck your wife, right? And his own mom. And so in order to prevent that action, they do something. Like he tries to kill his son, or I forget what he does, the Oedipus. He tries to kill him or puts him in a bottle sea or something. I don't know, he does some fucked up thing. And then that ends up creating a situation where he doesn't even know that it's his own father that he's killing.
You're having sex with your
Yeah, and he doesn't even know it's his own father he's killing. He doesn't even know it's his own mom that he's fucking. Like he doesn't know because the guy heard the prophecy. So it's kind of like because they're afraid of the outcome, they end up creating the outcome in the first place. And so you have the situation where like, okay, like, yes, it is logical for Iran to say, yes, we want to have, it's a rational thing for Iran to say, if we had nukes, this would act as a deterrent and we would be protected theoretically from America and Israel attacking us. But then them trying to get nukes is what is making Israel and America attack them in the first place. So it's kind of like, well, why do you if you just didn't do that, there wouldn't really be a justification for America or Israel to really fuck with you in the first place. So why don't you just stop doing that? Like, why don't they just not do that?
They are doing it because they don't trust us.
Yeah, but doesn't make it. It's like, why doesn't Russia just not invade Ukraine? Why doesn't Iran just not try to get nukes? Why doesn't Iran just stop funding terrorists in the region? I feel like we've fallen exactly into that exact pit that I talked about earlier, where we just have this like one-sided morality where we view Iran and all these other countries as NPCs that are just going to behave in irrational ways that we just like absolve from blame at the moment. Why does this is again why Iran is acting ideologically motivated?
I don't
because
think
if
you can call it irrational to want a nuclear weapon for defensive capability.
No. If you're just a rational, non-religiously, ideologically motivated, if you're thinking about this from the perspective of, I just want to retain power, or I just want my country to prosper, and the religious part comes second, okay, or doesn't even exist, right? It either comes second or doesn't exist. Then the most obvious course of action is don't build nukes and don't fund terrorists in the region, because then everyone's going to leave you the fuck alone. That's all it takes.
There's the cultural divide, though, is creating a fear that they do not believe America is going to leave them alone. They don't believe it.
Why? It doesn't.
So that's what's standing in the way.
America, but that doesn't. I don't believe that, because look at what happens originally. Okay. All these fucking dumb commies always bring up, oh, America helped coup their government. Okay. That happened, when it happened. What happened after that? You remember what happened after that? Iran held hostage American diplomats. Iran did one of the biggest diplomatic faux pas that a country can do. It invaded the embassy, okay, and took all the diplomats hostage, right? And how long did it hold them hostage? Wasn't it like over 400 days or something?
I actually remember the hostages being held.
Right.
I was in grade school.
Yes.
Every day we would talk about the American hostages.
It was 444 days. Okay. So for 444 days, Iran was cucking America and waving in their face saying, nanny, nanny, boo, boo, we shit all over your embassy. and we're holding your diplomats hostage for 444 days.
I lived it.
Right. And it was a total embarrassment to America. And if after that, and then when Reagan becomes president, they started some sort of, they basically just kind of like let them, I think they just kind of let them go as soon as Reagan won his presidency, right? And we didn't respond to them after that. Reagan didn't immediately go and blow up Iran and declare war at them. Okay, George H.W. Bush didn't do that. Bill Clinton didn't fucking do that. George W. Bush didn't fucking do that. Obama didn't fucking do that. Obama tried to make a deal with them. So it's like, what fucking rational cause after Iran spits in our face in the 80s with this, and we don't do any like crazy military actions? What is the fucking rational? Oh, well, obviously we have to build nukes because America's going to fuck with us. We didn't fuck with them after they did that. Why would they think we're going to fuck with them at any point until them getting the fucking nukes in the first place? It doesn't make any fucking rational sense, does it?
For them to be afraid of us?
Yes.
For real?
What did you're not gonna respond to anything I just said. You're just gonna repeat the point and ignore my entire argument.
First of all, there was a response where we tried to rescue the hostages, right?
And failed, yes.
Yeah, and failed. So you're making the argument that because we let it go over the hostage situation that we would never invade Iran? We invaded Iraq because we thought they had nuclear weapons.
Well, doesn't that make a bigger point that they shouldn't have tried to get nuclear weapons? If that was the cause, okay, is that we invaded Iraq supposedly.
Hold on
right?
a second here. You're making the argument that they should
nukes.
not. You're making the argument that they should never be worried about us invading. That's the argument you're making.
I'm making the argument.
Should not Iraq have never been worried about us invading?
I'm making the argument, okay, that them going after nukes is what causes us to want to invade them.
Right.
That's the argument I'm making.
And us invading Iraq is what's causing them to want to get nukes.
Because we thought they had nukes.
It's just like the Joker and
because they thought
you created me. I created you.
But that makes my argument. Because remember, Saddam Hussein was kind of lying about having nukes and weapons of mass destruction. So then we invade them.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So then it shows you that a rational person says, well, we shouldn't do that because that's what makes America invade you. It's not, it doesn't act as a deterrent at all. It does the opposite of that. It paints a big fucking target on your back.
What if you're in the situation where you're like, okay, but still, Iraq didn't even have nuclear weapons. They weren't even going for nuclear weapons, but the Americans didn't believe them and therefore invaded them. Just on the hunch that they had nuclear weapons. So you're in a situation where you're like, we're not going to go for nuclear weapons on us. We're not trying to get nuclear weapons, but America is going, we don't know. We think you are trying to get nuclear weapons. And they do the same thing they did with Iraq, but with Iran. And then soon you get invaded anyway. If you're in that situation, what is the logical thing to do?
If that's a concern, why were they jerking around Obama for so long on the agreement? Then why?
Because they're trying to get nuclear weapons. Because they know as soon as they say, "Look, we have nuclear weapons," they're going to be in a better position than Iraq was.
So what? So you're saying is that
if Iraq came out and said, "Yeah, actually, we do have nuclear weapons," and did a nuclear test inside the country, do you think Iraq would have happened?
So,
do you think Iraq would have happened? If they did a nuclear test, if Iraq did a nuclear test.
Maybe if they thought they only had like one. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they would have to do multiple nuclear tests.
If they had like a bunch.
Look, I think if they did multiple nuclear tests, I think we would have been like, okay, well, we can't invade Iraq now.
Yeah. But Saddam is more like North Korea. People didn't think Saddam was going to he needed to ideologically control the Middle East. They just thought he was just some fucking piece of shit dictator.
Look, they shouldn't try to get a nuclear weapon.
No, but even under your argument, if Iran decides that they need to go after nukes because we invaded Iraq, and then they just lie to Obama about it after then, well, then there is no diplomacy at that point, because then there's no diplomatic solution at that point. You have to do military at that point.
It's the diplomacy has broken down because neither party trusts one another, and you can't really have a diplomatic solution.
That's the problem.
No trust.
No. That's the problem. That the argument is, well, if Iran trusted us, they wouldn't go after nukes. And I'm saying there's literally no indication of that, because again, this is a country that keeps saying and acting based on a religious motivation. It has nothing to do with whether they trust us or not. They don't care. Right? If they believe their religion, it doesn't fucking matter whether they trust us or not, because they're being religiously motivated.
I mean, I said this before. I guess I'll say it again. I'm not 100% certain that the religious motivation is what's driving them. You are 100%.
I'm not 100% motivated. I'm saying if we have to guess based on the evidence, that's
look. I wouldn't guess. I don't have enough evidence to guess. And I said before, I would have to need far more evidence to make these kind of assumptions. I realize that's like a big talking point, though. That's like, oh my God, they're gonna.
Well, no,
maybe
but
they are. Look, I don't want you to. I don't know either way. For all I know, the minute they got a nuclear weapon, they'd like shoot it right at Jerusalem and fucking nuke the thing. Like, that could be it. You could be exactly right. That could be their number one goal. They're trying to get a nuclear weapon because they want to nuke Jerusalem. Okay? That could be the case. That could 100% be the case. I'm not saying that we should, it's no big deal. They just want nuclear weapons for defensive capabilities. I'm not saying that. I know that nuclear weapons do give people defensive capabilities. I know that we're not invading North Korea because they have nuclear weapons. So I just postulated that we probably would have never invaded Iraq if they could test nuclear weapons. So I think those are things that you can know. All right.
Argument always is you have to prepare for the lashback. The lashback here, they were so confident that regime change was going to do it, they let Iran take the Strait of Hormuz.
I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Think about that. Pape's argument always was, okay, you're right, John Warden. I can't absolutely be sure that this campaign against country X, and he always wanted to do it with every country, this won't be the first one that will prove Pape will be the first one in history. But what you should do is you should protect against the obvious lashback that this enemy could do. And that's the problem here, Noam. They did not protect against the Strait of Hormuz being seized, and it was seized relatively easily, and they did nothing to stop that. So it's not just they tried something that didn't work. They're creating the Frankenstein monster that you're worried about. And that's the problem here. They're not strategists. They're maybe politicians. I'm not telling you that they're idiots. It's not they don't have a triple-digit IQ. What I'm telling you is that there's a difference between being just a smart guy or whatever and somebody who has modeled a problem for 20 years, studied a subject for 35 years, really is focused on this. And look, maybe Pape's going to be wrong. My point is, at least have the backup to not let them make it worse. And that's what we failed to do.
All right. So it sounds like you do agree we're going to have a nuclear Iran. You don't have much faith in his diplomacy, from what I hear.
I want to do everything to stop it. I'm not willing to go beyond phase 3. So I lay
everything that requires
trap does not go out 5 years.
Everything
that out the next few weeks.
Everything that involves talking. But the thing is, talking without the credible threat of military force is obviously, nonsense. It's just
we don't have that problem right now. We got a lot of credible
military
force.
But you wouldn't want the diplomacy backed up with actual use of force?
Well, because I think they're going to get, it would make it possible for them, it would take away the last chance you could stop them from getting a nuclear weapon, and it will be an economic disaster, maybe worse than the 1970s. Maybe we'll even be talking, we don't know how far the economy is going to crash as a result of this.
My adage in business has always been, negotiation without leverage is begging. There is no negotiating with Iran without the leverage of bombs.
And I'm saying the leverage is military containment of Israel. We have leverage.
Okay.
The leverage is we militarily contain Israel, and that is
what does that
worth
mean?
Something.
What does
Is
that
it going to be enough to stop Iran nuclear bomb? I can't say for sure, but it is not nothing. No.
So,
and we've tried.
What do you mean by military?
That have only made
what do you mean?
Work.
So this is new. You said it, but you didn't illuminate it. But then you talked about the inspections. What do you mean by militarily contain Israel?
I mean that Iran, you have to look at this. Iran is now got something it didn't have before. It has global power with 20% of the world's energy, oil. Energy, because of also oil and gas. So what they have, what we just did is we handed them global power. And Pape was saying, don't do this because you were going to make that happen. Now we've done that, and they're not just going to give up. It's not just about the nukes. They're not going to give up global power. So if you want them to give up global power, then you got to put something on the table.
What? I know that. You said, what do you, I'm saying what you mean.
Getting Israel to stop attacking their country in a real way.
Of course. Teeth, that's not hard.
That would be worth something to Iran.
Dude,
that's what I'm saying.
But dude, but that would mean them saying, but that's on the table now. We will end the war if you agree to give up your nuclear ambitions. And
no, that's not on the table. That's nowhere in any of these points you're hearing. And of course it is. It's not about what's being put secretly. Trump would have to give a speech where he would. This has to be enforced.
Are you saying to me? Hold on. Are you saying to me that you believe that if Iran actually said to the American government, we will give up our nuclear ambitions and we'll do it in a way which is verifiable, Israel would say that's not good enough? We still want to go to war?
No. Look, I'm not going to be a mind reader of Netanyahu. That's not what my work is.
But you say you want to stop Israel?
Keep going and trying to turn me into something I'm not.
I'm trying to understand what you mean by contain Israel. I'm saying if you mean
this is about risk assessment.
I'm trying to understand what I'm trying to understand what you mean by contain Israel. If you mean by contain Israel, get Israel to agree to stop bombing their country in return for them giving up their nuclear program. I think that's an easy deal to make. That's not containing Israel. That's Iran surrendering in a way.
No. This would be I think what you would need is a law passed in Congress that if Israel bombs Iran, all aid, military and economic, will be cut off through the end of Trump's presidency, and that has to pass through the House and the Senate. Otherwise, Iran's not going to pay.
And this is your practical solution to this problem? That's never going to happen.
I'm not. Look, you could. Then we're going to head to an Iranian nuclear weapon. And then we're going to head to economic collapse of the world. And then what you're worried about
why would Israel?
People are going to blame it. What you're worried about, Noam, is under those circumstances, this will put the most pressure on Israel.
Dude,
that I think
it doesn't make any sense to me.
And I don't want Israel to have that pressure.
Obviously,
I'm trying to help Israel's security.
Okay, it doesn't make any sense to me because obviously any law like that would have to have a clause which says unless Israel has cause to attack them, and then. You could debate endlessly about what about if Iran orders Hezbollah to lob missiles into Israel? Does Israel?
What you're explaining now is why we're going to the ground war. What I've explained here in my escalation trap, and I've said this, we're 70% likely to go to the ground war. That's going to create a war of attrition. That's going to be what wrecks.
Everything is.
Oh, when are we going to the ground war, Sitch? I want to get on this poly market stuff.
Want to bet on the poly market?
What? How long before we do that? Is it boots on the ground this week? Is Trump really concerned about the nuclear material? That's what I want to know.
I mean, he keeps saying he is, but I don't know what the actual.
I find it hard to believe that Trump is at all at all obsessed with the nuclear material like Dr. Pape believes. I think Trump could just blow off the nuclear material rather easily.
Maybe.
Causes the economic disaster, and all the things you say you want to avoid are going to more likely. They won't be certain to happen, but they will be more likely to happen if we go down the road you want to go.
So let's
the road
talk.
I want to go at least gets a chance to have something of an off ramp.
Yeah, I would
Maybe
like an
it won't
off-ramp.
work,
I would
but
like
I maintain that is the best policy.
So let's
for
talk
President
about
Trump.
in the remainder of this interview. And by the way, I also want to talk about this Vietnam analogy because there's so many differences. To me, Vietnam, I was hoping we go through. We may not have time, but just I don't think we're going to have 54,000 dead Americans, and
I'm not saying we're going to have 58,000 dead Americans. I say this all the time in the. I've been talking about.
No, you didn't say. I put it badly. I didn't mean you said there's going to be that. I'm saying that's why I don't see it as a good comparison to Vietnam. But this is my question. So then, this is what I think we both agree on, based on the odds that you presented, is that we're much more likely than not, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, to wake up in a world where Iran and all the Gulf states have nuclear bombs. What do you think about that? How bad is that? I think your term was reaction dynamics. I think that may be what it was.
So here's the thing, though. I'm now in the business of focusing on the near-term escalation. I've explained stage 1, stage 2, and now we're at the cusp of stage 3. And what I'm talking about is what's happening in April and in May. Everybody wants to know, project out a year, Professor Pape, 5 years. I refuse to. There are stages 4, there are stages 5. I'm trying to keep us making the best decision at every stage.
But you have to project out.
And this is not, no, it's not.
How can you not?
Look, you have your view. I have my view.
Let me tell you why.
I've been involved with actually how to help the White Houses stop wars before.
Let me tell you.
Maybe I'm just one voice of many. I'm not saying I have that much influence, but the bottom line is I have a real view about how to try to help America and how to help Israel. And just you saying, well, no, Bob, you have to do it my way. I'm sorry. You can have your view. You have a perfect right to have it. I get to have my view.
Okay.
I mean, he can make this is the problem. He can have his view and believe whatever he wants to believe, but if he's going to be this sort of like, I don't know, public academic or whatever you would call him, think tank guy, right? Just lay out the argument about how it all works, and then people can agree or disagree. At least in this conversation, and maybe he doesn't on Substack, but this conversation, he's not really laying out how any of this works.
Well, he's laying out an impossible path.
Well, he's saying like what the end is, and then the guy's like, "Well, how do we get there?" And then he's like, "Well, that's my opinion." It's like, okay, well, I'm asking you, how, like, explain the path.
He did
like
say that we would have to put a law through Congress that said we would cut off all financial aid, all economic and military aid to Israel.
Right,
if they continue to bomb Iran.
Right, but that's what the guy's like. Well, that's
path is impossible. Yeah,
not ever going to happen. Right, so.
Used to make these wild predictions. What's going to happen 5 years from now? What's going to happen a year from now? I'm not playing poly market. I'm actually trying to give the practical advice about how to think about things in the decision loop.
Let me tell you why I think you have to project out, and you tell me why I'm wrong. The only reason Churchill, to use an example, I know maybe it's an overwrought example, the reason Churchill urged the things that he urged was because he projected out. In an ultimate cost-benefit analysis, one has to take their best guess of the other side of the ledger. This will cost us $10 billion or $100 billion.
This is where Noam completely wins, because you do have to do this cost-benefit analysis. And
yes,
Pape is just like, he doesn't really engage in that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the diplomacy option is impossible, and Pape is beginning with the military option is impossible. Like, part of his whole thesis is that the military option is always impossible, that without some sort of extended troops on the ground campaign, and then it's even difficult. So
Right.
I guess that's part of the cost benefit that really needs to be taken into consideration.
Mm-hmm.
$3 billion and 4,000 lives. We don't want to do that. Why don't we want to do that? Because I'm not going to even think about what it might prevent. That's just, that's just predicting. But I know it'll stop this. That doesn't make sense to me. It has to be, you have to make that, weigh that choice against your best estimate of what it will bring you. And if you actually believe, and I think you do, every time it's come up, you've said nothing to disabuse me, that the most likely outcome here is that Iran is going to get a bomb. And that from that, I think we agree, other nations will want to get a bomb. That is, if you believe that's the most likely outcome, then it's has to be weighed against what you think the cost is now, as opposed to if you said to me, listen, I actually don't think there's any risk Iran is going to go nuclear. Then of course, that'd be the easy case. And what do we spend? So
let me explain,
how do you...
Let me explain why I have a different view.
Yeah, but in a macro level, how do you... In a macro level, how do you say what the cost is now and not also consider what you think the future is? I make decisions in my business based on what I think is going to happen in the future. Otherwise, why would it be?
From a business perspective, or let me use the NFL, which a lot of your listeners will understand. We can discuss right now who's likely to win the Super Bowl after the next season. We can have all these conversations. We can talk about whether we should invest in linemen or this. That's not where Bob is right now. That may have been where we were before we bombed Bordeaux, by the way. We could have had that conversation before we bombed Bordeaux. When we bombed Bordeaux, that was the first quarter of the NFL game where it's U.S. versus Iran. Yeah, we've got somebody else in there, Israel, but this is U.S. versus Iran. Okay, and now we're in first quarter. And then we've just gone to the second quarter. Now we're in halftime, and we're in halftime, and we're in the and we're talking about: are we going to go and cross a red line? Are we going to go to this next thing? And we still have a half, maybe longer to play because maybe we'll have overtime. But right now we're playing an NFL game, and we have just discovered we thought we were playing a high school team. No, this is an actual paid NFL team. So we've got to focus on the enemy in front of us over the next few weeks. All of this distraction, all of this stuff that you want to do, Noam, I'm sorry. We have a real problem right now in the next 4 weeks. We've got to make some actual decisions as a country.
Without any consideration.
Your audience needs to be part of this decision.
So we make those.
And all of this stuff that you want to do, we should have been here last May talking about it that way.
Yeah, but that ship has sailed.
We started the game. We're in an NFL game. It's halftime. The other side, we thought we were playing a high school team. We're now 28 points behind, and we're losing fast. And we've got to decide, what are we doing in the second half? That's where we are. And this is the
how do we do that without knowing what we're...
This isn't about playing these hypothetical games. And so we can come back after the game is over. We can then play this game out. And I'm telling you, the game is probably going at least to the midterms.
You can't.
We're probably in this at least until the midterms as a game in the season before we start to move to others. And the game may expand. Bob. We're not done. I'm telling you, we're at stage 3 of the escalation trap. There is a stage 4. There is also a stage 5. We are not done with this the way you want to describe it. So this whole idea that you're going to be able to map out the next 5 years like Winston Churchill, this is not real, no. We are now facing...
You're mapping everything out. You're mapping everything out.
That's the issue.
You're mapping... You mapped this out years ago. You just...
I mapped it out years ago in stages, like an NFL game.
But you won't map out...
And I refuse to let these folks try to distort what I'm saying, distract me from what I'm saying. Bob, I'm just not going to do it.
Right, fine, but you map out one side of it. And I'm saying, as a voter, as a politician, I say, you know what? I don't really know what to think here. What Bob is saying about that it could escalate. This is
stage 4.
Okay.
So let me walk through.
No.
Let me finish. The bombing. That's U.S. side. Then they do let's call it stage 2, which is they take Hormuz, still have their nuclear enrichment. We're now looking at stage 3, ground operations, just the beginning. And now my work on suicide terrorism kicks in. Stage 4, we get indiscriminate attacks, maybe in the homeland, maybe at Americans all around the world. That is what is stage 4, which we didn't even get to here in this interview. That's what we need to worry about. And if that happens here, this is going to escalate this in a phase here. This is why this could be worse than Vietnam. It's not because of the body count of 58,000 dead Americans. It's because the potential crashing of the world economy, and because of the mega terrorism here that could be coming. And it's not just from Iran command directed. We're potentially opening the hornet's nest here in a much bigger way, even bigger than we had in the Iraq war. And this is really the thing that is why we need to focus on, do we want to cross the red line and actually start the ground operations?
Okay, Bob.
That will be the irreversible point.
I got to tell you, and I as people, you said to me, we've hung out, we're friends in a way, and I respect you very much, but to map all this out and actually refuse to map out the other side of it, which is, okay, once they get a bomb, what happens then? What happens then? I, as a guy who makes decisions in my life, I can't understand that, because, of course, nothing can be known. Everything is taking your best guess. But as I said with the Churchill example, everything about whether you think a policy is worth it, even with the risk of escalation, and my goodness, they had escalation in the late 30s and 40s, is weighed against what you believe is the alternative timeline. And the alternative, if you refuse to have a conversation about the alternative timeline, it's not an analysis.
No, the correct analogy here is you're saying that the halftime coach should be telling the team, we can't let the other side win. We can't let the other side win. And I'm telling you, that is how coaches lose. Because what that team wants to hear is not, we can't let the other side win, is, what's the plan? How are we actually going to do something? Right. What are we really going to do as a strategy? That's what the
But I'm just asking you what you think.
The cheerleaders and the people on TV are saying, don't let the Bills win.
Okay, I'm going to end this interview with you.
Our job is to focus on what we can do. Dude, and that's what I'm focusing on.
I'm going to exit.
Yeah, this is such a crazy conversation because the stakes are relevant. I mean,
Right.
you gotta know what the stakes are here. Noam obviously wants to raise the stakes too. If they ever get a bomb, they're gonna nuke Jerusalem. Because as soon as you raise the stakes like that, you're like, okay, well, we got to do anything, right?
Right.
We have to throw infinite resources at this.
Mhm.
But I don't think you can ever know those. I don't think you can really know those stakes.
Yeah, but it's also one of those things where it's like, it's so bad that can you just sit around and be like, well, maybe it won't happen. We just hope it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
Even
no,
if we don't really know.
no. Yeah, that's the problem. But this is why he lays out the escalation trap,
Right.
because he's like, that not knowing
Mm-hmm.
is what really gnaws at you. You're like,
Right.
okay, well, we got to do something because we got to know. Too many sleepless nights. The thing that I don't see Trump as someone who has sleepless nights over what he doesn't know. I can't imagine that.
Sure. But we kind of look at it also from our perspective of like, well, yeah, well, who knows what Trump's thinking, but.
Well, Trump is running the show on this.
Right.
I mean, it seems like Trump is setting himself up to pull out. I think if this thing goes incredibly south, like George W. Bush levels of catastrophe, I think there's a chance Trump could blame all of this on Netanyahu and just be like, yeah, fucking Netanyahu did all of this.
It's definitely very highly palatable, I'd say.
I mean, he has a knack for doing that, right? He blames shit on other people all the time.
True. That's true.
Netanyahu told me, Netanyahu lied to me.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? You guys are still talking about the Iran war? I mean, that was forever ago. Netanyahu is a liar.
He's gonna
Come on.
Epstein it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's very, yeah, I'd believe that.
It could happen.
Mhm.
We're in a really strange timeline right now.
That's
I mean,
true.
that tweet, that last or truth post. What the fuck? What the fuck? And I'm usually pretty lenient on the language stuff.
Mm.
I think people getting all their panties in a twist over Trump saying something incendiary, I think is a little
Right.
fraught. But this is just,
This time now, you're like, what is happening here?
this is a crazy level of insanity, even for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess we'll see what happens. I mean, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I hope you're not going to.
No. Well, I don't know. They raised the draft age. Okay, I'm eligible again. I don't like that.
Did they really? Holy
Yeah.
fuck. What is the draft age now?
It's up to like 45.
Oh, okay. Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
You're like, I'm safe.
I'm not going.
Okay.
Anyone who remembers the hostage situation in Iran
There you
because they
go.
lived through it is not going.
There you go. Exactly.
We're safe, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Us elderly. When do I get my senior citizen discount? That's what I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
I think they raise the age on that. Some places I've seen, they're like, you got to be 70 to get.
What?
I know, it's rude.
I just want the breakfast special at Denny's. What the fuck is this?
How old do you have to be for that? Maybe I can slide in on that.
I don't know. I thought it was like 65, but to raise it to 70.
I want the senior discount at K1 Speed. That's where I'm blowing all my money these days.
Really weird. This seems like a contradiction, right? Is that all the seniors are going to go-karting?
Oh my God. I hit someone so bad the other day. I felt like I almost literally ran them over.
Wait, what?
Well, look, they spun out sideways in the middle of the race, and I was trying to get a good time on my lap.
So you just like ran them over?
My car went up on their car a little bit.
Oh my
I
God.
know. Fuck.
Terrible. So bad.
Not so bad, but look. They kept me on the lower speed for the rest of the race. I kept telling them, four, kick it up.
Adam is like, yeah, Adam sees like the go-kart guy in front of him. They hit the wall, they spin out, they're T-boned. Adam just said like, well, I could slow down, but if I do, I will slow down my lap times. He just fucking cuts.
It's worse than
It's
that.
like, you're just in my way.
It's worse because I put my foot way high up because I don't want to hit the brake accidentally. So my foot is nowhere near the brake.
Oh my God.
It's physically impossible for me to brake. I'm like, holy shit.
God.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I got to do something about that.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
This interview with you, and this is on you. And I
Should we
have
stop-
no.
is it- should we watch the end of it?
No, we can go to super chats.
Okay.
You've seen enough. But that was fully entertaining, right?
That was a
Thoroughly
crazy,
entertaining.
yeah, very crazy conversation.
Thank you, Zero Fucks, for sending this to me because, yeah, I was like, oh my God, this is great. We'll have to watch this on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
It plays into all the things we're talking about. Poor Bob, the anti-Semite.
I know. Have you tried? This should be the last question. Bob, have you tried not hating Jews?
Yeah, exactly, Bob. I know a great place for tattoo removal, Bob. If you got anything you got to deal with, just let me know.
Human Flourishing for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I know we're on a darker topic at the moment, but congrats, Sitch. Well, thank you.
It's never too late for the congratulations.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, hopefully Iran doesn't nuke Jerusalem on your wedding day.
That would not be good.
That would suck.
That would suck, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me read the stream. I was fondue for $6. So this is what they're saying. It says action required. Tipping will be unavailable on this page after March 31st because the streamer uses PayPal Lite for tipping. Please let the streamer know they must update their tip settings to keep receiving tips.
What do we got to get like PayPal heavy?
I don't. What is PayPal Lite?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Well, that's going to be your job to figure that out.
So hold on. I was reading a super chat. What's it say again?
It says that tipping on Streamlabs will be unavailable because the account it goes into is a PayPal Lite account, and you have to change something in the settings
To get a
keep
PayPal
receiving
business
tips.
account or something.
I don't know. You'll have to check it out.
Okay, I'll look into it.
Thank you, Fondo, and Dr. Diller for bringing that up.
So no one was able to Streamlabs, or it's gonna
Well, they
happen
were. I just
soon?
don't know if maybe we don't get the money. Maybe it's in limbo.
It's in limbo. I'll look into it.
I don't know.
Yeah, no problem. Don't go crazy. Don't give us any $500 Streamlabs or anything.
There you go. Fondue for $10 says on the conversation in World War III, there's a video by Chappie making the case we are already in it because of the speed of intel sharing and proxy wars has changed how wars are fought. I'll check that out.
Look at this, Sitch. You gave me a hard time, and we're already in World War III.
We're already in World War III.
Take that. I should have just brought the video up and been like, Sitch, watch this video. Stop being such a dumbass.
There you go. I think that's, I mean, I think for all the people that died in World War I and World War II, it's like, we're already in World War III, sitting home on the internet, or in Japan. Like, it just doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, I told you fuckers to vote for me and you didn't. See what that left you? Don't make the same mistake in 2028. Vote for your favorite diddler. There you go.
Oh, he wouldn't have got us into this mess.
That's
Good
true.
to know. I put up a new poll. How long before the U.S. puts troops on the ground in Iran? And currently, 5 to 14 days is winning with 30%. 5 days or less is a stunning 17%. 2 weeks to 2 months is 29%. And only 24% of you say never. So that's 76% that think we're definitely going to do troops.
What do you think of that?
What do you think of that?
I mean, that makes sense. That's what people were thinking. That's the prediction market. That's the blind market bet.
Okay.
If I had to guess, I mean, the 5 to 14 I would maybe guess that. I would probably guess that in terms of some kind of limited ground force, whether to try to secure some sort of uranium or to blow up some facility or something. I don't think there's going to be, it's hard for me to imagine there's any scenario where Trump is like, okay, we're going to do some sort of like Iraq style, like we're just invading and we're taking over your country like Iraq. Like I can't, it's hard for me to imagine Trump would ever do that maneuver as opposed to just leaving, cutting and running.
We're in a lot of areas where I never imagined Trump would have done any this shit. So
that's always possible, but I'm
when
going to stand by that.
Did you listen to his
Iraq?
Did you listen to his speech? Like the craziest thing in the speech was him. Like he listed a bunch of wars, like World War II lasted 4 years, Vietnam lasted 8 years, like all Iraq lasted 10 years, whatever, right? I don't know.
Right.
I'm not getting the years right, but
whatever, yeah.
I thought that was in such insane juxtaposition. He meant it to be, oh, this is only 30 days or however long it was.
Right.
So this is nothing. But in priming me with all of those long, long wars, it just made me think, oh yeah, he's just getting started here.
This is the opposite.
This is barely. I think he meant to make me believe that it was going to be a short incursion, but it really made me think, oh yeah, it does take a long time to accomplish any strategic goals.
There you go.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah. God, insane. Trump is making so many political fumbles. His poll numbers are collapsing.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll
Fake
see.
news.
Look, he could go down like George W. Bush, which is insane. He was the comeback kid 6 months ago. I'm
how
telling
quickly
you.
the political winds can shift.
Yeah, JD Vance might be in the Lincoln spot now.
Mm-hmm.
Fourth turning style. Trump may go down as Herbert Hoover.
Doctor for $3 says, "Congrats, Sitch and Gremlin, and congratulations, Adam, on already being married."
Yeah. No, I'm super
Thank you.
stoked for Sitch. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm super stoked for Sammy too. I can't believe I got to hang out with both of them. It was great.
So
I
for
wish I
$2
could have
says,
taken him to a restaurant that wasn't segregated. That's the only my only wish. If I could redo it.
figures we
Sitch,
go
in
to
my favor, Sitch picked the segregated restaurant, so it wasn't my fault.
figured in all of Los Angeles. Okay,
hmm
randomly choose a restaurant, and it's a racist one.
Yeah, I know. It's
Okay,
so crazy.
right.
Who knew?
Solid for $2 says, "Congratulations, Sitch. She's gorgeous. You're a lucky man. A question though for both you and Adam for when I do this. Did you practice some kind of speech beforehand, or was the intro spontaneous and from the heart?"
Yeah, I didn't really practice a speech. I don't know about you.
No. Listen, I wish I could say it was some sort of amazing surprise. It wasn't like Sam's mom would have killed me if I hadn't proposed this trip.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yes.
She's giving you the hot poker treatment, huh?
And I did ask her father for permission. So,
Wow, you went totally old school. Holy shit.
well, I'm gonna be real. Okay, I was gonna ask the chat. I was gonna ask you this. Yeah, did you ask your wife's father's permission for this?
Not at all. And it's
Okay.
odd because my wife's dad was there when I proposed, but that was never part of the plan. He just randomly showed up.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So I guess it wasn't really a surprise. Also, like me and Sammy in Japan, they had these places where you can make your own ring. And so we figured that'd be like a cool thing to do for I'm also gonna buy her a very expensive ring
So
besides doing that.
you were
Like,
like, you got the hammer out, the jewelry making hammer?
yes.
Really?
Yes, to make because because there's like the wedding ring and then there's like the engagement ring and like one's like the fancy one with the diamonds and one's like more of like a band. And so for the
Yeah.
band one, we did the make your own ring. So which is cool because now we have a little story about it. We made it ourselves, right? So
Yeah, that's
that's
great.
neat. And it looks great too. They're platinum, so I think it looks good.
Wow.
Supposedly it won't.
That's the good stuff.
Yeah, it won't. It will be stronger, hardier. But no, I didn't really have like a big long speech or anything. I just asked the question, which is just in the right. I think that's what it is. I don't think you need a speech. I think you need to be in the right setting, and then you just ask the question.
Oh, that's setting is everything. It really
Right.
is.
Now, yeah, I think that's where if you want to talk about like planning and setup, that's where it is. Like you want to do it something special, in someplace special, right? Like now, whether that's dressed up in a kimono in Japan or whatever, right? That's you just have to have a good location and then you ask, right? You don't need to give like a 5-minute long speech beforehand. It's funny because like I found this is like crazy to me. I found out from Sam heard this too because we were talking to my parents. My dad proposed to my mom in the parking lot of the planetarium.
Wow.
It's just like Sam looked at me like horrified.
What's
She was
wrong with
like, "What?"
that?
Dude, because she wants something like fancy and elegant, something amazing, not like
Not a
not
parking lot.
planetarium parking lot. So, but
Parking
listen,
lot
my mom
does
said,
take
yeah.
a lot of points off.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and she was always like, "You can't do those things for people like they're just in bed together." I guess it also depends on your partner, right? Sam was very like, "You can't, propose to me in bed, right?" Some people are just in bed and they just say, "Here's a ring." Like, no, I want something. She wants something magical. So that's part of it too.
Yeah,
But
there's got to be a story behind it, obviously.
right. So that's what I'd say. Just worry about the setting. Don't worry about the speech. Oh, but I was curious. I was going to ask chat. Is that like, do people still ask for permission? Because honestly, it didn't even occur to me. It was only because Sam's mom said something like, "Oh, you got to make sure to do this." I was like, "Oh shit!" I literally didn't even think about that. So is
Yeah,
that
I don't know these days.
Is that still like a common thing that people do?
I should have said no just to fuck with you.
I don't know. I don't know.
He should have said hell no. He should have
I
said
think
let me think about it.
I think if he said no, his wife would have killed him.
Oh man. That's what you get. That's what
She
you
would-
get for telling
she
the
would-
boy to ask me.
She would have killed me if I hadn't proposed it. She would have killed him if you said no. So
Oh
yeah.
my God. Would have caused the War of the Roses.
Right. Let's see. Yes. Saul says yes. My BIL asked my dad. Oh, brother-in-law asked my dad. One time says it depends on the culture, how old they are. Righteous Indifference says I asked for permission. Oh, there you go. Look, a lot of people said yes. It depends.
I never
Yep.
asked for permission.
Yeah, so a thing. You don't ask the dad if you're old. Well, I mean, I guess I'm kind of old, but whatever. I don't even think most people even know that rule, says Shinto. Yeah, I did.
I knew
Wow,
the rule, but I mean, I just didn't think it was appropriate to ask.
a lot of people are saying yes, which is interesting. Okay. I don't know. It literally didn't even occur to me until Pam's mom said something. I was like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even think about that. Okay.
I knew the parents were on board anyway, so they were in favor of this situation.
Living says Wallace for 2 hours says, don't ask for permission, ask for his blessing. Well, it's funny. That is actually that's how I phrased it.
Oh
I did
yeah,
ask.
that's a good.
I did phrase it that way. Yes,
that is.
I did
perfect.
phrase it that way. Yes. So
that's brilliant right there.
Majin said, my mother's boyfriend asked me. There you go. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ask the future stepson. That's a different situation.
Right.
I could see asking in that situation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Josue Calihero for 33 months. Thank you so much. Says married class is best class. Congrats to Sitch and Sammy. Have you picked a date yet? Is Adam going to be your best man?
No.
Well, there you go. Adam said no. He's turned me down before I even asked him.
Well, look, he hasn't asked me, and obviously,
That's
I don't want to.
There you go.
I don't want to be presumptuous. You guys can be presumptuous, but he's probably got people.
What if I made chat the best man? Like the entity of chat.
Well, Sitch has I believe a couple of brothers, and I think he has some actual friends in real life. So
Adam is my actual friend.
We play best friends on the internet.
That's true. That's true.
I think Sammy might be his best friend.
No,
but obviously she can't be the best man because she's going to be the bride. So
chat is going to be the best man, and they're going to control like a little robot that has the ring, and like everyone has to spell a word out in chat together to get the ring delivered. Otherwise, it won't work. It's a terrible idea. Don't ever do that.
No, do it.
No.
Terrible ideas are best.
Cursed Dragon, thanks so much for $10. Says, congratulations on your engagement. I presume to Adam since you're late and gay. True.
Yes.
Jack Spades for 48 months. Thanks so much. Says, where will chat be sitting at the wedding? Well, you'll be the best man, so you'll be right at the front. Righteous Indifference.
I mean, you can't really take pictures and stuff like that because you're not going to do a face reveal. So chat
that's a good question.
Participate.
Okay, here. What about this? What if for the wedding there's a webcam that streams the whole thing to chat, but there's a filter on it, so my face is filtered the whole time.
Only if it's the famous corn filter.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Gotcha.
So you and Sammy can be corn for your wedding.
Right. I mean, we're probably not gonna get married till next year anyway, so Sam wants to spend a lot of time planning. Okay. And
it can be the 400th show.
There you go. Yeah, their 400th show will be the wedding. So, and also, I mean, listen, I don't know any about this stuff. She's very good at like planning to all stuff. She says it takes sometimes the book venues and everything takes like, and for people to do stuff can take like a year in advance. So, Righteous Indifference for $5 says, congrats, Sitch and Sammy. Thank you. Glad Sitch locked it down before you guys go to your annual Japanese 10 is festival today. Oh, the Japanese Penis Festival is today. I didn't even know that. Well, there you go. P.S. Who planned the trip? Well,
Sammy,
Sam
obviously.
planned the trip. Yeah, she organized like when we're gonna do what. So he's very good at that. The first time okay, let me tell you a story. So Sam asked me to go to a convention with her, and then I said yes, and then like a month or two went by, and like we weren't really communicating. And then I said like, oh, I think it was like a week and a half before the convention. I'm like, oh, so we're gonna go to that convention, and she was like, oh yes, and like it was the next day or the day after that, she literally emails me a PDF of like the itinerary of the convention and the 3-day schedule because we would also go to like Universal and stuff. And I'm like, I was kind of like, this is crazy, but I like in a good way. She's so planned. Oh my God. She like emailed me a PDF of the trip like a day after planning to do it. It's incredible. So she's very good at planning things. Living Sucks Walsom really for $5 says, yay, congratulations. Thank you. Head says, can we watch crappy Pap get called out by that interviewer? We had to suffer through 4 hours of him. We can at least hear him get yelled at. Isn't that what do you mean? Are you saying there's something at the end where he gets yelled at? Well, what was the thing that we just watched? He was kind of criticizing him the whole way through. Is there a specific time code where he yells at him or something?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Where the interviewer gets yelled at?
No, where the interviewer yells at Pape.
I mean, we saw all that.
Okay. I don't know what Patter is referring to because I haven't seen the whole conversation. Rich Jammer, thanks so much for the 125p. He says, is Sammy still going to make Sitch and Adam Yowie and or Sitch going to make a video on his channel? JK, congrats, guys. You're going to talk about Project Hail Mary. So obviously, Sammy is going to drop a big banner at the wedding that's going to have some me and Adam Yowie art for everyone in the reception to enjoy.
Yep.
I have not
fucking Sitch. It's going to be great.
Awesome. So don't you know how Yowie works, Adam? It's got to be tasteful. Okay.
Sorry.
It's nothing.
That's not tasteful? Okay.
That's a little too much, right?
I mean, you want some shock value at your wedding, right?
Yes. It's us gently nuzzling our faces as we grab each other's dicks. Okay? It's got to be tasteful. Right.
Sword fighting.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I have not seen Project Hail Mary. I'm gonna be real. I've been sort of most of my days. I'm not really following Twitter or politics or whatever, so I don't even know.
Yeah, you're fucking.
What the fuck's going on with Project Hail Mary? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen the Mario movie, but check it out when I get back.
Project Hail Mary is great.
Okay. Oh, you know what I did see though? On the plane ride up, I watched Sinners.
Yep.
It was okay. That's fine. I don't know if it's worth everyone losing their mind over.
No, it's definitely not.
Just whatever.
Best part about it is the racist white people, man. That banjo jam. Oh, they're so good.
The end was stupid. I don't know. We talked about this. Did we talk about this on stream?
No, we talked about it in the car on the way to the racist restaurant.
Okay. Because the end of Sinners, spoiler, after the main character, survives all the
Don't give it away.
Okay. There's like this, like it's like this weird sort of like scene that's, I guess, kind of like reminiscent of the scene where they kill the Nazis in what was the Quentin Tarantino movie?
Inglourious Basterds.
Inglourious Basterds, yeah. Where only like it made even less sense because at least in that movie, the whole movie is about Nazis, right? And trying to kill, like the whole movie is about them trying to kill Hitler. So you have the scene where they killed Hitler at the end, so it makes sense. And in this movie, the whole movie is like them basically dealing with the vampires. Well, I guess the first part of the movie is just them trying to open their bar, and then it's like the vampires. But then at the end of the movie, randomly, it's like, oh, there's also these guys and they're all evil KKK racists. And he just kills them all. But it like comes out of nowhere. Like it's just like, oh, you had to watch a movie where they're fighting vampires and most of them die. And so now your reward is just to watch him kill a bunch of KKK people.
Yeah, the racist town people that
Right.
like wanted to buy his bar or something.
And then die in the process. And you're like, I don't know, it just is so out of place.
It's like a real estate deal gone bad.
Right.
You're
It
like,
was so
what
out of
happened to the
place.
vampires?
It had nothing to do with the movie. It did feel kind of like woke because you're like, why is there just randomly a scene where he's killing KKK
Oh,
people?
come on.
Like the movie has nothing to do
That's
with
like
that almost.
it's like the Black Power fantasy.
I guess.
Killing all
had-
these powerful white people.
It was very strange. And it was also strange too that like all the left, I mean all the lefties liked it because of, I guess, is, black guys in the South and they're fighting vampires or whatever. But there is this weird undercurrent. People were saying that the movie is like an anti-white movie.
Mhm.
I don't perceive it that way. I perceive it more, it's kind of weird. It's almost like if you have to analyze it through a political lens, the vampire is kind of a communist, right? Because the vampire doesn't care about anyone's skin color and he wants everyone to be unified in this sort of like collective, sort of like the Borg, where they can all be together. He's kind of like a weird commie. And I'm like, well, am I supposed to interpret it that way?
Yeah,
Or
the racist vampire is definitely very progressive, which is
he's not
odd.
racist at all. He's super anti-racist. He doesn't care
Yeah.
about anyone's skin color. So I don't know, but
They had to make up for that with the real estate deal gone bad.
I don't think there's a political message in. I don't think there's really a deep message in. I think that's the thing. People look at the movie, and since people are racist, they say, "Oh, it's a movie about black people in the South. It's got to have some sort of deep political message." I don't think the movie has a deep political message. It's just a movie about some guys who have to kill vampires, and that's it. And it was decent. It was fine. It was a fine movie. Eric Cecil for $10 says, "Is Japan our greatest ally?" Obviously. Obviously. Meebo Sheep for 50 knock knock says, "Long time no see, been too busy with work and health and stuff for long content, but I'm still kicking. At least I have a nice backlog. Love you guys."
Well, thank you.
Love you too. And hope
Yeah.
you're doing better. Sorry to hear about your health stuff. The Oceanist for $5 says, "Guys, Hassan would be a centrist in Europe. Bernie and AOC would be right wingers." Yeah, of course. That's what they always say, right?
Oh yeah, that's a scam to get you, gaslight you a bit.
Sinners absolutely had a political message. Maybe I've listened. Let me know because it was all. Maybe I'm just too dumb, or maybe me watching on the airplane is just not the correct way to view the movie, right? Did you watch
Message is
Devin Tracy's
whitey
video about
bad.
Sinners? I have not seen any since I just watched the movie. I have not seen anyone review Sinners yet. So, Death by Sloth for 48 months. Thanks so much. Says Hassan is the perfect confluence of disinformation, or how are you saying this? Desinformaticia. I don't know what that means. Taqiyya. I think that's like the Islamic lying about your faith, right? Consequentialism and egotism. It's shocking how many lies he's allowed to get away with. That is 100% true.
It's shocking. I like what you did there. I like how you pulled that off. That was good.
Desinformatasia is disinformation in Russian. Oh, okay. Well, we'll learn something new every day.
Shocking.
Shocking. The Oceanist for $5 says, "If Hassan and the Tankies win in America, who will they blame when their ideology inevitably fails again? They always blame America for past failures. There will always be the capitalist, or there'll be some sort of capitalist deep state or right-wing deep state or something. The people are incapable of ever taking personal responsibility." Nick Costanza Futura says, "Trump's truth post was so unhinged. Imagine if Biden did it." Yes. His brain's melting. That's what everyone would say. Cerebral Fiction for $10 says, "At Easter dinner today, my brother had painted nails. I told him he now has to walk around with the phenomenology. Can't even say that word. Phrenology. I don't even know what that word means. Philosophical study of structures of consciousness as experience from the first person point of view, focusing on how things appear in our life world. Okay, interesting. Of spirit hanging out of his pocket, update your Streamlabs. All right. Cameraman 525 says, we just need someone to say, quote, well, anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are just two words for hating Jews, and leave it at that. No need to explain or expound. There you go, exactly. Tim Walks for $5 says, this is where you're lost. Most Democrats support socialism, not being tricked into supporting it, telling them they're socialists won't do anything. Where do you, all the polling does not say that at all. So I don't know why you think that. Socialism, maybe amongst the youths, that is true. But among the average, that is not true. The Oceanist for $5 says, Hasan is built like Kanye in his, quote, I love it music video. True. That's where he had the big shoulders. They look like Roblox characters. And the tiny little heads. Cinema Sleuth, thanks so much for $10. Says, congrats, Sitch. I've been watching you since the age of the dinosaurs when you made videos. You were truly one of the great ones. Glad you found someone to share a life with. Wish you guys the best. Well, thank you, Cinema Sleuth. That's very generous of you. Very kind of you to say that.
Yeah, it's great.
After this, Cameraman for $5 says, after this interview of Hasan by CNN, I'm fine with whatever adverse action Trump does to CNN and their personal First Amendment be damned shameful. Okay. Living in Suggs Walls for temporarily for $4 says, America, good. And also that Donald Trump tweet reads like Mike Tyson trash talk. That is accurate. That's a good way to describe it. Riri McGore, thanks so much for 38 months. It says, congratulations, Sitch and Sammy. If you share a registration link or donation link, I'll send a gift. Well, thank you. That's very generous.
Yeah, you should do that. Get your registry out there. Girls love registries.
They sure do.
Oh my God.
They sure do. Chakos for 32 months, thanks so much. Says Hasan isn't the guy Hasan isn't the guy from Beetlejuice. He's a Goomba from the 1993 Mario movie. Jamie, pull it up. A-Team reigns supreme.
You should put that little Tifa sculpture I sent you on the registry.
Oh, the one. Was it the one? I'm trying to remember what it looked like.
You know, it's a drawing model.
Adam sent me some very lewd Tifa models. So.
Mm-hmm.
Orko for 31 months. Congratulations, Sitch and Sammy. We're headed for the honeymoon. I'm sure we'll honeymoon in Japan again. I'm sure. Living in Suggs Walls temporarily for $5 says it was an old map. It was on old maps as the Strait of Muez before your mother visited. Get it?
No.
Before it was the Strait of Hormuz. It was just Strait of Muez before your mom visited.
Oh, okay. I
gotcha. Okay. Good one.
I love it.
Harrison Dill for $2 says, how much influence does Israel have on the world? Well, obviously, Israel controls all of the world. Now, I'm not saying this because I'm making some sort of anti-Semitic trope about Jews controlling the world. No. It's just Israel. Israel controls all the world. Nothing to do with Jews or any sort of anti-Semitic tropes. It's just Israel has all power. Okay.
Yes, it's true.
Living in Suggs Walls umbrella for $2 says, that's a lot of words for, quote, I don't have a source. I made it up as a dream. An alien for $5 says, this guy is dodging. Give the source for his claims about the Mossad starting the protest is sus. Makes me think he is lying. Living inside Walter Burley for $2 says, Pape is an empty suit and looks like a thumb. Wow. A thumb.
I didn't notice that.
Okay.
A toe head.
He's got a toe head, yeah. Catterhead says you literally stopped as he was starting to get called out. Okay, listen, we'll watch like 5 minutes more. Okay. Bob May go for $2 says, I heard the new Mario is woke and Sitch and Adam is to blame. That's true. I am to blame. I told him specifically to up the woke factor. So
is it woke?
I haven't. The only thing I've heard about is some people were complaining, saying it was very just like references and empty, which
No plot. I heard
like
that.
that was kind of the first movie, so I don't know what people expected. But Living Sucks Walson Burley for $2 says I've been modeling Iran for 30 years. Okay, Doomer. Red Sliver N for 33 months. Thanks so much for everything. 33 months of Real Secret says congratulations to Sitch and Sammy G. Thank you so much. Living Slug Walson Burley for $2 says, does the engagement mean the forks versus chopstick war is over? Yes. We now have learned that our love is like it's like a medieval alliance, okay? There no longer be war between the utensils. Cutlery and chopsticks will live together in harmony and peace. Oh my God, Adam, I just figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
How to solve the Iran situation. Okay. Obviously, whoever ends up becoming the leader of Iran, their daughter has to marry Baron Trump.
Okay. That's a great solution. I love it.
That's the solution. Because you know what? We were talking about how do you have a diplomatic solution where you build trust when there's no trust? We have to do it the way they used to do it in the olden days, right? You have to join the families together. That's the only way to build trust.
Yeah, it was very practical.
Yeah. So there you go.
It did work.
Right.
Like we'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
I don't have to marry anyone.
No. Of course not.
Will Baron be down?
Right. Living Sucks Walter Burley for $2 says, credit to Pape, he listened to Piccolo. That's true. He learned to dodge. Dr. J for 48 months, thanks so much for being 48 months of free will seeker, says, 4 years of giving you my money and all I got for it was this free super chat and the free will and the entertainment and the bribes. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Living Sucks Walter Burley for $2 says, Jack Rose is an underrated cocktail.
Never had it.
What is a Jack Rose?
I'll check it out.
Jack Rose is a classic tart red cocktail. It's made of 2 ounces of apple jack or apple brandy, 3/4 ounce of lemon or lime juice, and 3/4 ounces of grenadine. Is that how you say that word?
Grenadine is correct.
Okay.
Ding, 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 ding. Sounds great. I'll have to give it a try.
Check it out.
Although alcohol is poison. I don't drink.
I never had apple brandy, so I don't even know what it tastes like. But it sounds like it'd be pretty good. Vanessa, hey Vanessa, for $10 says, on another note, the U.S. is on its way back to visit the moon. Never doubt American exceptionalism. By the way, has anyone checked in on the flat earthers and the moon landing denying morons? They'll never. It's like there was this video. It's like so crazy. I talked about it when it happened, where they sent some of the flat earthers actually went to Antarctica, and they saw that it was real, and they saw that it completely destroyed their notions of the flat earth. And the ones that went there changed their mind and they all got like shit on and attacked relentlessly by the flat earthers. And then I think half the flat earth community of YouTubers that were invited didn't show up because obviously they knew that if they showed up,
It would ruin their grift.
It would ruin their entire grift. So people are unsavable.
I watched a bunch of videos on the Artemis 2 thing and it's pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're planning on establishing a moon base there. How fucking badass is that?
That's pretty cool. You know why though, right?
Yeah, because China wants to do it.
Because we have to drop rocks off the moon.
Oh yeah.
We have the moon boulders. So
wasn't that Brianna Wu's
it was
thesis?
It was, yeah. Well, there's some science fiction story about it, so gotta get the moon base.
But the real reason is we want to claim it for our own because China's trying to get to the moon as well. This is the new space race.
Yeah. Well, also if they want to use it as a refueling station to Mars or some other place. So.
Yeah.
Because it'd be much cheaper and easier to refuel.
Well, and to go anywhere. I mean, to launch off the moon is so easy by comparison to launching off the Earth.
Right.
I mean, you just got to get a good run at it and jump.
There you go. You just got to jump really hard.
And you're launched. I'll just be so badass.
Now, did the Artemis? I know that there was some picture of from like 2021. There was some Indian rocket ship or something that was near the moon, and it took pictures, and you could see the lunar landing site was on. Like you could still see the module on the moon. It's just sitting there because there's no, nothing's fucking with it. There's no atmosphere. So it's not, it's just sitting there.
A meteorite could have come and hit it.
I guess a meteorite could, yeah, crash into it or something, but that hasn't happened yet.
Nice.
And they took a picture of it, and that didn't dissuade the fake moon people. I don't know if the Artemis 2 has any pictures of the moon landing site, if they're in that
Really?
area or whatever. So
They
so
took
it's not like it.
a picture of the lunar module recently, and the moon landing is fake. People are still on and about their nonsense.
No, I'm saying I don't know if they did or not. Like I don't know if they were in some location where they would see
They
it
would just
and
say
take a
it was
picture of it.
AI.
I know it doesn't.
Be like,
Yeah,
oh
the whole
yeah,
thing.
that's AI.
They'll never believe it. So.
Candace Owens is not going to change her stripes. Come on.
That's true. That's true. Space is. Didn't she say space was fake or something?
Yeah, and gay.
Pocky for 44 months. Thank you so much. Says, "Wow, Sitch proposed on my parents' anniversary."
Isn't that sweet?
It is. Well, listen, I knew it was your parents' anniversary, and actually, I didn't want to tell you this until later, but I guess I'll let you know now. Me and Sammy are your parents from the past or the future, depending on how you look at it.
Oh wow.
The Back to the Future situation. You're gonna have to go back in time, okay, and save our marriage. You're gonna have to do that. Thoughts Apprentice for $5 says, "Congrats on the engagement. You two are adorable. I was wondering why you took her on the most romantic date ever last week. Look for a long, happy marriage." Well, thank you. Thank you so much, though. The Rooster for $5 says, "Trump is the best, most consequential president America's ever had. Praise be to Allah."
It's just so weird.
There you go. Living Six Wallace and Burley for $2 says, "The root of all evil is self-obsessed academics."
Mm-hmm.
And for another $2 says, "I hate him." Wow, okay. Self-obsessed academics do cause a lot of problems in the modern world. That is true.
Yeah. I mean, I would blame people who want to hire more IRS auditors. I think those are the people who are the root of all evil.
You're like, oh my God, that's the real evil. That's true. Graham Finlayson, thanks so much for the $2 says, "Terrorist incidents only makes more support for the war." That's true. That's true. Joey Hollywood Films for 10 months says, "Can't believe I've been a member for 10 months. I listen to your show the day after you stream at work. S-Class is the best class. A-Team is poop." Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
All right.
A lot of people do that. We get a lot of comments from people who are like, "You get me through the work week."
Right.
I listen at work. It's great. Which
Living
I always listen to podcasts when I'm working.
True. So you got
mowing the lawn, cleaning up the kitchen, picking up the house, whatever I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Painting.
Living Suggs Wilson Burley for $2 says, "Don't ask for permission, ask for blessing." Yes. We talked about that.
Great advice.
Great advice. The Wooster
Trump
for $2
never
says,
tacos.
Trump never tacos. Never, Adam.
I mean,
never.
I've done pretty good in the stock market with all of Trump's tacoing. So
remember, no, Trump doesn't taco. He taco bowls. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Happy
oh yeah, I've
Cinco de
seen
Mayo.
that.
Yeah.
I tried to get Sitch to take advantage of the Trump taco trade, but he wouldn't do it.
Majin for $5 says, "Sinners is basically ISIS papers dogma, where whites steal black people's power and use it as their own. New technology is using British oppression of the Irish." I can understand the argument, but I don't think so. I don't think I think a lot of movies or a lot of stories, the creators, they just kind of make like vague allusions to things. Like there's some vagueness there that they know people will kind of be able to read into it, but they haven't like clearly thought out really that it means anything specific. And that's kind of the vibe I get from Sinners. It's just a lot of vague allusions to things that could be, but there's not anything actually there.
Seems like Madison's really done some thinking on this, though.
He has. I'm saying that makes sense. I could see how you could get that, but that's not the vibe I get.
I think we should listen to him.
Okay.
He sounds correct to me.
I mean, this is the guy who did the Black Panther movie. That movie did suck. So
I never saw that movie.
you ever saw the Black Panther movie?
That's a Marvel movie, right?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Didn't they do more than one Black Panther?
They did. I never saw the second one because it looked.
I think I watched like
terrible.
5 minutes of it on cable, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is trash."
Yes.
They had the guy jumping around in the cat suit that was so obviously fake CGI. I mean, maybe it looks better on the big screen, but when I saw it, I was like, "Holy shit, this is bad."
This is funny. Apparently, he's also an uncredited writer on the horrible Space Jam sequel.
Oh.
I wouldn't want my name on that one either, so that makes sense. So he did also do Creed, which I never seen, but people say is good. So there you go.
He always uses that one actor, Michael B.
Majin
Jordan.
for $2 says the Sinister Director has his hands on Animorphs, by the way. They're gonna fucking bring back Animorphs? Holy shit.
That's a good thing.
Crazy. Ryan Coogler is shifting Animorphs into a Disney Plus show. Huh. I was never into Animorphs. I said this a bunch on the stream. I was into K.A. Applegate's other series called Everworld, which was awesome, and then has the most anticlimactic ending of all fucking time. Like, it's very obvious that she just grew tired with the series and gave up and decided to write something new. And it was like, as a child, it was like such a betrayal. My child mind. I'm like a little kid in middle school. I'm like, what? You can't just do that? This is crazy. Listen to this, Adam. Everworld is so cool, all right? It's about kids that get sucked into a world where all the mythological gods of all different mythologies are real, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out they all left Earth to because they didn't like the direction humanity was going, so they all made their own worlds, and they all have in their own world, they all control like different regions of the land, and they have power there. And then aliens, some kind of alien somehow crashes onto their world, and that alien has a god that they worship, and that alien god eats other gods. And before that, the gods were kind of like immortal. And so the gods are kind of like all freaking out, and the kids are kind of trying to like maybe get the gods to work together to fight the alien, but they can't, or they don't want to because all the gods are like fucking assholes because they're all these kind of like mythological gods and they're all like highly egotistical and everything.
This is the plot of Animorphs?
No, this is the plot of Everworld, her other series.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Animorphs is about kids that are granted the ability to transform into animals from aliens. Okay. So in Everworld, and then also there's like this evil girl character in Everworld who's one of the kids who gets sucked into Everworld. And it turns out she's the one that brought them there. And it's like some convoluted thing where like her mom is like a witch and she's a witch, she has witch powers. And her evil plan, you find out, is to like is to make a cult of like weirdo guys who are like detached from society. This is like in the 90s. And have them all be a bunch of gun nuts. And she's going to make them worship her, and she's going to bring them into Everworld, and she's going to conquer Everworld with guns. And it kind of maybe works, sort of. like she's like killing gods with guns and shit, and it's like, what the, like, this comes out of nowhere. This is like in a kid's book. This comes out of fucking nowhere. They're just like machine gunning down the gods and shit. I was like, what the, this is amazing. And then,
I mean, this sounds horrible. What are you talking about?
No, this isn't even the ending. This is just like building up to the ending. And then, but the ending is like, they finally, the main characters, they manage to get the gods to finally unite forces to fight against the alien god. And you're like, okay, the next book is like gonna be the grand finale, right? The gods are gonna go fight the alien god. But no, it just ends. There is no ending. There is no finale. They just get them all united. There's no resolution. It just stops. And you're like, what the fuck? You couldn't write one more fucking book, K.A. Applegate, where you just fucking tie this shit up?
K.A. Applegate. She sounds horrible.
So after that betrayal, I was like, I'm not going to read Animorphs. Fuck that.
Is she
Well,
still alive?
I think so. She is still alive, yes.
Depressing.
I was told, I don't know if that's true, I was told that Animorphs is a similar non-ending as well. So
I hate non-endings. Oh my God. Nothing pisses me off more.
what is this? This is a Reddit post. Apparently, after the finale of Animorphs, K. Applegate wrote a letter to fans who were upset at the ending. Okay, it's like, okay, I guess she just has a problem with bad endings. Hmm.
Wow.
Okay.
This woman looks. She
Happens a
looks
lot.
like she writes bad endings.
Yeah, okay.
Looks like she kind of just gets bored and decides, I'm going to go play with my cat.
Right.
Oh, look, she's in Protect. She's here. She is wearing a Protect Trans Kids t-shirt.
She really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
You
Our
knew
for
that was the case, right?
Business for $2 says, congrats on your engagement, Sitch and Sammy. Thank you. Anyway, this Peepo guy may have drank his own Kool-Aid. Arguments on bombing never work. Use past examples where modern intel gathering and precision strikes capabilities didn't exist. And drones, yes, true. So okay for $2 says, congratulations, Sitch. Thank you. I assume you will be about to fit to a slimmer suit now since you will more likely going to lose 7 pounds from all the walking in Japan and look like Sitch's Japanese is getting a bit better now. I've been doing so much walking, it's crazy. I've been doing more walking than I've done even in Boy Scouts. I got blisters on my toes. Oh God, it's terrible. Terrible.
From walking? Oh man.
We did like we walk, just constantly
Blisters?
walk.
Can't have good footwear.
Walking, walk.
Get yourself
every
some
day.
good shoes.
7 hours of walking every day. 8 hours of walking every day. Okay.
You don't need to blister out.
12 hours of walking every day. 16. I barely sleep. 16 hours of walking. Just walk. It haunts my dreams. Oh, I did get to experience. You know that video of like the people in the Japanese subway, and they're like so crammed in that there's like conductors literally just shoving people into the trains.
No.
It's like a video of like the trains are so crowded that the conductors are literally just pushing, they're just shoving bodies into the train to
I
get it
thought that was AI.
No, it was real. I got to experience it. It was terrible.
You got shoved around on the train?
Oh my God. It was so like we were like so squished. And it was like crazy. I could see they actually have specific times during rush hour. There's like women only cars because I guess they're trying to prevent like groping going on because you could very easily like grope someone in one of these situations because everyone's so like, and you don't even know if someone's groping you intentionally or not because everyone is. I've never been like this. It's like crazy, just shoved in together, and then it's even worse when you try to leave because then you get to a stop and it's like some people need to get like how do you get through the bodies to leave and it's just like oh my God, you just feel like this weird tidal wave of like bodies pushing you forward. It's crazy.
So this is a good place to cop a feel, is what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. But
weren't you with Sammy? You weren't copping feels, were you?
Of course I was. What do you mean?
Okay.
No, this is what happened. When we were in the train, I was like holding
Free feels, right?
I was like wrapped around Sammy like a blanket to like protect, to shield her, and then everyone was copping feels on me. So I was like sacrificing my body to the mob.
Oh wow. Just so
Right.
Sammy wouldn't have to get groped.
Yes.
That's so beautiful.
Like that scene in the Bible where like the people want to rape the angel and he's like, no, rape my daughters instead. Like that was me. I
You were
was
the daughter.
I
You
was
were
the daughter. Yeah.
Angel's
Being sexually
daughter.
assaulted by the Japanese. So no, but I don't know. I don't forget what time it was, but like that was the only like we've gone back and forth subway a lot. And it's been crowded, but I don't know. Whatever that time was, that was the worst. That was like fucking crazy. All the other times it was fine. Even when it was pretty crowded, it was just kind of like not that bad.
The day you lost your butthole virginity.
That's
on
true.
On the train.
I will say, so we're going to Osaka. So I've been in Kyoto, I've been in Tokyo. Kyoto's public transportation is terrible. Tokyo is amazing because they have subways and trains that go fucking everywhere. Kyoto, their fucking trains like go nowhere useful. They have buses, and buses are fucking trash because the traffic sucks. So you could basically walk anywhere the same length of time it takes to get in a fucking bus. And then the buses, they're always full anyway. They're so fucking packed anyway. It's like, at least in the subways and the train cars, you have like, 8 cars of that each one can hold like 20, 30 people. You have one bus that can hold maybe 20, 30 people. It's terrible.
It's awful.
Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Japan is a terrible place.
No, Japan's pretty great so far, but except for all the walking. Arithmetic for 2 hours says this Peepo guy is like, quote, I can't weigh the pros and cons. That's not my job. I can only weigh cons and cons. How's this work supposed to be remotely useful? It's very one-sided. It's very one-sided.
He's talking about where we are in the football game.
Right.
He's the only one talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
You have to listen. Hey, Sitch, when are you going to move to Japan? You got like way better internet there.
Do I know? Well, it's true. Yeah.
The internet hasn't cut out once his whole life.
And I'm on a Wi-Fi.
Look, you didn't even have to plug in.
Yeah, I know.
Sitch is moving to Japan now.
There you go, everybody.
Just to save the show.
Japan, it is crazy that like we'll walk around at night and it's like you're not afraid of like getting mugged or anything.
That's so sad.
It's pretty cool. And it's very clean. You don't see homeless people everywhere. You don't see trash everywhere.
Well, they round them up and sell their organs. So
there you go.
I wish we would do that here.
Yeah, like there's these cool, it was really cool, like where we were staying at night. There's all these like weird back alleys that like look kind of sketchy, but they have these like red glowing lanterns on them. And each one is like a restaurant or a little shop. And you just go inside and it's just like people eating, chilling out, going to bars. Like it's super nice.
Oh, you were scared for a minute. You're like, oh, this back alley looks dangerous. Then you go inside and it's a restaurant.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like, I guess there's nothing to worry about. Like they're just wandering around. So it's funny. I have seen more publicly drunk people at night in Japan than I've ever seen in my life. Like in close proximity.
Try to start a fight with a couple of them and see what happens.
No, it was funny. Like I've literally just seen like people dragging like drunk people out. And it's because there's like a culture, I guess, of like people after they work, they'll go to like bars and get completely hammered. So like I'm assuming that's what's going on. I've seen quite a couple of people just like dragging their coworkers, through the streets. It's pretty funny.
People get drunk in Japan? That happens?
I get fucking
I thought that was
blitzed
only
out of
an
their
American
mind.
thing.
No. The food is so much better. Safety is so much better. It is crazy that you can go to 7-Eleven and get like a good meal. That's not terrible for your health. That's like mind-blowing to me.
Yeah.
Or that like it's cool. A good place to hang out is like a train station. Can you imagine that in America? Let's go hang out at the train station.
Yeah, that's unheard of.
Like you go to the train station, it's like, oh, you want to be in a place that has like 20 to 30 restaurants that are all good food and like a bunch of like cool shops and like shit to do in the fucking train station.
Do they have those yummy nachos? With the nacho cheese and the jalapenos?
I haven't seen that now.
At the 7-Eleven?
No, they don't have that.
That's like the 7-Eleven dream food right there.
No, they have all these like they have all these like bento boxes, like pork cutlets and rice balls with meat in them and other stuff.
Oh yeah, little boxes.
It's like crazy. There's a huge selection. Boxes. Yeah, there's like a huge selection of food at 7-Eleven.
What's her mochi
any of the
like?
Convenience stores. Mochi?
Yeah.
I'm not a big mochi fan.
What? How do you not like mochi?
It's okay, I guess. I don't know.
Little Play-Doh shell on your ice cream.
I like red bean paste better. Little desserts with the red bean paste. I will say this. Here's another criticism of Japan. American sushi is better than Japanese sushi. I said it. That might be sacrilegious, but it's true. American sushi is just because like 99% of Japanese sushi is just the rice with the little piece of raw fish on top, and that's it. Like, they don't really do the sushi rolls very much. And when they do, they're just kind of like plain. Just like it's just a sushi roll with like they don't put like spicy mayo on it or anything fancy.
No spicy mayo. What the fuck are they trying to do?
No. Though I will say we went to there's a chain of revolving sushi places called Kuro Sushi that exists in some places in Florida, I think in California, some other places. And in Japan, we went to the one in Japan. The selection's very different. And I like the one in America better, but the price was insane. Okay. So if you go to the one in America, it'll probably cost you like $50, $50 to $60, depending how much you eat, right? It's not cheap. In Japan, it costs $20 for two
Wow.
people.
Well, you
$80
just get like a little
sushi.
piece of fish on your rice patty.
They had other, they had other things, but it was like we were full, but I couldn't, my mind was blown. I was like, how is this $20 for all this food? This was crazy to me. And I know the exchange rate is like,
That's
the
a
exchange rate is,
petrodollar.
well, yeah, there you go. The exchange rate is amazing right now if you're American in Japan, but even with that, like I was like calculating how it compares to other restaurants, it was still like crazy cheap. I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
But yeah, the exchange rate is so good right now. Oh my
So you're
God.
staying there forever, and it's just like dirt cheap. You spent like $15 this whole vacation.
No, we spent a lot of money.
Oh, okay.
Sam likes to buy a lot of things.
She's like, even if it's cheap, now I can just buy 10 times as much.
It's one of those, yeah, it's like, well, it's cheaper, so I can just buy the same amount that it would be if it wasn't cheaper, but just more.
Are you
Right? You're
mailing?
spending the same amount of money, you're just getting more things.
Are you sending home a big care package?
Oh yeah, she had to buy. Well, this was the plan. The plan was to buy another entire suitcase when we were here, so I kept those.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Yes.
That's the way to go.
And then also
Well,
to
don't
ship
take it
stuff
home on a
back.
suitcase. Just ship.
Yeah, right.
Box it up and ship it back.
She's gonna do both. She's gonna do both.
You don't want to go through customs with all that
Right.
fucking garbage.
There's a lot of really high-end places still. Even with the exchange rate being like amazing, you could still go to like in Tokyo and stuff. There's a lot of very high-end like clothing places that will rip the money from you if you go to them. So you got to be careful.
Oh, okay. Take advantage of you.
Yes.
Might give you petrodollar pricing.
We did eat supposedly Wagyu the other day, which was pretty pricey as well.
Wagyu beef?
Yeah.
It's always supposedly. I think I've only really eaten Wagyu once.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was immeasurably better than any other steak I'd ever tasted.
Well,
That always made me think.
I never know, right? They said, because there's so many places in Japan that say Wagyu. I'm like, there can't be this much fucking Wagyu running around. Like, I know there's different grades, so maybe they're like the low end grades of Wagyu or something, but it just seems like there's a lot of it running around everywhere. So many restaurants say Wagyu beef, and I'm like, what's going on here? Every restaurant have Wagyu beef? Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, now it's pretty common.
I mean, it was good. It wasn't worth the price good, but it was still good.
Worth the
Dr.
price
Dooley-
good is a good term.
Right. Dr. Dooley for $2 says, I get the impression most children's series end terribly. The ending to Aragon was so bad I held on to it for years. The final pages are dedicated to the love interest telling the main character, quote, not interested, thanks, fuck you. That's awful. That's awful. I mean, the Harry Potter ending is fine, right? Not bad. Maybe that's the rare exception. Arithmetic for $2 says, I've never read any of these books, but I'm a firm believer that an author should have an ending plan before they start writing the story. So many stories have been killed by the authors who don't know what to do at the end. That's very true.
Here, here.
Very true.
Start with the end. Always start with the end.
Dark Tower had a terrible ending too. That was talk about the series I went on for fucking forever. Arithmetic for another $2 says, also, I hope you guys are having a wonderful time in Japan. My trip last year was the best vacation of my life. I can't wait to go back. Yes, it's fantastic. I would recommend. Plane ticket can be very, very expensive.
God, it's gotta be 10 times worse now.
But yeah, it's true.
Now that jet fuel's doubled.
Yeah, so that's the issue. But Japan is very awesome. Definitely very awesome. I fully support the idea of people saying that we need to like trade Japan for California or push it closer to the US. That would be ideal. Sorry, Adam. We're gonna have to trade you for Japan.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Okay. I'm glad you're so accommodating.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Kristen Brandon, thanks so much for Jar says, Sitch, you need to play Shin Megami Tensei games. I don't know.
Yeah,
What is
those
that?
are great. Shin Megami. You gotta get
Shin
in there with your
Megami?
Your Shin Megami.
Shin Megami. Oh, okay. I'll check it out. I don't think I've ever even heard of this. Okay. Anyways.
Oh,
wait,
right.
I said we were gonna watch another minute of this. Let's watch another minute of this.
You said 5, but 1 minute would be better.
We'll see. We'll see. If another minute grabs me,
Idea.
we'll watch 5.
Oh, that was great.
Amazing.
How you see a world with multiple nuclear bombs in the Middle East. I have no idea what you think, how martyrdom plays into that, how jihad plays into that.
True.
I have zero idea. If you've even give it, you actually claim, I think, and where does you even claim? You claim and you wear it. Oh, let me finish. Let me finish. My goodness, you spoke a lot. You seem to wear it as a badge of honor that you will not consider what that will mean, even though you lay out the case that it's probably what we're going to get. I don't understand that. What can I tell you?
If it was like I was a magician or like a genie and I could blink and I could prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, I would do it in a heartbeat. They're a horrible regime. They've murdered, whatever it was, we're not quite sure, either somewhere between 10 and 30,000 of their own people. We know it's a large number here. There's no doubt. There's no defense of this here. I'm not trying to ignore that outcome, Noam. I'm focused on what can really be done to avoid it. It's like if
insist that Israel
your business is going bankrupt.
Insist that Israel allows inspections.
Obsess about going bankrupt, and you don't have any solution. You just keep obsessing.
Okay.
The people around you are going to know.
We're going to wrap it up.
It's a basket case. He's not solving the problem.
Let the record show, despite all your protestations at the top, Israel is the key to your entire scenario here. So you kind of owe me a little acknowledgement that it wasn't some peripheral issue to your case. It all, in the end, step by step, led to Israel. Israel has to be, we need a law in Congress hemming in Israel. That is the key to this escalation trap.
That is our best chance at this stage.
Yes, so I wasn't
not because Israel caused the problem.
I get it.
Not because of the Israel lobby, but because all of the mistakes have taken away the much better options. Yeah. And the problem is we keep getting limited more and more options. It's not about this was a preference. And if there's a better option, Noam, if you've got a better option for how to stop Iran from getting a bomb, one that's actually real, what is it? Let's end with you tell me your war plan.
I will tell you. No, I'm going to pussy out of this question, but I'll tell you how. Because, for instance, John Spencer wrote a tweet, a long tweet thread with like 15 different options of the various things that we can do. He's teaches urban warfare.
We debated on your
no, I'm telling the listeners.
And
let me finish.
It was Trump who came in and Trump Spencer.
Let me finish. And he's just so the listeners know, he's a professor or the head professor of urban warfare at West Point. So he's not just a guy.
He's a military guy.
Yeah.
I teach plenty of generals and military guys.
Okay, just let me answer your question.
Yeah.
So I read what he says. And I say, well, to my untrained ear, untrained mind, many of these things seem compelling. The reason I'm not going to tell you what I think we should do is because I don't friggin' know about military strategy. I don't know which of those 15 options are the best. And I'd be stupid to tell you this is what we should do. So I can't tell you that. But my first that's why my first question is, what's at stake? And once I know what's at stake, then I would like to hear the debates between you and Spencer to get my best feeling of, okay, that's what's at stake, and these are the things that can go wrong. There's no guarantee. What are we going to risk to try to stop it? And is it worth that risk? And by the way, this is I think interesting. And this is interesting. This brings out them between American interest and Israeli interest, because Israel right now, I'm pretty sure their fallback position is, well, whatever happens, the worst case scenario is we kick the shit out of all their resources for a while. We bought ourselves a couple of years of tranquility of some sort, and we'll take that over the status quo ante no matter what. America has a different point of view here. America, if all America gets out of this is kicking the can down the road for a few years of Israeli tranquility, the American people are not going to be satisfied with that. I might be satisfied with that because I see this as such a threat to the world. But I'm a hardliner on Ukraine. I'm a hardliner on Taiwan. I'm a really reflexive believer that it's very dangerous to hang freedom-loving countries out to dry and let that number in the world diminish. I think that's a very bad idea. I could be wrong about that. So it's not just Israel.
I am concerned in the next 2 months, not 5 years, the next 2 to 6 months, that some of that enriched uranium will end up in a radiological bomb in Tel Aviv. And I think there are now 7 million Jews in Israel, surrounded by 500 million
I don't
Muslims
believe that's really your
different
worry,
kinds.
Bob. I don't believe that's really your worry.
And if that scenario happens, Noam, or a radiological amount of material on one of the missiles that's coming into Tel Aviv, it doesn't have to be a bomb that's come in through saboteur. It could be through they could put that material on the nose cone of their precision-guided drones. They could put it in a radiological. I don't mean a nuclear bomb. That's fancy. Radiological.
A dirty
stuff,
bomb.
That's not
a dirty
fancy.
bomb.
You can put that material on a lot of the nose cones, and I think if you start raining nuclear material on top of Tel Aviv, you're going to see some portion of Tel Aviv wanting to leave. I don't know if they'll all leave, but some portion is not going to want to be radiated by when they know there's 11,000 pounds of this that could be coming at them over the next few years.
Yeah.
My goal is to focus on what we can do in the near term to head off some of these actual things in front of us. And this idea that we're going to get into, again, I'm in the middle of the NFL game. We're at halftime. I'm trying to schematic, what can we do? Where are we at? What are the bad guys really doing? And this is my actual
what is the world's,
this is what I do for when I'm really in the middle of it. It's not this grand discussion like we're just sitting at the bar.
What's the world's reaction going to be if Iran were to break that taboo and actually use a radiological bomb against anybody?
I think there's a good chance they will double down and want to go get Iran, which is how you might
won't the entire
which is how you might get things like a return to, I'm not saying it will happen, but a return to conscription in the United States, because we don't have the troops to occupy 92 million. And if we start to really think about what this is, what the actual real policy
we don't need to occupy.
This is why
we just need to go in there
Sitch.
and take all that stuff out.
That's what everybody thinks until you get in, and then you get mission creep, and that's what we saw in Iraq. Everybody
you can get mission creep, but we don't.
And I'm just pointing out,
but we don't need to occupy.
This is not the reality of the real world.
But you agree?
All these promises, just one more blow, we'll knock them out.
Right.
The Pentagon right now just went for $200 billion. Why? What's going on there? We're spending $1 billion a day on the war. $1 billion a day.
Okay.
What does that tell me?
Is Iran?
That tells me they're thinking about a 200-day war.
Okay, but I'm saying, for instance, you in this petition about Iraq that was signed, with Mearsheimer, it says even if Saddam Hussein acquired nuclear weapons, he could not use them without suffering massive U.S. or Israeli retaliation. This applies.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Yeah. So, but you don't agree with it for Iran.
No. They couldn't use them. No, Iran wouldn't use them without suffering massive retaliation.
So why would they do it?
Of Iran.
No, wait. Well, no. Come on, Bob. When you say that, what you're meaning here was so they won't. You don't just mean.
What I'm saying is the word is there is some degree of deterrence that's meaningful. No, this is not, there's no world of 100% perfect security.
Yeah.
The search for 100% perfect security is usually what leads strong states into disasters. And that's what you're seeing here. So it's what I'm saying is I'm not giving you a 100% flat statements. These are probability statements. I'm doing risk assessment, not simply, again, shoot from the hip ideas. And that is the difference between a true, what I do in this is what you would expect. I'm giving you risk assessment, not point predictions, shooting from the hip on poly market 5 years from now.
You want to hear the risk
Bob,
assessment?
You're a good guy. You knew that you were walking into a buzzsaw, and you could have.
And I wanted to.
I know.
Your audience, you reflect so many. I think hundreds of thousands of people. No, not even just a few. And it's really important. I come into discussing with you, not at all thinking you're going to agree with me. And this is what I do. It's not just because I'm a professor at the University of Chicago. You think when I'm debating in those classified worlds, those generals on Easter about they want to do X, Y, and Z, and I'm saying no? You think they're nice guys and gals? No. I'll tell you, you're a softie compared to the real world of what happens in Washington. And that's not, there's no ad hominem either. They don't do the ad hominem. I'm just telling you, that's the difference. Because the ad hominem's a loser when you're actually in these rooms. I'm just telling you, this is the really serious decisions we have in front of us. And your audience deserves this kind of discussion. And I'm just honored. It's actually an honor. No.
It's an honor. It's an honor, Adam. Now the audience doesn't deserve the conversation of what happens when the ideological regime of Iran gets nuclear weapons and are motivated by their crazy ideology and not some sort of rational self-interest. But that's a conversation that will continue on until the ages. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonist who will go to Japan and will be a good tourist and not a bad tourist. You will follow all the social rules. You won't play music on the train like a piece of shit, or sit in the seats for old people, or even grope someone when you get pushed into a train by a conductor and you're all squished together so much that you can't breathe. And we'll see you all next Sunday.
Pray for us. United States needs help. Bye-bye.
Nice.